Let's begin by saluting the flag. Oh, wait, Nikki, are you ready? So would you like to tell me, excuse me, we have some staff, we have a dilemma. Zoom has added a whole different, not always good aspect. Just let me know. It's one thing about not the fun part about being hybrid is sometimes things don't always work. Hey, I'd be fine with that, but. We made you get here by 9, and now we're making you wait. Sorry. All right, calling all supervisors, it sounds like we might be on again. Right, Nikki? We did the flag salute. Do you want me to do it again, or are we good? I think we're good. Okay, once we get Supervisor Bohn up here, we'll begin. Okay, Rex, please join us. Steve is sick, and Mike will be joining us, or we're starting without him. Bless you. So before we begin, I do want to say Supervisor Madrone would like to be with us today, but he does have a family medical emergency and is unable to be here. So he texted at 4 o'clock this morning. So it's not that he's trying to not be here. He really has, unfortunately, good reasons to not be here. So with that, we can begin. We've done the flag salute. I did want to go over a couple of, they're not rules, just try to give a little idea of what we think how this might go today as far as timing. And Director Ford gave me some ideas, and I just want to kind of share with everyone so you can be aware of timing. So basically, at this point, I guess I can actually open the public hearing and then give this preamble.
Absolutely.
All right, so at this point, I will open the public hearing, our one item of business today. So something really important, if you're watching this meeting from another location and are not with us in this building, that means like if you're watching us on Zoom, it's really important that you recognize that there's a significant time delay between what you see on the video and what you're going to hear on your phone when you call in case you're going to call to make public comment. So if you do call in to make public comment, you have to know to turn your volume off on your video feed so that you just listen on the phone, because people will lose their opportunity to make public comment if they are not paying attention to that. It's happened, and I don't want it to happen to anyone who's watching us that wants to be able to comment. So we're going to begin today with a staff presentation, which I'd like the supervisors to hold their questions until the staff is done with the presentation, and then we can ask questions. That'll be followed by the appellant, who has requested, has agreed to 30 minutes. I wanted a little bit more, but we decided 30 seems sufficient. They'll be able to do their presentation, and then the board can ask questions after that as well. Then we will hear from the applicant for the same 30-minute time period. Again, we'll hold the questions until that presentation is done. We're expecting to take a brief break at that time. If a supervisor needs a break sooner, please do let me know, or you can also just leave and then come back if it's a really quick break. So we'll come back and we're going to do public comment in 2 different stages. The first stage will begin after that break, and it's going to be for those who are watching us on Zoom and who are calling in. If this happens to be you and you're listening to this and you're going to call under that time frame, just remember to press *9 to raise your hand so we know you want to speak. Don't press it twice because your hand might go down. And I'm not kidding when I say it's not too early to press *9 now, because it's easier for staff to know who wants to speak. So even if we may not get to that part for 2 hours, if you are listening and you know you're going to comment, please do press *9 to make it easier for our team to make sure you get heard. So then after that, we plan to take a brief half-hour lunch break. And then when we come back, we'll do the public comment for those who are in person in the audience. So to those who are here in the audience and you wish to make public comment, I think it's probably fairly safe to say it will be early this afternoon. I wouldn't say leave for a long time, but I'd say if you wanted to take off for a couple hours, you certainly could do that now, and you would not lose your opportunity to comment. So then after that, we'll go back to the appellant, who will have a 10-minute response time for what they have heard. Go back to the applicant, we'll have the same opportunity. Then the staff is going to be able to have their opportunity to respond to anything they've heard and answer more questions. And then the board will deliberate. Director Ford, does that sound about as close guess as we possibly can?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, I will ask if there is any ex parte communication that any of the members need to report or wish to report. Supervisor Wilson?
Yes, let's see here. So Monday I met with Jim Clark, representing Audubon, and talked to him about some of their concerns, which are enumerated in their letter. I also met with 2 members of 350.org. Both of these meetings happened in the afternoon, and they were about 45 minutes each. I also had a brief conversation with Jen Kalt from Baykeeper, and that was just specifically on the potential for the subject matter was about carbon credits and where carbon credits where they might go. And that's what I have to report.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Supervisor Bohn?
I met with Humboldt 350. I used to have a Honda 350. Anyway, Humboldt 350 previous to Mr. Wilson, and I didn't meet with him for that long, as long as.
Okay, I don't have anything that I can report. Do you have any, Supervisor Bushnell? All right. So with that, Director Ford, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Bass, members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department. We're here to present the appeal and the coastal development permit and special permit for the Nordic Aqua Farms project. Joining me this morning is Cade McNamara, Byron Turner, and Destiny Andrews with the County Counsel's Office, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. McNamara to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Director Ford. I'll just hop right into it. Nordic Aqua Farms, California is applying for a coastal development permit and special permit to be able to produce Atlantic salmon. Special permit is being requested for exceptions to parking and loading space requirements. The Harbor District, the property owner, is a co-applicant in the environmental impact report prepared for the project. Here you will see a vicinity map where the proposed project will be. The project would be a land-based recirculating aquaculture system consisting of 5 buildings with a combined footprint of 766,530 square feet, equipped with 657,000 square feet of rooftop solar. The project will be conducted in 2 phases, with a preliminary site preparation of phase 0 to include cleanup and demolition activities. Phase 1 will include intake and outfall connections, as well as ground densification to prepare for the construction of the phase 1 grow out, which is highlighted in blue. This will consist of building 1, hatchery building 3, fish processing plant and administrative building 4, wastewater treatment and backup power building 5, oxygen generation storage, and storm water systems. Phase 2 would include additional ground densification, soil remediation, expansion of utilities, the decommissioning of the existing leach field, and connection to Peninsula CSD. The applicant is also proposing to raise Atlantic salmon, but this is subject to the approval of Fish and Wildlife.
One of the factors that makes the site a desirable location for aquaculture is that it has existing facilities to provide for large amounts of both fresh and salt water, and has the existing facility to address treated processed water. These 2 images show the locations of both the water intakes. The small inset picture shows all the infrastructure to be used or improved, with the orange dashed line in the location of the existing outfall pipe. You'll notice on both larger pictures that the outfall pipe originates on the subject site. The RMT2 intake is the L-shaped feature in the bay, and the red dock intake is located to the north. These 2 intakes will be replaced with new water lines, one for firefighting water and one for processed water. The permitting of these facilities is not in the jurisdiction of the county, but since they also serve the project, they are evaluated in the EIR. The project will use 12.5 million gallons per day, consisting of both the fresh water and salt water. The salt water will come in from the intakes on Humboldt Bay in the amount of 10 million gallons per day. Fresh water will come from the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District in the amount of 2.5 million gallons a day. It's important to note that the Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District currently has an unused allocation of 60 million gallons per day. The water intake structures in the bay will need to be upgraded to provide for the water needed for the Nordic project and other users who may locate on Harbor District property. Since the intakes are within the bay, they are in the Coastal Commission's jurisdiction and therefore are permitted by the Coastal Commission. The Harbor District is also updating the water lines for fire flow and conveyance of salt water. These lines will be located completely within Coastal Commission retained jurisdiction. The pictures in this slide depict the existing water intake facilities. The two pictures in the top show the red tank dock. The two photos on the bottom show the Redwood Marine Terminal 2 water intake pumps and screens. Screen size for the intake will be modified to 1 millimeter to prevent the entrainment of any larval or marine organisms. This is smaller than the standard 1.75 millimeter outlined in the ocean plan. The impact of the water intake is addressed in the EIR. Effluent discharge will be treated via a brand-new wastewater treatment plant constructed by the project applicant. Permitting of the outfall will require a coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission and a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit, an NPDES permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The applicant is proposing to discharge treated effluent via an existing ocean outfall pipe. That outfall is 1.5 miles long, 48 inches in diameter, and has 144 diffuser ports that discharges into the Pacific Ocean. There are currently 2 permitted users that discharge treated wastewater through the outfall, DG Fairhaven and the Samoa Wastewater Treatment Plant. The outfall has the capacity to discharge approximately 40 million gallons a day. However, the outfall for this project will consist of around 12.5 million gallons a day. At this time, I want to take a moment to clarify all the different permitting agencies involved in this project. The first is the County of Humboldt, which is responsible for approving the land-based component. This includes the coastal development permit for the demolition of existing facilities and the construction of the new aquafarm facility and the special permit, which is for a reduction in the number of parking and loading spaces. The next set of permits are being applied for by the Harbor District to upgrade the existing water intakes. This will involve the coastal development permit from the Coastal Commission and other permits issued by the Regional Water Quality Control Board, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The ability to discharge treated water to the ocean is permitted by the Coastal Commission and the Regional Water Quality Control Board. The Coastal Commission will need to issue a coastal development permit for the intensification of the use of the outfall, and the Regional Water Quality Control Board will issue the NPDES permit under the authority of the Clean Water Act. Monitoring is under the purview of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. However, the applicant has agreed to begin monitoring prior to discharge and report annually, and that has been developed in conjunction with the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Prior to being able to raise any fish or importing any eggs to the site, the applicant must receive approval from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife as to the type of fish to be farmed, and there must be a license in which to import eggs to the site. Both of these are issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The permitting jurisdiction for the land-based development of the project requires a coastal development permit with Humboldt County, and that is appealable by the Coastal Commission. The County of Humboldt is a lead agency under CEQA. The county is responsible for the environmental analysis of the project, including identifying any proposed impacts of the project, disclosure of those impacts to the public, and identifying appropriate mitigation measures to lessen any identified impacts. The county has analyzed in its entirety the project's components within the EIR, from intake to land-based development to the outfall. The pictures you'll see there are from 1972 and 2005. The parcel is an active brownfield site that has received grant funding from the EPA for cleanup and assessment activities. The site is now characterized by a remnant pulp mill infrastructure and concrete foundations. The majority of these structures will be demolished prior to phase 1 of the project. As part of the demolition of the site, all hazardous material will be removed from the site. All buildings will be removed from the lease area. As part of the building removal, any remnant lead or asbestos will be abated. As the site is clear, soil testing will be conducted to determine if and where soil radiation is needed.
The project site has combined zoning of industrial general to the west of Vance Avenue and coastal dependent industrial to the east, with an archaeological combining zone to the east of Vance Avenue. All construction-related activities will be taking place in the 36-acre footprint entirely located on coastal dependent industrial lands. Aquaculture and aquaculture support facilities are principally permitted uses. The parcel also has an archaeological combining zone. Cultural resource investigations identified that there are no cultural resources on site. And the project falls within the local coastal program's Humboldt Bay Area Plan, whose policy we'll discuss in the coming slides. The Humboldt Bay Area Plan identifies industrial development which must be located on the highest priority site. This will have the lowest numerical value, which is considered highest priority. Priority sites have a numerical system which identify site compatibility for a proposed use. Priority 1 sites are sites where you can use existing facilities and infrastructure. Priority 2 sites are sites where there is existing infrastructure, but you may need to construct a new facility. Due to the brownfield site, this will require remediation and new construction. Therefore, this has been deemed a priority 2 site with existing infrastructure in place. Other sites would require new infrastructure extension and the construction of new facilities. This would not provide environmentally superior alternatives and would pose environmental findings or alternatives which have not been assessed. Next slide. Dune mat is a plant community which is existing on site that qualifies as ESHA under the Coastal Act. This area identified as ESHA will have a minimum 35-foot buffer. Within this buffer is a 25-foot fire road. The road would be used for emergency access and will be constructed with pervious material. To prevent trampling and disturbance of ESHA, construction fencing is required along the edge of the buffer as shown on the site plan and depicted by the red line. The fencing would remain in place throughout the construction period to prevent vehicles, equipment, or materials from entering ESHA. The grading plans for the project site would provide finished pad grades with no grade changes at the edge of the ESHA buffer. The ESHA protection measures are described as mitigation measure Bio 7A within the EIR. When there are dune mat species identified but do not qualify as ESHA, the species will be part of a mitigation plan providing compensatory restoration at an off-site location. The property is located in an area of low to moderate geologic instability. A geotechnical investigation by SHN in 2020 outlines an analysis of natural hazards within Humboldt County and recommends that the project require designs in accordance with seismic and foundation design criteria, as well as site preparation and grading criteria per California Building Code and the American Society of Civil Engineers minimum design loads for building and other structures. The geotechnical recommendations will be incorporated into the final plans, and specifications for the project will be implemented during construction. The project is consistent with the seismic and public safety element of Volume 1 of the general plan, which is the applicable criteria within the Bay Area Plan. New development within the 100-year tsunami run-up elevation is allowable with specific provisions outlined in the Bay Area Plan. The parcel is within a tsunami hazard area. Deep foundations and ground densification grade will be constructed as recommended by the geotechnical report and site-specific tsunami inundation analysis outlined in the EIR. This will protect structural integrity in the event of a tsunami and the associated wave scoring. Backup generators will be elevated above predicted tsunami wave height to avoid the potential release of pollutants in the extent of a tsunami. Diesel storage would be underground within two 25,000-gallon tanks, which will be vented, anchored, and armored to prevent release. Building designs for the hatchery would require tanks to be developed to withstand a 2,500-year event.
The special permit that was mentioned before That is to reduce the parking spaces. You can see that 120 parking spaces will be required for this project. Part of the Planning Commission action and now the board's action is to consider the CEQA document that has been prepared for this project. In this case, an environmental impact report was prepared. This process did not start, however, with the preparation of an EIR. Initially, it was determined that based on evidence in the record, that there was not significant unavoidable environmental impacts associated with redeveloping an existing brownfield site, and therefore a mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the land-based portion of the project. At the time, it was anticipated that outfall permitting and intake permitting by the Harbor District would be slightly ahead of the project and would already have had an environmental analysis done. This did not occur. A significant number of comments were received during the public review of the mitigated neg deck, many asking for preparation of an EIR. Other comments pointed out that the water intake and the outfall needed to be addressed in the environmental document. In consultation with the Harbor District, Nordic, and the county, it was decided then that preparation of an EIR was the appropriate action. The EIR process was initiated and followed to address all components of the project. The DEIR examined the potential environmental impacts associated with the operation of the land-based facility, the outfall, and the water intake. The analysis found that there would not be any significant unavoidable environmental effects associated with the development and operational activities. The county also offered and engaged in government-to-government consultation under AB 52 for both the preparation of the mitigated negative declaration and the environmental impact report. No tribal cultural resources were identified associated with the site. The county met with tribal leaders from the Wiyot, the Bear River Band of Ronerville Rancheria, and the Yurok. The Blue Lake Rancheria declined a government-to-government consultation, but did submit a letter of support for the project, and the Bear River Band also submitted a letter identifying the benefits of remediation and recommending inadvertent discovery protocol be followed.
The DEIR does identify potentially significant impacts which have been mitigated to a level of less than significance. These are biological mitigation. Loss of dark-eyed gilia shall be replaced at a ratio of 3:1. Steep-sided excavations capable of trapping mammals shall be ramped and covered if left overnight. Bats shall be protected by the following schedule of demolition. Special status amphibians shall be protected by determining possible presence through pre-construction surveys, and if presence is identified, it shall be relocated and addressed in consultation with Fish and Wildlife. Ground disturbing activities shall be conducted outside of avian nesting season to protect special avian species. Each one of these protective measures requires additional biological investigation prior to ground disturbing activities. Continuing on, soil densification shall occur during certain tidal elevations to avoid impacts to marine mammals. For special status plant species around piling removal, a habitat survey will be conducted and areas of special status plant species shall be avoided. Sensitive communities shall be replaced through compensatory mitigation for coastal brambles and dune mat. And for the protection of longfin smelt, mitigation measure Bio 6A states that the Harbor District shall mitigate for the potential loss of longfin smelt larvae due to entrainment by the intakes. Mitigation consists of habitat creation in the form of spawning, rearing, or nursery habitat capable of producing the number of longfin smelt larvae lost due to entrainment. Other than Bio 6A, mitigation for longfin smelt, it should be noted that these mitigation measures are associated with demolition and construction related activities and not facility operations. Additionally, potentially significant impacts have been outlined associated with air quality, associated with demolition and construction activities, cultural resources. Inadvertent discovery protocol shall be in place with a cultural monitor present. Geotechnical requirements for buildings will be followed as outlined in mitigation measures. Hazardous and hazardous materials will be entirely abated and handled appropriately through site remediation. Cumulative impacts have been analyzed consistent with section 15355 of CEQA guidelines. The majority of these impacts, as stated earlier, are associated with construction-related activities. Mitigation findings allow for less than significant. There have been no resource impacts identified. The greenhouse gas emissions will not exceed what is allowable through the EPA reporting program, and power use has been deemed necessary and is not considered wasteful. In terms of alternative analysis, a no project alternative was discussed. This could result in significant additional environmental impacts in leaving the site as is, which include impacts to water quality and public health and safety. Off-site location was analyzed. This is not feasible because it would require the construction of new facilities, extension of infrastructure, or construction of new infrastructure would have not been environmentally analyzed or do not reduce environmental impacts outlined in the environmental document. Alternative water sources were analyzed in 3 forms. An oceanic intake, intake located elsewhere within the bay, and slant wells. Slant wells are not considered feasible because of the number that would be required and the field location needing an estimated 40 slant wells would not be conducive to this type of development. Additionally, entrainment and entrapment of larval species and marine organisms are still issues associated with an oceanic intake or an intake located elsewhere within Humboldt Bay. And there would be extensive underwater construction, and it would make it more difficult for the maintenance of these intake screens. Alternative species were also analyzed. These species were not considered to be environmentally superior selections due to nitrogen release, additional freshwater use, and other variations.
The draft environmental impact report was released for public review on December 20th, 2021. The review period was set at the maximum 60 days called for in CEQA guidelines. This has been reduced to 45 days per CEQA reform, so the circulation period went well beyond what is the minimum required. In response to public review of the draft EIR, the county received 242 written comments, 12 from agency comments, 19 from NGOs, 79 individual comments, and 132 comments in support of the project. The final environmental impact report has been prepared to respond to all comments that were made in the draft EIR. This includes master responses, which were prepared to respond to comments and questions that were frequently asked. Where there were changes needed to the draft EIR for clarification, an errata was provided, which is identified as Chapter 4 of the EIR. As far as the master responses, the first one was prepared was for truck and traffic safety. Multiple comments were provided expressing concern regarding the analysis. Master response 1 was written specifically to address this. The analysis determined that there is not a high incidence of conflicts between vehicles and pedestrian and bicycles in the area, and that the additional traffic generated by this project is not significant and does not exacerbate the situation.
Master Response 2 addresses a number of comments received regarding greenhouse gas and energy. The proposed aquaculture facility would use approximately 22 megawatts daily. The project applicant has worked with local NGOs and energy providers to make commitments to RCEA's goals of non-carbon and renewable energy, which consist of, by 2025, 100% of RCEA's power mix being a combination of state-designated renewable energy sources, which include wind, solar, biomass, small hydroelectric, and geothermal, and state-designated net zero carbon emission from existing large hydroelectric facilities. By 2030, Humboldt County will be a net exporter of renewable electricity, and RCEA's power mix will consist of 100% net zero carbon emissions from renewable sources. This is also a condition of approval for the project, condition of approval 22. If this commitment were not in place, there would be a reliance on local gas-fired power plants. By procuring green energy sourcing, this does provide an alternative. Once local renewable energy is available, the applicant will purchase locally available green power with a safeguard provision in place that if local cost exceeds 10% of market value, that applicant will continue to place renewable energy put into the grid elsewhere within California. This still offsets the carbon footprint to net zero and shows a commitment to locally sourced alternatives. Additionally, ride shares and Nordic Aqua Farms transit opportunities will be in place for potential employees. These goals are all in line with the state of California energy initiatives and allow for the project to offset its carbon intensity in terms of electrical use through a feasible, measurable, and enforceable means. This commitment holds the applicant responsible for offsetting greenhouse gases produced as it relates to energy consumption. For these reasons, the impact has been deemed less than significant.
Between the project description and the master response, the information presents that this facility would be designed in such a way to prevent fish from escaping. From the time eggs enter the facility, they are never moved or transported in such a way that there is a potential for escape. Everything is done within the building or in closed pipes. All drains go through a series of screens in the water treatment plant before water is released from the facility. The tanks are within fully enclosed steel buildings and have been designed to withstand earthquakes and tsunami inundation. In the event of an earthquake and sloshing of water out of the tanks, there will be nets over the tanks to keep fish from escaping. The potential for fish escape is extremely low. This concern is further mitigated by the fact that all fish would be female and unlikely to hybridize in the wild with native fish populations, and would not likely survive after having been raised in a controlled environment. This further reduces any impact from fish escape. Nevertheless, there is a fish escape response plan that is not expected to be used, and that has not been used in any other land-based recirculating aquaculture system operated by Nordic. Commenters have expressed concern about biosecurity and fish health, including the potential transmission of pathogens to the environment. It needs to be pointed out that the recirculating aquaculture system are highly controlled environments, and Nordic treats water and tests eggs before they are allowed to grow out in tanks. At intake, water passes through ultrafiltration to prevent bacteria, parasites, and most salmonid viruses of concern from entering the farm. Viruses that might pass the 0.02 micron ultrafiltration would then be subjected to a high dose of UV disinfection sufficient to neutralize any threat of any finfish viruses of concern. Eggs would go through pathogen screening at both the source hatchery and at the Nordic facility. Then the eggs and fry are kept in quarantine for an appropriate length of time to see if any disease presents itself before the fish are transferred to the grow-out area. Effluent will also be screened for pathogens. It should be pointed out that many of the concerns that were raised about pathogens, use of antibiotics, and other diseases comes from reports about pen-grown fish. This is a completely different process than the above-ground aquaculture facility.
Master Response 5 addresses a number of comments received expressing concerns related to the use and discharge associated with the marine outfall. Water quality for effluent discharge will be monitored by the Regional Water Quality Control Board through a National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems permit, also known as a NEPDES. The associated modeling was executed by the applicant to address the potential for harmful algal blooms and changes that may occur on the ocean floor. This type of modeling is well in excess of the requirements of the regional board, but does provide robust data for the review of the Water Quality Control Board. And it also provides public transparency as outlined in the EIR. The modeling of effluent evaluates marine toxicity and physiological stress. Temperature and salinity are the main areas of focus since ammonia, specifically ammonium nitrate, is modeled to be 100-fold from the allowable discharge thresholds. Numerical modeling shows that temperature of the effluent water released is slightly higher than the ambient water temperatures. This would be an increase of 0.1 degree Fahrenheit within the mixing zone, and that salinity is slightly lower than ambient waters within, and that all targets are met within 5 feet of the diffuser. Nutrient release, specifically ammonium nitrogen, is significantly lower than the threshold which is allowable. This has been modeled at 0.004 milligrams per liter of the allowable 0.6 milligrams per liter allowable. The applicant will voluntarily conduct baseline monitoring prior to phase 1 of construction and 3 years into full build out to ensure receiving water quality objectives are met. This will be enforceable through a condition of approval.
Master Response 6, 8, and 9 are all similar responses. All comments are important, and part of the administrative record that was forwarded to the Planning Commission and now to this board. Some comments do not raise significant environmental issues. So a master response was prepared to address many comments unrelated to environmental issues. The county is also not required to devote significant resources attempting to study comments that are opinion or fall outside of the scope of environmental review. Master Response 9 also addresses the level of detail required in an EIR in response to comments requesting additional information for environmental analysis, where there have been technical studies prepared. I'll cite CEQA Guidelines Section 15151, which states that an EIR should be prepared with sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligently takes account of environmental consequences. This document does satisfy that requirement.
Master Response 7 is related to the intake of biological productivity, specifically salmonoids and other marine species. This image here shows a fish larvae circled in white, which is swimming close to an intake screen. This is an image of a 2 millimeter operating screen with a water intake velocity of 0.5 feet per second. This is an example. This is not what will be used for the project. Design criteria in the National Marine Fisheries Service guidance exceeds the requirements in federal regulation for minimizing impingement and entrainment under the Federal Clean Waters Act. This is applied to the cooling of intake structures, regulating of power plant intake cooling systems, and desalination plants. This is being applied to the project. Both federal and state regulations require a maximum through screen velocity of 0.5 feet per second to meet compliance with standards for minimizing these impacts. The project intakes are designed to operate at 0.2 feet per second or less through screen velocity. With regard to Dungeness crab studies, referenced and attached in the EIR show that it is unlikely that large numbers of Dungeness crab larvae would be subject to entrainment. The larvae that may occur within the vicinity of the intake are too large to be entrained by the 1 millimeter openings to the screen.
Commenters also expressed concern about fish feed, including the composition and potential feed contaminants and pathogens in the feed and their impact on the environment. Use of marine-derived ingredients in the feed and the amount of feed used and potential GHG impacts are also brought up as concerns. The response to this is that there have not been any impacts related to feed identified in the EIR. Most of the concerns are related to why this may happen with the effluent from the site, and that's addressed under marine discharge. The composition of feed can change over time, and feed ingredients and finished feed are subject to strict regulations under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, and to ensure that they are not dangerous to feedstocks, pose a threat to human health, or cause damage to the environment. Greenhouse gas emissions associated with feed is beyond the scope of CEQA analysis. The facility producing the feed has been permitted and analyzed in its location. The EIR makes reasonable data-based assumptions regarding the quantity of food expected to be utilized by the facility and fully analyzes, discloses, and mitigates the environmental impacts associated with the project. Commenters have also raised concerns about waste handling. Some requested additional information on location of waste disposal, GHG concerns, and local reuse opportunities. Recology has provided the project with a capacity to serve letter Sludge and filtrate will be recycled as compost and other uses such as fertilizer and biogas. Processing and handling of filtrate at the facility will take place in completely enclosed buildings. This allows odors and incidental spills to be contained and managed without any significant environmental impact.
There was one substituted mitigation measure. This was Bio 6A mitigation for longfin smelt. Mitigation for longfin smelt was determined due to the potential impact of entrainment through the use of the Seawater intakes. Pile removal was initially proposed as a mitigation for this California listed species. The ideology behind pile removal is that by removing creosote-soaked pilings at the Kramer Dock location, it would largely benefit water quality and bay ecosystems within this vicinity, which would in turn benefit longfin smelt adult species and their species populations as a whole. We did receive comment from Fish and Wildlife expressing concerns that this mitigation did not address the appropriate life stage for the longfin smelt, which is being impacted. Impacts would be to larval longfin smelt, and therefore pile removal in open water may not fully mitigate for the impacts to this juvenile species. CDFW recommended that we implement habitat creation in the form of spawning and rearing habitat within fresh or brackish waters of Humboldt Bay. Mitigation for longfin smelt has been substituted to reflect habitat creation on a one-to-one basis, utilizing formula for area required per adult spawning female and the egg production per female. Longfin smelt are known to spawn and rear within fresh and or brackish waters of Humboldt Bay. This mitigation requires habitat creation within these fresh and brackish waters. This does not change or alter the findings within the EIR because the net benefits would be as a result of habitat creation for a species that has been identified to be impacted, whereas there is no impact to habitat as outlined in the EIR. On July 28th, the Planning Commission received public hearing, which was a presentation from staff, the Harbor District, and Nordic Aqua Farms. 64 public comments were received both in person and via Zoom. Public comment was closed during this time, and deliberation for a decision was continued to August 4th. Recommendation to the Planning Commission was for approval and certification on a basis of this being a principally permitted coastal dependent industrial use, that all environmental impacts were mitigated to less than significant, that this would benefit public health and safety and the remediation and cleanup of an existing brownfield site, and that it proves conformance with the local coastal plan, the Humboldt Bay Area Plan. On August 4th, 2022, the Planning Commission action certified the environmental impact report, approved the coastal development permit and special permit record number 16698, and adopted resolutions 2288 and 2289. A timely appeal was received. This was received on August 18th, 2022 from joint appellants Humboldt 350, Redwood Regional Audubon Society Chapter, and the Humboldt Fisheries Marketing Association. This outlined an overall point raised by the applicant and an additional 15 points raised by the appellants. Pardon me. Director Ford?
Thank you. The first appeal, or the first measure that was identified in the appeal, is that the EIR understates the impacts. And what I'd just like to point out is the purpose of CEQA is to disclose what the potential impacts are and to mitigate those to the extent feasible. All impacts, all potential impacts have been identified. It does allow for disagreement between experts. So it is anticipated in CEQA that there could be arguments between experts, and it is then up to the decision maker to decide whether or not the arguments that are presented in the EIR are appropriate or not. In this particular case, we have a lot of people who disagree with the conclusions of the EIR, but not necessarily with substantial evidence to demonstrate that the EIR is incorrect. And that really is what CEQA calls for, is substantial evidence. There is a lot of study, there is a lot of work that has gone into the findings within the EIR. So the first item on the appeal is the FEIR erroneously identifies that emissions from fish feed do not need to be counted under CEQA. And the thrust of this seems to be is to expand the analysis of the greenhouse gas emissions to include fish feed. And there is this idea around the international community that GHG should be analyzed as part of aquafarms, but that is really not something that's done in CEQA. That's called a life cycle analysis. This EIR did follow accepted practice in terms of evaluating GHG emissions and also greenhouse gas emissions associated with energy use. The second item was that the FEIR erroneously identified that there are 0 emissions from electric consumption. And I just want to point out that there's probably a little bit of confusion here, because in the DEIR there was the understanding that it was a non-zero carbon assumption that was used in modeling the greenhouse gas emissions. But the DEIR, as it was refined and the condition was added relative to the non-carbon renewable power sources, does make the point that it would be appropriate to evaluate this with 0 carbon. But the DEIR is still the record that stands that identified what the greenhouse gas emissions would be. There was also a comment about refrigerants and the need to analyze that, and just like to point out that refrigerants are used within closed systems. A high level of impact would assume that there's leaks. In the current regulatory environment, refrigerants are highly regulated, and it would be wrong to assume that there would be a large number of leaks in a brand new system that's being designed under current standards. Also concerned that the FEIR uses inappropriate methods to calculate GHG impacts for truck vehicle miles traveled. And really, the VMT calculation used industry standard, the GHG calculations used industry standard. This is thoroughly explained in the DEIR. Concern expressed was that the no project alternative wasn't identified as not having environmental impacts. In fact, the DEIR and FEIR do identify that the no project alternative has no additional environmental impacts, basically being the equivalent of the environmentally superior alternative. The problem with the no project alternative is that it does not achieve the objectives of the applicant. And part of those objectives are to clean up a site, to address the brownfield condition of a site, and to develop a recirculating aquaculture facility. Also expressed that the FEIR did not consider a small project or a multi-phase project, and what CEQA calls for is a reasonable range of alternatives. And one of the things that we did receive prior to finalizing the EIR is confidential information, which CEQA does allow, that it's not financially feasible to do a smaller project. There is a lot of cleanup associated with this site. And so to reduce the project takes the ROI to a point where it's not worth doing. And we have reviewed that. We do believe that that is true. Also under the alternatives is that no alternative was identified at mitigating environmental effects than the proposed mitigation that's identified in the DEIR. There's also some concerns that the FEIR did not include consultation with federal agencies under the Environmental Species Protection Act. And I would just like to point out that one of the things the county really set an objective of doing was to do a lot of consultation with regulatory agencies, with responsible agencies, with trustee agencies we actually spent a lot of time with the Coastal Commission, CDFW. We met with the National Marine Fisheries Service. We met many times with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and the DEIR really reflects the outcome of those meetings. And even the revised mitigation measure for longfin smelt that was identified earlier is a reflection of those meetings. It is a reflection of what the California Department of Fish and Wildlife really thought needed to be done. Also identifies that the FEIR fails to evaluate potential effects of using 10 million gallons of salt water a day. And the impacts have been identified. It is disclosed. There is concern relative to the loss of production within the bay. And that is something that the California Coastal Commission will take a look at in their permitting. And that is acknowledged within the EIR, and that is also identified that there will be impacts associated with providing that mitigation. The habitat creation that's identified and evaluated in terms of removing the pilings from the Kramer dock reflects the understanding that there will be impacts associated with recreating habitat, and that is evaluated. It's also important to recognize that the design of the project goes beyond what the National Marine Fisheries Service requires, which is 1.75 millimeter openings. This is proposing 1 millimeter openings. So the design of the project, evaluation of the project have taken into account and paid serious attention to what the potential impacts of using 10 million gallons of salt water taken from the bay would be. Also, there's a comment that the FEIR is using a piecemeal approach, and if anything, the EIR was really written to avoid what is considered piecemealing. Normally, piecemealing is when you exclude portions of a project and evaluate certain portions to not have to address certain environmental effects. Well, in reality, what this EIR did was it took the land-based portion of the project, it added in the seawater intake, it added in the outfall, and evaluated everything associated with the project, even though the county has no authority to approve the intake and has no authority to approve the outfall. Those are Coastal Commission, Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers permits that need to be issued. So this is anything but piecemealing. It's not piecemealing. Also concerned with the fact that the only 3 alternatives were identified in the EIR relative to seawater intake. And one of those was an offshore intake that would go out into the Pacific, and Cade addressed these earlier, so I won't spend a lot of time with those just in the sake of time. There was also concern about the food sources, and that it's not a part of the project, and there is a lot to be said relative to food, but this project does not propose to develop the food source. This project proposes to purchase food and purchase feed from another source, from a source that presumably is already in existence, so there's no additional environmental effect associated with that. It would be a little bit like having a grocery store evaluate the dairy associated with the sale of milk. In terms of the overall appeal determination, there is no abuse of discretion on the part of the Planning Commission in approving this unanimously. There's no warrant for overturning the approval, and the project is in compliance with the Humboldt Bay Area Plan, and we do find that there are findings that would support approval of the coastal development permit and the special permit. Also, just appeal response to number 12, their claim that there was a lack of data relative to the impacts associated with the water outfall. And there was modeling that was done. The modeling revealed, as Mr. McNamara mentioned, that there would be a high temperature, high salinity, everything else would be in conformance, but the mixing area associated with the diffuser is well in compliance with the ocean plan. And we've had robust discussions with the regional board about that. Coming then to the letters that were submitted, there was an additional letter after the appeal that was submitted by 350 Humboldt. And a lot of these were the same issues that were raised in the appeal, and so I won't go back through them all again. That was out of sequence, I'm sorry. So the concern with appeal response number 13, the risk to wild basically salmonid populations. And it's really important to understand that the effluent coming out of this facility will be treated. It will be screened multiple times. The water will be cleaned, solids will be removed. 99% of suspended solids are removed, 90% of the nitrogen is removed. And then probably more importantly is that prior to release, it does receive a UV treatment, which would kill the pathogens of concern. And one of the things that has consistently come up is the concern with the outfall and hazardous algal blooms and the concerns that those come up with the moleic acid. And that is a concern relative to the fisheries, to the crab fishery. And that is something that occurs naturally. And the concern is whether or not this project would contribute to that or exacerbate that problem. And so one of the things that has been found is the project will not contribute to that. But the applicant agreed, in order to address this concern, that they would do baseline sampling before they started to emit any water, any effluent, is that they would establish what the baseline is in the Pacific Ocean at the outfall. And then the additional monitoring at the outfall. And these this is monitoring beyond what the NPDES permit requires. And so as Mr. McNamara mentioned, this would go on 3 years after the project the second phase of the project is operational. Then there's the concern with the seawater intake, and what we see here is that there are some things that were brought up that were not identified as impacts. The area of production forgone is something that's evaluated by the California Coastal Commission. That is not something that is a CEQA analysis. The habitat, loss of habitat, impacts to endangered species is what CEQA focuses on. So it is appropriate under CEQA to allow another agency to take a look at something that they're going and refer to that, and that is essentially what we're doing here, and the DEIR is recognizing that is something that the Coastal Commission will be evaluating as part of their review of the seawater or saltwater intake. Then I just wanted to identify that there was a letter from M.R. Wolf. And one of the things that their overall thrust seems to be that the EIR failed to respond to substantial comments from resource agencies and others with required facts and analysis. We strongly disagree with that. They use as examples the comments from CDFW relative to fish escape. And I'd just like to summarize briefly what the FEIR describes. It describes what a fish would have to go through in order to escape from the facility. First, it has to get through a screen that's in the tank. Then it would have to go through a mechanical filter that has a mesh of 20 to 50 micrometers. Then it has to go through 2 different screens that are above and below a biological filter that contain beneficial bacteria. Then it would have to go through a double membrane at the sump pump. Then it would have to go through a double membrane at the central pump. Then before the water's leaving the facility, it would have to go through a 0 escape probability barrier membrane that is where the UV radiation is applied. And so there are 6 different, and I think a total of 9 in that, membranes that a fish would have to get through to escape. All of the tanks are inside. The fish, from the time they come into the facility until they leave, are never outdoors. There's no outdoor transfer of fish from one tank to a boat. There's no delivery of eggs from boat to the site. There's no tanks that are outside next to the bay for fish to accidentally get dropped and flop into the bay. In fact, it was pointed out that a study that was done between 2010 and 2018 in Norway found that 93% of the fish escapes were related to net pin operations. 7% of the escapes were related to smelt being transferred from a tank into a boat. And so that is not what this facility is. When these fish are transferred between tanks, it's done by underground tank. So they come in, the only time they're outside is when they're carried from a van into the facility in specialized containers. The FEIR even evaluates what would happen if that container were dropped and broke open on the pavement, exposing an egg to the atmosphere, to the light, which would probably kill the egg. It would be cleaned up, by the way, very rapidly. The only other time the fish will be outside is after they've been filleted and are transported to market. So I mean, we use words like, never use an absolute. This is as close to an absolute as can be in terms of there not being escape. They identify that the FEIR did not respond to the biochemical presence. And one of the things that EIR did is clearly identify in the response to comments that the fish are harvested before they reach sexual maturity, so they're not emitting hormones or pheromones, and then also did identify through a doctor who studies this that the study that was identified, one of the comment letters from one of the agencies, was not really applicable to this particular operation. It did identify that the operations and maintenance plan would be developed as part of the approval of the water intake. CDFW did ask for an entrainment and entrapment study for all the different alternatives. That was not done, and that was not done primarily because the other alternatives were found to be infeasible. In terms of the comment relative to the Coastal Commission phasing, that is relative to a comment that was made by the Harbor District in terms of what their phasing operation is. That has nothing to do with the analysis of the EIR. And then the requirement for the GHG analysis to evaluate greenhouse gas emissions, because that's what the international community does, is really adding a new dimension of analysis to CEQA that is not within the common practice currently of CEQA. And then obviously feedstock, making the comment that feedstock should be included within the project description. This project does not propose to produce feedstock. Then there was a letter, another letter, subsequent letter from Humboldt 350. I think I mentioned that just a moment ago. And so I think we're at a point where we're at the end of our presentation. We are recommending that you adopt the findings of fact, certify the EIR, deny the appeal, approve the coastal development permit, and I'm sorry, I have the switch. There it is. And approve the coastal development permit and special permit subject to the conditions of approval. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. No, don't worry about it. I mean, we're trying not to clap. I even heard Supervisor Bohn say no. So, but thank you. Just, we do this little thing like this. I know it's not so much fun. But at this point, are there any questions that any of the board members do have for staff at this time? Okay, I offered the opportunity. So this would be the opportunity for the appellant. So I know Mr. Chandler's here somewhere in his team. Just a reminder, you'll have 30 minutes, and there'll be a visual clock behind on the screen. So it will.
I don't, yeah. Good morning, Supervisors.
Yeah, if you want, you could probably sit at that table too.
it's-
Either way, but if you
Yeah.
want more than one person up with you at the time, so just
Just thinking about Supervisor Madrone's family and sending good thoughts his way. My name's Brendan Sims. I'm a board member of Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association and Trinidad Fishermen's Association. I've been commercial fishing for over 22 years. I'm a resident and homeowner in Humboldt County. There are other board members and fishermen here that are concerned about the Nordic project. Could you guys raise your hand, please? We've been following Nordic Aqua Farms since they first came to town over 3 years ago. In that time, the creators and representatives, Eric Heim and Marianne Ness, have left Nordic Aqua Farms to create a new company that proposes smaller scale RAS aquaculture facilities. Partially because the scale of this proposed project has too big of an impact on the local community. This departure from Nordic should be an eye-opener for all the people with the power to approve or deny this project. This proposed project has consumed a huge amount of HFMA's donated time and energy to do research and go to countless meetings. The more we learn about this project, the more concerns we have. Commercial fishermen continue to oppose this project. The Nordic project has nothing but negative impacts to the commercial fishing industry, including but not limited to massive amounts of fish being dumped onto the wild fish markets, competition for the fish processing workforce, and a gargantuan carbon footprint when compared to wild source fish. Nordic's project is a total distraction away from repairing the natural systems that have produced food for the planet since life began. Fishermen's concerns have been magnified by the flawed EIR and that it takes an incomplete and piecemeal approach to the listings and evaluation of serious biological impacts to the surrounding offshore environments and to Humboldt Bay by the Nordic project. The Nordic project is totally dependent on one main resource, the availability and access to massive amounts of both fresh and salt water. No water equals no project. And yet the EIR makes light of the seriousness and magnitude of the Nordic project water demands, and by not including all aspects of Nordic's access and use of water. According to a description of the project, each year 3,650 million gallons of Humboldt Bay water will be pumped, filtered, heated or cooled, then used as a vehicle to remove and transport hundreds of thousands of pounds of biological waste generated by Nordic's fish back into the community ocean. HFMA continues to have serious concerns over the daily disposal of 12.5 million gallons of partially treated Nordic wastewater into the community Dungeness crab grounds off Samoa Beach. HFMA requires that the Nordic wastewater discharge permit be conditioned to require an independent, verifiable, and enforceable biological and viral waste monitoring program. This monitoring program will be conducted throughout the life of the Nordic project, or any and all later owner-operators, on a weekly basis to monitor all the components of the Nordic wastewater discharge. This wastewater discharging program should include at least these three things: monitoring the impacts of the wastewater's effect on harmful algae blooms like domoic acid, monitoring wastewater for salmonid viruses like PRV, which originated from Norwegian Atlantic salmon farms, as well as monitoring the movement and dispersal of the wastewater plume to ensure that Nordic's discharges are not re-entering Humboldt Bay marine ecosystem or nursery. Lastly, both Nordic Aquafarms and Humboldt Bay Harbor District are conditionally prevented from any and all aspects of influencing or participating in the Nordic wastewater discharge monitoring program. This program needs to be completely independent of these two applicants. HFMA opposes the sourcing of salt water from Humboldt Bay for the use of Nordic. Our concerns include the entrainment and take of millions of larval fish, invertebrates, and phytoplankton into the non-evaluated, non-permitted pump intake system advocated for by Nordic and the Harbor District. Nordic has clearly stated that saltwater pump intake responsibilities lie within the jurisdiction of the Harbor District. The Harbor District is incompetent and unreliable to operate any saltwater intake systems: Sea Woodley Island Marina, dredge purchase, field landing boatyard, Samoa pulp mill acquisition. HFMA requests/requires that Nordic and the County of Humboldt follow National Ocean and Atmospheric Administration's guidelines and source salt water from the ocean west of the Samoa Peninsula via an offshore water intake system. Nordic has an arrangement with the Harbor District for the use of the ocean discharge outfall pipe that was left over from the pulp mill operation. Nordic can insert a separate intake pipe into the outfall, pierce that outfall pipe at a sufficient distance away from the outfall diffuser, and source salt water relatively free of the larval fish and invertebrate population load in Humboldt Bay Nursery. We are representative of the future of commercial fishing industry, and we feel that if Nordic Aquaculture does not amend their EIR to account for our concerns, they will be threatening our way of life and the livelihoods of fishermen forever. I'd like to thank the supervisors for hearing our concerns. Thank you.
And thank you. And you have a next, is Jim next?
Good morning, Chair Bass and Supervisors. My name is Jim Clark, representing Red Region Audubon Society, a 501c3 public benefit nonprofit corporation. We have over 500 members in Humboldt, Del Norte, and Western Trinity counties. I'm a past president and currently Conservation Committee co-chair for our chapter. Our committee includes people with decades of professional experience in the natural sciences, including research, plan review, and project oversight. And you have that in your packet. I'm sorry about the dead links we previously sent to you. We have no paid staff, and we had to meet a deadline. Our chapter board of directors, myself included, have embarked on this path in an effort to help make the Nordic Aqua Farms California LLC's project a better fit for Humboldt County and less impactful to the environment. We believe that our comments on the draft environmental impact report were not adequately addressed in the final EIR. So we are compelled to appeal the Planning Commission's decision. The FER fails to adequately consider environmentally superior alternatives and does not provide information sufficient to guide good decision-making due to failure to provide adequate information for fair comparison of environmentally preferable alternatives. The use of inappropriate and incomplete information to justify findings of less than significant impacts. Repeated use of CEQA section 21002, that's the infeasibility section, to justify environmentally superior alternatives without supportive cost analysis. And we have vague standards for sampling of waste discharge to the ocean outfall and conflicting wastewater standards for dispersal modeling. The project's 10 million gallon per day seawater requirement is proposed to be supplied by a yet-to-be-permitted system installed in the Humboldt Bay as a separate project by the Humboldt Bay Harbor Conservation and Recreation District. Studies underway to assess the impact on lungfish smelt, a protected species, will not be complete until April next year. Impacts on other plankton-sized organisms, the foundation of food for over 500,000 migratory shorebirds in Humboldt Bay estuary, were dismissed as not significant, but without scientific analysis. And as mentioned earlier, the National Marine Fisheries Service guidelines indicate that an offshore saltwater or seawater source is preferable. The offshore alternative was considered by the applicant to be infeasible and unsuitable due to, and I quote, presumed marine life in the intake zone. No evidence to support this presumption was provided. We are concerned about the implications of presumed conditions in any environmental impact report. The applicant has provided information that chilling is a major energy factor in this project. Offshore water temperature at the depth of a seawater intake would be colder and more constant than that of Humboldt Bay. A 1 degree Celsius temperature difference for 10 million gallons is equivalent to 4 megawatts. That's a lot of electricity. This potentially significant factor was not just ignored, it was completely overlooked. Why else would such a cost-saving opportunity not be fully explored? This lack of attention to detail and insight is not appropriate for an EAR, much less for a project of this scale. We think this should be fully evaluated for its energy savings potential. We expressed concern in comments in the DAR about negative environmental impacts of harvesting forage fish for fish feed. The FEIR used a table showing feeding efficiency using commercial feed, that is, feed to weight gain ratio, for common land-based meat sources compared to farm-raised unspecified fish and shrimp. Another feed conversion standard, called a fish in, fish out, a FIFO ratio, was used to demonstrate efficiency of the fish component of the fish feed. Neither of these standards relate directly to real-world environmental impact. We found peer-reviewed evidence that based on a 25% fish oil, fish meal in the fish feed, it would take about a 2.5 to 1 ratio. In other words, for every pound of fish food, admittedly dry and more concentrated, it would take a live catch of 2.5 pounds. We believe this risk is a risk of significant impact to seabirds and the marine environment and to people who depend on these fish as a primary source of protein. We appreciate the applicant's stated commitment to sustainability, but the complete picture of potential environmental impact of forage fish harvested should be provided to the public and decision makers. The global cumulative impacts on forage fish should be considered. We know of at least 2 other of these mega fish farms and many smaller land-based salmon farms being proposed or planned. There is currently a worldwide salmon boom occurring. In the rush to capture a rapidly growing market, we see the incentive to go big and go fast as creating a cumulative impact on forage fish and the marine ecosystem. We request that no wild-caught fish be used in feed for this project. Master Response 4 describes in some detail the control of disease and fish health within the farm, but does not explicitly describe how viral pathogens will be detected or prevented in the ocean outfall waste stream. The same standards as for farm fish should be used to protect marine life that inhabit the waters into which those wastes will be discharged. And we agree with the Marketing Association that there should be independent sampling of that wastewater. The applicant has applied for a 2-phase project under 1 permit. We have based our critique of the DAR and FEIR on the completion of full operation of both phases. The environmental impacts of approving only phase 1 would reduce the environmental impacts nearly by half. The economic benefits of phase 1, if approved, would be realized in the near term, but phase 2 benefits are less certain. Economic benefits should be conservatively based only on phase 1. Any decision of overriding benefit should be considered the speculative nature of phase 2. We therefore request the operating permit only be approved for phase 1 with preconditions on phase 2. Redwood Region Audubon Society accepts that not all impacts are feasible to fully mitigate and others are unavoidable. We do not accept this environmental report in which information is missing, incomplete, or irrelevant. Because of this, neither we nor the Planning Commission could know of actual potential environmental impact or comparative cost and benefits of environmentally preferable alternatives. We find the DAR and FEAR to be unacceptable. Our recommendations are what we believe will help make the FEAR CEQA compliant and provide accurate information to foster good decision-making. We want an amended EAR recirculated and resubmitted for approval by the Planning Commission. We also understand that other means of making this a better project could be additional operating permit conditions, such as adaptive management. We are committed to working with the applicant and the county to achieve a better project. Over the past 170 years, extraction of gold and timber have destroyed our rivers to the extent that only a token of the former thriving salmon population barely survives, depriving native people of their most important food source. This project, as described, would deplete wild fish stocks and seeks to externalize the negative environmental and human impacts to somewhere else. We reject that concept. The low bar for this project is meeting the minimum CEQA requirements. We, the citizens of Humboldt County, have an opportunity to raise that bar. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Scott, are you next? Or Dave? Okay, Daniel? Okay. Just want to make sure, get everybody.
Board members, thank you very much for hearing our appeal. I know we paid some money, but it's not a lot of money. And we did ask you to read a lot of stuff. Unfortunately, I have 10 minutes. We had 6, more than that actually, points. There's no way that we can rebut the county's comments and talk to you about what we think should be done to mitigate the problems. So we're just going to focus on what you could put into conditions that would ensure that the problems that were missed by the EIR are taken care of as much as possible. I'm Daniel Chandler. I have a PhD in sociology, so I think I am capable of analyzing the scientific information that we've presented. 350 Humboldt agrees with the analysis provided by attorney Mark Wolf under contract with the Audubon Society. Quote, the final environmental impact report prepared for the project is factually and legally deficient and fails to meet the standards for information disclosure and analysis prescribed by the California Environmental Quality Act. Among other points, Mr. Wolf's analysis demolishes the EIR's specious claim that fish feed emissions do not need to be considered. In short, the final EIR is not certifiable in its current form and should be redone and recirculated. However, board members are practical people. I think it comes with the job. And we want to give board members a practical way of addressing with permit conditions problems that should have been analyzed by what we think of as the fairy tale EIR. So here are our proposed mitigation measures or conditions. Emissions from fish feed. Nordic will be emitting between 80,000 and 191,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases at full build-out due to their use of 36,000 metric tons of fish feed annually. If fish grew on the air, there would be no emissions. These emissions cannot be eliminated by any salmon aquafarm, but they can be mitigated by conditioning the permit to require Nordic to fund an estuarine conservancy, like the Eel River Estuary Preserve, or any similar estuary preserve. How would this work? This is important. To be certified by the Aquaculture Stewardship Council, Nordic must certify annually, A, how much fish feed they used, B, what the greenhouse gas emissions embodied in that fish feed are, and C, thus the total greenhouse gases the aquafarm emitted. And this is particularly important because they have a choice of which fish feed to use. The difference between 80,000 greenhouse gas emissions and 191,000 is their choice of which fish feed to use. So that's why the ASC requires that this is accountable to the farm. And we have put in in our documents, we put in the sustainability practices that are required of the farms from ASC, and that's exactly what they say. So a permitting condition should require that the figure that Nordic reports to the ASC to compute a contribution, that figure will be used to compute a contribution that will sequester a significant amount of carbon dioxide. This contribution should be paid to estuarine conservancies to restore estuarine habitats along the coast of California. Nordic would be required to pay one of the prices I'm about to list for each metric ton of greenhouse gases they report to the ASC. There are a variety of ways that people count out how much damage is done by releasing CO2. So I'm going to list 4 of them, and we think that at least the bottom one should be applied in this case. In California, an allowance for 1 metric ton of CO2 costs $28 right now in the cap and trade system. In the US, the social cost of 1 metric ton of carbon is $51. This is a measure of the damage that a metric ton of carbon will cause as it increases warming. That's about to go up. In Canada, the social cost of carbon is $130 per metric ton. And in 2030 in Norway, it's going to be $237 per metric ton. That's certainly in the time frame of this project. We don't feel Nordic should pay less than what other large corporations in California, those regulated by cap and trade, pay for emitting carbon, $28 a ton. A second feed condition that we would request is that when it is available, and it's not now, Nordic be required to buy fish feed suitable for farm salmon that is totally plant-based, that is, which requires no forage fish as an input. This will ameliorate the worldwide unsustainable pace at which forage fish are being used to provide feedstock for salmon and other farmed fish predators. Our second condition has to do with the renewable electricity. Now, I hope you had a chance to look at the diagram from Peninsula Clean Energy, which is the CCA that Google's headquarters uses. They are, at this point, the only electric company in the country that has committed to 24/7 electricity. So mostly we buy a year of renewable. We say we're going to be renewable, so we're going to buy, if we're going to use 100,000 kilowatts, we're going to make those all renewable. But that doesn't deal with the 24/7 issue, which is different in every hour of every day, winter and summer. And the diagram that we put in shows that Peninsula, which has nominally already 100% clean energy, actually on a 24/7 basis has less than 50%. So that's the problem that we have here, that even though Nordic is committed to renewable energy, about half of it is going to be still from the turbines, the gas turbines. Google, Microsoft, and many companies working with the United Nations Carbon-Free Energy Compact are trying to address this mismatch. In Nordic's case, even if they buy from RCA's 100% renewable or buy renewable energy credits on the market, about 40,000 metric tons of CO2 will be released by the gas turbines powering the Humboldt Bay Generating Station at times when renewables are not available. We've checked with RCEA. They have no plans to offer 24/7 electricity the way it is being offered by Peninsula. However, there is an option. It's already available from one company. It's called Midwest Renewable Energy Tracking System. And this is time-based equivalents of renewable energy credits. These are called TACs, for time-based energy attribute certificates. In a couple of years, there will be an active market trading these certificates because there is a really big push among large companies and the UN to get this off the ground. Nordic should be required to buy TACs for every hour in every day in the year rather than an actual amount of renewables. Alternatively, the same contribution we talked about for estuarine conservancies could be applied to this 40,000 metric tons of emissions. Our third greenhouse gas issue is the emissions from transporting sludge to this, sludge is the fish waste, to the Central Valley for composting. A permitting condition should be serious attempts by Nordic to work with local forest and recycling organizations to create a composting facility as a local option with a report back to the first harvest, prior to the first harvest of fish, and a requirement that the fish waste be used locally if the planning department judges it feasible based on the report. This is not something that Nordic has contested. This is just something that needs to happen, and you can help make it happen. Emissions, this is our next one, emissions from 1.6 million miles annually of loaded diesel truck traffic. In this case, mitigation is simple. A permitting condition should be that zero emission trucks be used. Zero emission trucks with 19 metric ton capacity, which is what Nordic says they would use, are on the market now, and a new state incentive program was just announced in August. There are also incentive programs from the new IRA Act from the feds. An alternative to electric trucks is hydrogen. Because of the new Humboldt Transit Authority hydrogen buses and plans to connect all the way to the Bay Area, hydrogen fueling should be available by the time Nordic has product to sell. By 2028, green hydrogen will be available according to the HTA plans. Nordic should be required to have a zero emission truck plan before starting to import fish feed. Finally, our 6 points, emissions from high global warming potential refrigerants. Some refrigerants warm thousands of times more than CO2 itself. Using them does not cause problems. It is leaks and end-of-life release that causes problems. This could be solved easily if Nordic agreed to use natural refrigerants. For example, 70% of chillers already use ammonia with virtually no greenhouse gas release. So we prefer a condition that requires Nordic to use ultra-low global warming potential refrigerants. If this condition is not applied, and we know that Nordic will fight it tooth and nail because they have done so over 2 years that we've been asking for it without even providing any information about the refrigerant system in their Frederickstadt facility. The permit should, in that case, the permit should specify that regulations already passed by the California Air Resources Board apply to Nordic on the date that they go into effect. That is, if you issue a permit to Nordic in 2022, that does not exempt Nordic from requirements that will go into effect in 2025 or 2030 if they're already known and on the books. Secondly, the permit should specify that when the refrigeration, cooling, heating system is designed, Nordic must publish the refrigerants to be used, their amounts, their global warming potential, and the leak rates commonly agreed upon for each refrigerant in the equipment Nordic is planning. An annual report must list the emissions of refrigerants due to leaks at end of life for the whole facility. If these exceed 5,000 metric tons annually, they must be mitigated in the same way as our emissions from fish feed. Finally, I wanted to say just a little bit about how this whole thing could be taken down a bit, and that is, as was pointed out earlier, having a smaller size facility. You know, when Nordic started doing this, the market looked like it was possible that 25,000 metric ton fish farms were going to go. They're not going. They're not being invested in, and they don't need to be. Eric Heim and Marianne Ness are now selling 5 to 10,000 metric ton farms. So we think it's eminently possible, but we disagree with John Ford that it takes a facility that is 2.5 times as big as that's the biggest one in the world right now in order to make money. So we would really prefer that you permit a much smaller but still profitable firm. I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your deliberations.
Great, thank you, Daniel. I mean, we are at the end of your 30 minutes, so I'm not sure if Scott was part of your presentation.
I'm just standing up, thank you.
Okay, good. I was going to say, I was trying to figure out how to work this. Okay, thank you. And I did want to remind both sides, I hate to say sides, both applicant and appellant, that there will be an additional amount of time after public comment to add more if you forgot something or to clarify things. All right, thank you, Scott, for clarifying that. So any board members have any questions for any of the speakers we just had from the appellant? Apparently not. Oh, no, okay, not yet. All right, so the applicants, I know they're here if they'd like to present, or. Yeah, I see the Harbor District. I was looking, anyone who's part of this one probably wants to get up closer to the staff table. It makes it go more quickly. And then after this presentation, we will take a brief break.
Great. So I have
And you have the same 30 minutes, sir.
Okay, I will try not to use it. My name is Larry Otker. I'm the Executive Director of the Humboldt Bay Harbor Recreation and Conservation District. I have to get that right. And so I'm here to kind of give you an overview of the project and then let you know what the standard operating procedures are for getting permits that we have and what we've utilized in the past. The Harbor District has been working in cooperation with a whole variety of different agencies to revitalize the Samoa Peninsula. This is something we've been working on for the last 20 plus years. I've been working on economic development since 1997 in the county, and we've been working on ways to adaptively reuse infrastructure as opposed to looking at brownfield properties, and really establishing goals of reutilizing the industrial water line that goes in, the ocean outfall pipe, the saltwater intake systems, really all of these things that we can't do it alone. And so it's really as the agencies that work together to try to accomplish these things. And so we really outlined and said, look, wood products, aquaculture, broadband, and offshore wind are kind of the targeted opportunities that we have. And we looked at all the properties around the bay and said, where are the best places to do this? And aquaculture in particular, these upland areas, where are the places we could do those? And so where we were looking to do those are where the existing infrastructure is. That's what we quickly identified. Where is the existing infrastructure? And let's locate these industries adjacent to where those industries are. The County of Humboldt, Scott Adair and his team, we work really closely with them. And the county recently approved an infrastructure financing district that basically outlined this idea that if you take the revenue that's generated from these projects, that we can reinvest these things into other projects. And that's how we can get things accomplished. And so really what was analyzed is with the Nordic Aqua Farms, the offshore wind project, the town of Samoa, and these things, it will generate about $53 million over the life of the EFID, or about $2.5 million a year, that we can help to fund some of these improvements. And so we really looked at the ocean outfall pipe, the saltwater intake, the water distribution, wastewater treatment plant, all of these different pieces of big infrastructure of what do we need to do and how do they all sort of work together, because in the end of the day, one project cannot make these things work or not work. And so when we look at we developed an overall master plan for the Samoa Peninsula. We looked at this, we met with all the different property owners, commercial property owners in the Samoa Peninsula, and they all got together and signed a letter of support for our project. Green Diamond, Snyder, the Harbor District, Danco, all the Security National, all of these property owners basically got together and said, we need to work together to solve the infrastructure problems so we can start to adaptively reutilize some of this aging and dilapidated infrastructure that we have. So within the master plan, in the upper left-hand corners really is the broadband fiber optic cables, where those land. Right immediately to the right of that is the ocean outfall, the saltwater, the ocean outfall pipe, the saltwater intake system, the town of Samoa, the wastewater treatment plant. How do these things correlate and interrelate to each other, and how does that relate to the Nordic Aqua Farms project? So with aquaculture, the Harbor District and the county, we got funding from the headwaters and really looked at how can we increase aquaculture opportunities around the bay. And those were really, we looked at intertidal, which is Arcata, basically what you think of as like the Arcata Bay, the intertidal or subtidal, which is really as the main channel, which is in the deeper water, and then upland aquaculture facilities. And we worked together to try to develop, the intertidal with the oyster farms that are in Arcata Bay and the subtidal that are on the Samoa Peninsula. Reason why I'm really pointing these things out, because if you look at where those subtidal pre-permitting areas are, what you will see is the intake systems are actually right next to those, or actually inside of those aquaculture pre-permitting areas. They are directly right there where these aquaculture pre-permitting areas are. What this is this is included in the environmental impact report, which are where all of the existing bay water intake systems that we have in the bay. So we went through and we've got permits, a variety of different permits in there, and you'll notice that the Harbor District, we have our dredge dewatering, we have permits to use the existing RMT2 saltwater intake system to take 2.1 million gallons a day out of the existing Redwood Marine Terminal. We didn't go to the county to get the permits. We went to the Coastal Commission, the Water Quality Control Board, the Army Corps of Engineers. We did consultation with Fish and Wildlife and NOAA. We have the existing permits for those and all of these, and we looked at what was the mitigation requirements for each one of these individual permitting projects. What are the other users that are going to use this public infrastructure system? We're working with the College of the Redwoods to build an aquaculture innovation facility. We want the hagfish, some of these other operations. There's a whole variety of businesses that want to come to Humboldt County and really expand their operations because these saltwater intake systems and the ocean outfall pipes are really unique features. And so we have a variety of different companies that would like to do upland aquaculture, and it's really depending upon us getting this aquaculture saltwater intake system. When we look at the saltwater intake system and the bay water, 40 million gallons a day that goes to the Harbor District. These are critical pieces of infrastructure. We've been looking for people to use this infrastructure with Humboldt Bay Water District, the county, all of the agencies, the cities, everybody has been looking for years and years and years to try to find users for the industrial water line. The saltwater intake systems are existing and they're right there. And again, you can see directly to the north of there is the Taylor Mariculture Aquaculture Facility that currently has floating upwelling systems and is taking salt water up to the upland property right there at that existing location. When you look at the bay, and I'm not going to go too much into this, but basically there's about 42 billion gallons a day that are in the bay at high tide. At low tide, there's about 25 billion gallons a day. And so there's 4 tidal cycles that happen every day, and there's about 17 billion gallons a day that get recirculated every day in there. And so with that 12 million gallons a day, what we're really doing is we're taking about 3 million gallons a day per tidal cycle. What happens is the bay goes in and out and in and out and in and out. And what happens is it's not a bathtub. The second you take out that 3 million gallons a day, there's immediately 3 million gallons a day that comes right back in from the ocean. Immediately. There is no loss of water in the bay. There's no perception, no anything. It's just what happens. And at low tide, it's either coming down the streams or it's coming from those areas. There's makeup water that happens immediately the second you take out that water. It's just how the systems work. Within the ocean outfall, when it was constructed, these were major operations that took place, and there was a variety of people that worked on those projects when they came in. And so we look at this and we kind of outline what are the potential users of the ocean outfall that we have identified. And there's about 15 million gallons a day with the Nordic aquifers. And the reason why this is really critically important is because it's really expensive to maintain this infrastructure. We identified this infrastructure and it's super, super expensive. As was pointed out, the DG Fairhaven and the town of Samoa are currently the users. The DG Fairhaven is currently not in operation, and so they're not paying a fee to use the outfall. So right now, it costs the Harbor District about $147,000 a year. We have to do dive inspections, the biological inspections. All of these are required by the existing permits that we have from the State Lands Commission, Coastal Commission, Water Quality Control Board. And if we don't have users, then we're going to have to make up those fees from somewhere. And I'm not saying that we're going to increase those fees to equal the $147,000, but we have to have users for that ocean outfall in order to reduce the overall user fees for the other tenants. And so the town of Samoa has been approved. It has a brand new wastewater treatment plant that's in place. Brand new wastewater treatment plant received approvals through the exact same process that we're going here. The County of Humboldt approved an environmental impact report. They approved the coastal development permit. Then the applicant applied to the Water Quality Control Board and got the Coastal Commission permits to do the discharge out the outfall. The exact same process as we're doing with this one. And so when you look at this, the Board of Supervisors approved the expansion of wastewater treatment for the entire Samoa Peninsula. Within this project, what you're going to see is Nordic will come in, they'll get off of the leach field, stop the leach field discharge, and then very likely we'll be putting in the pump station that will go to the new wastewater treatment plant, and we'll really start the expansion of the wastewater treatment outside of the town of Samoa as it starts to go towards Fairhaven. This is how these infrastructure get correlated and how the overall benefits kind of work. The plans are basically to do, these have been in the works for a long time, is the Harbor District has a 730 kV photovoltaic system. We have a existing 20 megawatt substation. The plan with Nordic is to expand that to 25 megawatts. And really, in the end, is creating a microgrid. This is what we want to do. It's not here today. I can't tell you that it's going to be here today, but really the plan is to do that. And all this relates to this broadband fiber optic, where the broadband was approved, goes all the way over to Reading, and within the broadband, it lands right at our project. And so then, where's all this energy going to come from? How are you going to get this net zero energy? It's going to come from the Humboldt call area. By this year, is the feds are going to announce this call, 1.6 gigawatts, not megawatts, gigawatts is supposed to come out of the Humboldt Bay, another 3 gigawatts out of those. And then down the road, you're going to see somewhere in the area of around 6 from Cape Mendocino and Del Norte. This is where all this power is going to get, how we're going to get off these carbon-based fuels. And you can see these broadband cables go right directly through the ocean outfall pipe, or I'm sorry, through the offshore wind call area and land right at the Harbor District's property. And right next to where DG Fairhaven is, all of that infrastructure is all coordinated, planned, interrelated. These are not done by accident. It takes a lot of work to coordinate these facilities, and the county, the Harbor District, all these different agencies have been working on how do we solve this infrastructure problems that we have. We did this whole master plan. I'm not going to go over all of these things, but the Secretary of Interior was here and really kick-started this offshore wind thing. This is going to happen. It's ready to go. In April, the Coastal Commission, or I'm sorry, this is the Coastal Act. What it says specifically about Humboldt Bay, we need to modernize. The Coastal Act says we need to modernize and construct necessary facilities. In April, with the offshore wind, we were asked to give a presentation, the Harbor District, and it said, look, Humboldt Bay, you're expected to see significant port infrastructure that's going to happen in the next couple of years associated with the offshore wind, and we need to work to make sure that we're protecting the aquaculture industry, the fisheries, and these other industries as this new industries reinvest into Humboldt Bay. And so the pulp mill, we all look at the pulp mill today, what it is today, but this is basically what most people look and think about the pulp mill. And you look at all the cars that were sitting in there, how many people were working, how many people were employed. You know, a lot of people look at the smoke, the emissions that came out of there, the smelling of it. You know, I used to run all the time in Eureka. We all have experiences with the pulp mill, good, bad, indifferent. And there was a lot of people that lost their jobs. It was a huge, huge impact on the community. When the Harbor District acquired the property, we had a vision. We worked together to do a vision within the community to create a vision of kind of a national marine research facility. And if you look at that vision, you look out and you see wind turbines off in the horizon. You look at the aquaculture, using a renewable energy. All of these different things that we looked at, this is the vision that we all charted, and it takes a significant amount of infrastructure in order to make these things happen. When the Harbor District acquired the property, again, we worked with the County of Humboldt, and we did a complete mill infrastructure analysis. And we looked at what were the best ways that you can adaptively reutilize all of the infrastructure that's out at the pulp mill. And we looked at the saltwater intake. You know, you look at the saltwater, it specifically says we have existing coastal development. This was in 2017. We have existing coastal development permits to use the saltwater intake. The Harbor District we did a mitigated negative deck when we acquired it. We went to the County of Humboldt, and we've acquired a series of different permits that allows aquaculture to be used on the property and to reutilize and maintain the existing infrastructure on the Samoa Peninsula. Well, these are things that we immediately did in cooperation with the county and the other jurisdictions. Was how do we adaptively maintain and use this industry and keep it in a condition so that when an industry comes, then it can be turned around and reutilized. And so this is really where we're at with the Nordic Aqua Farms as our anchor tenant. We really look at the Nordic Aqua Farms as the anchor tenant. One of the projects that we did with the County of Humboldt is that we said, if you look at all of these coastal dependent industrial properties around the bay, we've never been able to use them because of the zoning. The restrictions are so limited that you can only do coastal dependent industry. So we worked together and amended the local coastal plan to allow interim uses. And we went and we said that if you allow us to do these interim uses, then we will try to generate some revenue so that we can use that specifically to attract these coastal dependent industries that the coastal plan and everybody wants to do. Again, this is this vision that we've been working together to accomplish of how do we work together to solve these big, huge problems that we have, and basically stabilize the amount of discharge that's going out the outfall to keep it open, keep those ports open, to help to reduce the user rates for the wastewater treatment plant and these other pieces, increase the tax revenues for county schools, the roads, all of these different things. How do we increase these and then clean up the property, the brownfield contamination, and create these clean, green, modern industries so that we can adaptively reutilize all of this infrastructure instead of going out, cutting down the forest, building a brand new site, and basically building all the infrastructure from scratch. It's much harder to adaptively reutilize these sites than it is to do a brand new brownfield site. But the reality is there's a lot more infrastructure, and that's not what the zoning and other things really call for. And so therefore, the Harbor District strongly supports this project, and we intend to move forward with the remaining permits with the Coastal Commission, Water Quality Control Board, Fish and Wildlife, and the other entities. And so thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Are there any others that are part of the applicant's presentation, I believe?
Lastly, I'm sorry, I wanted to just say that this is the intake screen, and so the 1 millimeter intake screen, and this is really what we're talking about the larvae are too small to go through the intake screen.
All right, thank you. And so you'll have about 12 minutes left, just as a reminder. And then, of course, there is opportunity later after public comment to add anything you might not get to.
Up here to start. Okay.
So Nikki, there's 12 minutes, 50 seconds left. Is that, it just disappeared from the stream? Okay.
Maybe I can introduce myself while that's being pulled up.
Can I clarify that I have quite a few. So is yours titled Nordic PowerPoint Final, or is it Nordic BOS? BOS presentation. Okay, thank you.
Actually, why don't we wait till she pulls it up, just so the timing and everything.
You got that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before I begin, this is Brenda Chandler. I represent Nordic. I'm their interim CEO and CFO. First, allow me, I would like to start with this statement. We'd like to begin by acknowledging that our proposed projects sit on the land of the Wiyot peoples, who include the Wiyot tribe, Bear River Rancheria, and Blue Lake Rancheria. Wiyot peoples continue to remain in relationship to these lands. They are the principles of not only the history of this area, but also in continuing knowledge of this place. We recognize that as we move forward in this place and this land, our responsibility is not limited to this acknowledgement. We will strive to do our part in its stewardship and appreciate the continuing guidance of the Wiyot people. So I wanted to sort of put this into perspective. There are two significant megatrends that's going on in the world today. You'll see in the orange, these are the marine fisheries that pretty much have flattened out since the 90s. And what has taken its place is aquaculture. Also, globally as well, is there's a significant imbalance in trade. The majority of seafood is actually imported into the U.S. We have an opportunity to begin a new trend. Why not make seafood production more local for food security, replace the imports, and reduce our overall CO2 impact? So salmon is among the fastest growing seafood products in the U.S. as discussed. Most of it is imported. The seafood deficit is over 90% and growing. Fish is displacing other sources of protein. Samoa was carefully selected for reusing existing key infrastructure, will restore a defunct facility, create efficient operations while being close to consumer markets. We are values-driven, dedicated and competent management team with experience from aquaculture and technology, including engineering, construction, operating and selling fish from land-based systems. Why Nordic? Why Nordic? Here in this place and in this community, we are about sustainable aquaculture. It's our solution. A solution to providing healthy protein in an environmentally sound, balanced way. Demand for food is growing. Nordic can meet this demand sustainably using on-land recirculating aquaculture process. In this place, your place, Nordic fits. Our commitment to the environment, the community, and the people who work here is steadfast. We have assembled a team of experts and have a solid foundation of operating 2 farms and 1 hatchery today, having designed and built one from the ground up already, while the other farm, the original farm, is undergoing a phase 2 expansion as we speak. This is our foundation. We began in 2014. Our first commercial location in Denmark, both a farm and a hatchery. Next, we built the third for our Fredrikstad farm and using RAS technology. Our design team has experience with not only Nordic, but also with other major seafood providers, as you can see in the timeline there. Fredrikstad and Sashimi Royal are both ASC certified, while Fredrikstad holds both Global GAP and ASC. As part of our startup, we will adopt a third-party certification as well and are taking those steps to prepare for that future framework. Fredrikstad produces fish for the European market, while yellowtail is being produced at the Danish farm. Our team in the U.S., we have best in class with extensive aquaculture technology, as well as construction and development of large projects. We have an office now in Samoa at the site of the future farm. We thought it better to be closer to that land that we'll be renovating and reinvigorating into the future farm. We have on-site project management person here. He's located and supported by the rest of the U.S. team. It should be said that there are a finite number of experienced RAS farmers in the world, and we are proud to say we have a significant amount of them in the U.S. and in the Nordics. So you may wonder why we selected Samoa for our West Coast RAS farm. It's simple. It's a nice place to live and to work, and attributes are many, including fitting into the Harbor District's long-standing plan. There is good and plentiful water here, the fresh and salt water, cool enough and at a temperature that is optimal for our fish, and minimal temperature regulation, and existing infrastructure that can be reused. California has a progressive renewable energy policy and progressive sustainability norms that aligns with our own sustainability goals. We are within drivable population centers, enabling fresh product to be delivered to regional customers. Likewise, Nordic is ideal for Samoa and Humboldt County. With our commitment to the environment and our community, Nordic will safeguard the water used on the farm with industry-leading water quality standards. Ultrafiltration, already discussed, will remove 99% TSS, BOD, and phosphorus, with biofiltration to remove total nitrogen to at least 90%, which is best in class. Further, as you know, salmon can live in salt or fresh water. We have specifically chosen the more plentiful salt water to grow salmon after smolt, minimizing the use of freshwater supply. Freshwater will be used in our hatchery, processing, and for sanitary use on the farm. Nordic will be seeking downstream partners for co-products, utilizing our waste streams and avoiding landfills. Further, during construction, much of the old infrastructure will be reused. Nordic's proximity to regional markets mean product will arrive days earlier. That will increase the shelf life and reduce food waste. Nordic will operate the farm on 100% renewable and non-carbon energy, further voluntarily sourcing locally where feasible. And equally important, installing 15 acres of rooftop solar. In the community already, Nordic has shown its openness and willingness to listen and adopt as many of the concerns that were voiced as possible. Our philosophy is to approach environmental and social goals with balance, not chasing one at the expense of another, but seeking an equilibrium among the many aspects and interests that make our world more vibrant. This is not an insignificant feat. The site will be remediated, so before Nordic can build, the site has to be prepared. The good news is a fair amount of the material can be used and some recycled. The outfall intake, industrial water supply line, power infrastructure will be refurbished and reused, not to mention the road is already designated for industrial use. Steel will be recycled, concrete, brick, and other aggregate crushed and used for ground densification to enhance the ground beneath our foundations. Any contaminants will be remediated, including asbestos, lead, and soils. The aged stormwater system will also be replaced. And in the end, the site will be cleaner, more modern, and fit better into this land. This is a picture of what it looks like today from looking across the bay, and what it would look like in the future. So you just basically get a much reduced sightline with more modern buildings. Turning to our community, we heard you. We have gone above and beyond, in some cases, tried where we can to include your requests in commitments to you where feasible. Met with the community, agencies, NGOs. Some examples are 100% renewable and non-carbon energy, additional marine monitoring, commute and alternatives and incentives, maximizing and prioritizing local labor, development programs, internships, collaboration. We've spent many days in meetings with you and collecting your feedback. our quote is on the bottom here, quite important. Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, and working together is success. You might wonder what the future will hold for employees and community partners after permitting. We think you need to do good to be good. Our involvement will continue. You'll see us through volunteerism, sponsorships, giving programs, and supporting where we can. Employees will be treated well and work in an atmosphere of collaboration, open communication, and teamwork. We want to be the employer and the neighbor everyone is proud of. Learning is another core value that we want to share, to not only share our experiences, but also to foster interesting and lifelong teachable, memorable moments for students. Additionally, fostering further education in aquaculture helps us and the student be prepared for the workforce in an aquaculture career, but also to aid in research and development with collaboration with higher education to make improvements in the field and industry for years to come. Apologize, I'm going so fast. A number of positions are estimated, 150 positions. This does have a significant magnitude to the community. We're estimating that we're in excess of $9 million worth of pay and benefits. From a fish farmer to finance, it is envisioned the farm will handle all its administrative operational needs. The maintenance on the site will have, and all of those needs will be met locally from the workforce here. And this, of course, does not include the employment during the construction process. So further in development would be any upstream and downstream industries that can develop and be partners with Nordic in the future. There's direct economic benefits. There's indirect from businesses increasing their goods and services. There's business employees creating direct, indirect impacts in their household incomes are spent on everyday necessities. It basically creates a significant economic advantage. So I ask again, and our team hopes that you agree that Nordic Aqua Farms is the best fit for Humboldt County. From our strong foundation and experience to our commitment to sustainable, balanced environmental and social values and delivery of a fresh, sustainable produced food in the West. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brenda. And that was your 30 minutes, and I didn't know if these guys were planning on talking, or, okay, they're just part of the team.
Questions.
Okay, good. I was sitting there going, let me
Just in
think.
case there's questions.
Are there any questions at this point for the applicant? No? All right, thank you. There'll be plenty of opportunity. Supervisor Wilson? Oh, no, you're just moving your microphone. I'm watching the stuff. All right, so I think we're good.
Good.
So at this point, I did say we would take a brief break, so come back at 11:30, and then we'll go to public comment on those who are on the phone. So if you are listening to this meeting, you should press star 9 now so that we know that you are there, and then we will take the public comment when we come back from those that are calling in. Okay. So now we're going to go to the public comment portion for those who are calling in. And just a reminder for anyone, if you do want to speak, press star 9 to raise your hand. Several people have, so we've got about 10 so far in the queue, so thank you for doing that. Do not press star 9 twice, because that could be a problem. When you are speaking, you'll have 3 minutes, and when you have 30 seconds left, you will hear a sound. I think, Nikki? Hold on. You'll hear, let's just put it this way, you'll hear a tone at 30 seconds, which basically means you have 30 seconds to wrap up because it is a very strict timeline, so everyone has the same amount of time as everybody else. So don't be offended if for some reason you don't get to finish all of your thoughts. So I'm going to go start with 2548, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we're going to go 2548 followed by 6821. If you are 2548, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll have your 3 minutes. Whoops, hold on just a moment. Hold on. We've got a problem with our sound. Sorry about that. Don't go away. Uh-oh. We need, sorry, will you make sure that those two speakers are still in the first lineup when we get back? Because I don't see it on here. All right, so apparently we have an IT issue because we could not hear what was being said. Yeah, depends where you were at. So, yeah, what? We can't hear a thing you're saying, so we're going to give you a do-over once we figure this out. A do-over. I did, but I did tell people that wanted to speak in the afternoon that we would not start till afternoon. So if you'd like, we can start in here and then go there, but I would hesitate to go back and forth. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. I'm not going to go back and forth. I guess we could get as far as we could. I just don't want people to miss their opportunity because this is going a little bit sideways. Yeah. Is there a sign-up list that is out there, I think?
Yes.
Okay. I like the attentive audience. This is great. I think our CAO is going to bring it up here. So in case we do decide to go that route for part of the time, we will. The joys of hybrid. So, Nikki, my question is for you while you're trying to figure this out. If we do public comment in here, I mean, I'm not sure if you have to have your computer on, off, or what you're trying to
No, so
accomplish.
if you're doing it in here, the computer is on, it's just something's going on with the connection. So if we take the in-person speakers, we're fine.
We'll do part of them because I did offer an afternoon.
Right.
So we'll see, once we get the system figured out and fixed, let me know. But
Once they come in, I'll let you know if we actually need
We've
to
got
stop.
plenty to last until afternoon anyway, because afternoon seriously is only 20 minutes away. So, all right, change in plans. We will come back to those on the phone. And we do have, when I call your name, if you could please stand up at the side of the room. Yes. We're not going to get through this before noon. I can guarantee you that. So I'm going to call 3 names at a time to stand at the side of the room. Then when you come forward, you'll have your own 3 minutes. But I do want people to be ready that when I call your name to get up and stand at the side of the room so we can be fairly quick about this, hopefully. We'll see how that goes. The first couple of speakers that we have, the first 3, we've got Diane Ryerson, John Schaefer, and David Sopjes. I probably messed up your name. So Diane, you're first, followed by John. And if John's not here, we will come back to him because I know he went outside. So.
Well, I still get to say good morning, supervisors. Diane Ryerson from Arcata. The reliability of transporting fish out and fish food into Humboldt County using highways can be affected by 2 factors. 1, sea level rise amplified during high tides, especially king tides, and/or atmospheric rivers dumping a lot of rain in a short time period. The second factor is landslides associated with our local geology. I'm wondering if Nordic has taken this into consideration and plans to fly fish food in and fish out when highways are impassable. I've been attending a special interest group class on sea level rise led by Aldron Laird, and I asked him during our September 15th class which parts of Highway 101 going south would get flooded more frequently between 2030 and 2060. The current estimate for sea level rise by 2060 is 1 meter. The answer was Broadway in Eureka, the Elk River Valley from Pearson's Hardware south to Humboldt Hill, just south of Humboldt Hill to King Salmon, and Fields Landing south to Table Bluff. Without adaptation measures, these 5 sections of Highway 101 will be underwater by 2060. I don't know which route Nordic will use to go north to Portland and Seattle, but either of the 2 routes will also have flooding problems associated with them. In the Coast Range, we have 2 kinds of hills, those that have slid and those that will slide. 60 years ago, when I was a college undergrad hiking in Norway, I didn't see anything like what we call blue goo, the weathering product of serpentinite, that parent material that oozes downslope covering highways or takes them for a ride downslope. I hope Nordic has plans for transportation disruption. If this Nordic project is approved, I support adoption of the permitting conditions advocated by the appellants. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Diane. I do not see John back in the room yet, so we'll go David Sopges, sorry again, followed by Jason Chipley. Everyone's writing's a little different, and then Chris Schneider. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and
Can you get closer to the microphone so we can hear you?
good morning, Chair Bass and Supervisors.
Hold on, one more thing, David. Just lift it up to you, closer to you. Yeah, we want to make sure you're on record. Okay.
Give her a little more time.
I'm like, what?
There.
3, oh yeah, she's going to put 3 minutes back on, and you have the 3 minutes, solid 3
Okay, we
minutes.
all set?
All right, I think we're all good.
Okay, good.
Don't, today the way it's going, it's hard to say.
Yeah,
No, we're
sure.
good.
Well, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I've been following this project for the 3 years that I've known about it, and I've been mostly doing research on the waste side of it. I never thought I'd be a poop expert, but there you go. I want to emphasize a couple of important aspects that have been brought forward about this project. The first one is that it's big. It's 17 times bigger than anything they've ever built or operated. The second thing is that it's, if you look at the biologic or biochemical oxygen demand that these 5 million salmon produce, that's about the equivalent of 175,000 people. So you're looking at the waste of 175,000 people out there on the Samoa Peninsula. Now, the second thing that has been brought up today is the state-of-the-art waste management that this facility will operate. They remove 99% of the BOD, total suspended solids, and phosphorus, and 90% of the nitrogen. Now, I'm sure that the Nordic people believe this to be true, that they'll be able to do this. I know that the staff from the Planning Commission believes this with all their heart. They didn't even want to do an EIR for this facility. But when an EIR was put in place, Nordic was tasked with monitoring, and the 2 requirements for the monitoring that Nordic insisted on was that that you must prove that they're causing any problems that develop, and that you must prove that they're exceeding their NEPDES limits, their State Water Quality Board limits. And just remember, they can't stop dumping into the ocean without losing their whole business. So they've agreed to feeding changes in order to solve this problem. Now, I wondered what their draft NEPDES minutes or requirements were. It turns out they're about 18 to 30 times what Nordic has been predicting they'll use. When GHD evaluated Nordic's facility, they used Nordic's advertised numbers, not the NEPDES numbers that Nordic has asked for in their draft NEPDES permit. These numbers in the draft NEPDES permit should have been used in the modeling, and it should have been included in the draft EIR. I think this EIR is flawed because it does not assess the potential impacts due to the potential releases that this facility will be allowed the way their thing is structured right now. You have to decide if they're going to.
What I would say is we did get your written copies as well that we were able to read this morning. So sorry, 3 minutes goes fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to let this one speaker go here. Are you Jason? Yes. Okay. And we believe we have the issue on the phone fixed, and then we'll go back to those on the phone since we told them they'd be first. So welcome, Jason, and thank you for your flexibility.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jason Chipley. I'm a member and business representative of Operating Engineers Local Number 3. I'm here to show support for the Nordic Aqua Farm project and speak for the operating engineers who are also supporting this that can't make it to the meeting because they are working men and women. These are some of the members who support the Nordic Aqua Farm project: Clarence Lau, Chris McDonald, Steve Mackey, Frank McGarvin, Danny McKay, Stephen McKinney, Brian McKnight, Logan Minnick, Mark Mora, Manuel Morales, Josh Nom, Eugene Ortega, Craig Page, Livia Perez, Jeremy Powell, Robert Prevolt, Doug Pulver, John Puz, Josh Rasmussen, Kevin Reynolds, Tim Reynolds, Habe Richardson, Brett Reinhardt, Ryan Roach, Aaron Robinson, Frank Rojas, Dave Rowe, Roger Sanderson, Jesse Scales, Alex Scott, John Sears, Curtis Seeley, Kyle Skillings, Jerry Seif, Ryan Seville, John Solari, Kevin Soriano, Abe Souza, George Stephenson, Brenda Storr, Millard Sturgeon, Cody Syverson, Todd Torgerson, John Toth, Kurt Van Dyke, Christopher Wade, Ryan Walland, Steve Warno, and Tina Webster. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're going to go back to those on the phone since we're trying to make this work, and we'll be back to the public in a bit. They're here. So we have 2548 was the one that we were trying to start with, right? Okay, so 2548, if you're still, I think you're still there, press *6 to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, this is Annalise von Borstow. I'm a Humboldt County resident and real estate broker, and I was calling in to show my support for the Nordic Aqua Farms project. I don't want to repeat, of course, all the facts that the scientists and experts have already provided, as well as their supporters, but I did want to reiterate a point that Commissioner McCaber made at the Planning Commission when they unanimously approved the project, and that is that the net benefits of this project far outweigh the challenges. Jack Bogle said, "The greatest enemy of a good plan is the dream of a perfect one." And time and again, our county has killed projects that were a good plan in anticipation of the perfect plan that is never going to come. So, Supervisors, I'm calling to ask you to support this permit application without additional conditions so we can move forward and take advantage of the net benefits, including job creation, tax generation, infrastructure support, and of course the cleanup of a gnarly and dangerous brownfield site, And of course, the net benefits extend nationally and globally. The reduction of carbon emissions and refrigerants from the importation of an inferior product to the U.S. from far-off places like China. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Annalise. And for those of you who are on the phone, be sure to turn the volume off on your video feed so that you can hear us live time. So next, I believe we have 6821 followed by 1051. So if you're 6821, press *6 to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me? This is 6821.
Yes, welcome.
Okay, hi, thanks. My name is Dr. Hugh Mitchell. I'm a California licensed veterinarian with a bachelor's degree in marine biology, a master's in aquatic ecology, and I practiced fish medicine for over 30 years from Alaska to Los Angeles on state, federal, tribal, and private fish hatcheries and aquaculture facilities. I fully support this project. Not only does it clean up previous timber, pulp, and the mill site, but it establishes a much-needed food production operation that is of extremely low environmental impact, yet invaluable benefit to society. The farming of fish is one of the most efficient means of food animal agriculture, or in this case, I guess, aquaculture. Although every animal requires the input of resources, with the main byproduct being nitrogenous waste, fish, which are cold-blooded and not as subject to gravity, have a much lower carbon footprint than most terrestrial farm animals. So both inputs and outputs are extremely low compared to the biomass of fish protein that can be produced. Now, Atlantic salmon can be reared humanely and wholesomely in a recirculating system such as Nordic is proposing, with maximum biosecurity, minimum risk introduction of pathogens that really they all come from endemic wild fish when they're in net pens, but that's another matter. So furthermore, these fish can be vaccinated against most important disease organisms. Yes, you can vaccinate fish to further protect them in the unlikely introduction. And Atlantic salmon are non-native, but one of the most naturally domestic of all salmonid species. They're also non-invasive, as intensive but failed efforts to actually establish Atlantic salmon runs up and down the West Coast have shown by their failure. The state and federal governments have tried to do that, and no escapees have ever been found on the West Coast reproducing. Aquaculture has been termed the blue revolution. The famous explorer Jacques Cousteau, recognizing that aquaculture is key to satisfying our insatiable appetite for seafood and minimizing the impact on the oceans, has written, "In his exploitation of the sea, man is still a barbarian, a ruthless hunter slaughtering whole species of animals without heeding the consequences. With Earth's burgeoning human populations to feed, we must turn to the sea with a new understanding and a new technology. We need to farm it."
Thank you, Doctor. The 3 minutes does go fast. All right. Next, we'll go to 1051, followed by 3501. Press *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. This is Tony Bohn. I'm president of the California Aquaculture Association and a fish grower for over 40 years in California and beyond. I'm also co-chair of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife Aquaculture Development Committee, and also I sit on the advisory committee for the Ocean Resource Enhancement, Hatchery Enhancement Program for white sea bass. I was involved in the original site evaluation for the site, and I'll have to say, when I first showed up to do my evaluation, it looked like a war zone. It doesn't look like that anymore, thanks to the efforts of the Harbor District and many, many other people. That site has been transformed to be used for other uses. I think it's the appropriate, I think the a recirculating system was the appropriate use for the site. I think it's the appropriate project, size, and scope, and I think it's the appropriate tenant that has experience and has actually taken the steps and spent the money and time to go through the process to be a good neighbor for the community. They've been well vetted and investigated throughout, and I believe they are the best fit for this location. As a nation, we must secure a sustainable source of domestic seafood. We must curtail imported seafood that's unregulated and airlifted in, by the way. You can easily put 500,000 eggs on one airplane. You certainly couldn't put millions of pounds of fish on one airplane. We need food safety and security. We need food quality, and we need to help our balance of trade. Our economy is important to our well-being here in the United States. The California Aquaculture Association members support this project. You would think that as fish growers in the market, they would be opposed to it, but they understand that demand is strong, imports are unacceptable, and a strong program in the U.S. needs strong aquaculture partners such as Nordic. So I would urge that the appeal be denied and this project moves forward, and I'm looking forward to being involved with this project in the future and its success. Thank you very much.
All right, excuse me, thank you. So now we'll go to, what computer is making, there's a mystery sound. So,
I know.
So we have 3501 followed by 5340. So if you're 3501, press *6 to unmute.
Thank you, Supervisors and Madam Chair. My name is Allison Willie. I have a master's in wildland natural resource science and a 45-year career of assessing environmental impacts, designing mitigation, and restoring aquatic habitat. I've spent several hundred hours reviewing and commenting on Nordic's environmental documents and sincerely hope you put some guardrails in place to protect your local fishing communities and your native wild salmon. The risk of fish diseases wiping out local salmon runs and the risk of resuspended effluent impacting local shellfish farms and local crabbers should not be discounted or overlooked. The threat of Piscine orthoreovirus, PRV, to local wild salmon is a real and global threat. PRV was first found in Atlantic salmon farms approximately 12 years ago and has since spread to salmon and trout farms throughout the world. PRV now has at least 5 known variants, and there are no known PRV-free Atlantic salmon egg sources. PRV has decimated wild runs of Pacific salmonids wherever the runs are near Atlantic salmon farms. PRV escapes into wild populations through effluent from the fish processing area or factory floor. This is where contaminated blood and viral exudate enters the effluent stream. High mortality salmon viruses in farmed salmon, such as PRV, Salmonid alphavirus, and hematopoietic necrosis virus, are easily detected using PCR testing. However, neither Humboldt County nor Nordic proposed the weekly PCR testing of these viruses that could go a long way to assessing the threat and implementing protective measures. We are all aware by now that weekly PCR testing is an important tool for monitoring viral spread. As a measure to help protect our wild salmon, please make PCR testing a part of project monitoring. Without ozone treatment and with the global proliferation of diseases in farmed Atlantic salmon, the risk of pathogens escaping the facility and affecting wild salmonids remains high. While incoming water will receive ozone treatment to protect farmed fish in the facility from being introduced to wild pathogens, Project Effluent will not receive similar treatment to protect wild salmon. Please require Nordic to treat the outgoing water with at least the same level of ozone treatment as the incoming water. Neither Humboldt County nor Nordic has conducted upwelling modeling to determine the full extent of nitrogen loading and dispersion in the coastal zone and into Humboldt Bay. Invertebrate studies have not been completed on the zooplankton community and saltwater intake. The effects of harmed or killed listed salmon from loss of food and from effluent exposure have not been quantified or undergone formal consultation with National Marine Fisheries. At the very least, National Marine Fisheries should be consulted under 50 CFR 402.14, and the shellfish farms in Humboldt Bay should be provided with adequate upwelling and dispersion modeling so that they can assess potential threats to their operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. So we have 5340 followed by 0920. 5340, press star 6.
Madam Chair, it looks like 5340 has lowered their hand.
Okay, so I'm going to go on to 0920, but if you're hearing us and if you're 5340 and you still meant to have your hand up, please press star 9 again. But we'll go to 0920.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
This is Martha Walden. I'm in favor of aquaculture on the bay, and I agree that it's a good fit. But this particular project has problems that the ER process failed to resolve. I'm a member of 350 Humboldt, so my focus is on the climate impacts, and more specifically on the refrigerant chemicals that Nordic Aquafarms plans to use. Actually, as Dan has already said, we don't know which chemicals they plan to use because they don't offer that information, which is disturbing because that's a huge component of their project. They say only that they will adhere to the law. Now, I think that would go without saying, but even with the recent federal and state regulatory changes, it will still be legal in 2025 to install equipment that uses chemicals with a very high global warming potential. They will not commit to using refrigerants with a low global warming potential. The most commonly used refrigerants trap more than 2,000 times more heat in the atmosphere than carbon dioxide. Others use less and have a GWP score of around 500. So how are we to estimate their emissions without some parameters in place? They say they plan to leak as little refrigerant as possible, and I believe that, but commercial refrigeration systems on average leak 25% of their charge every year. Climate scientists have stated that retooling the way we cool our food and the air is the number one most important thing we can do as the world heats up. And there are viable refrigerants already on the market that have ultra-low GWP scores. The upfront cost of installing this equipment is higher than the most commonly used equipment, but it's much more feasible to install that equipment at the outset of the project rather than retrofitting sometime way in the future when they're absolutely forced to. So here is Nordic proposing to invest millions of dollars in this project, and here is an opportunity to scale and budget this project and prioritize it in a way that exemplifies real sustainability. The future is urgently calling for us to go in that direction. We can't keep procrastinating. Climate change is not somebody else's problem.
All right, sorry, our timer sound button did not go off apparently. It's one of those days, but that was 3 minutes. So I do apologize that there was not the warning buzzer or the ending buzzer. So hopefully, we hope, Nikki, hope it'll work this next time. All right, so we have 4756. That's what I had. Okay, 4756 followed by 5325. Hello, 32. So 4756. Press star 6 to unmute.
Hi there. This is Caroline Griffith, Executive Director of the North Coast Environmental Center, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the NEC and Humboldt Baykeeper. And as we have stated multiple times in previous comments about this project, the massive scale of this and the fact that Nordic has not had proven success with a project anywhere near this size causes us really serious concern. And since the beginning of our communications with folks from Nordic, we've been asking that they start with a smaller project and then scale up once they've proven that they can do so without impacting the health of the bay and the ocean. And this is especially important right now in light of the recent fish kills in San Francisco Bay that were exacerbated by nitrogen from wastewater, and in light of the importance of our native fisheries. Starting with a smaller project, which is an alternative that was not analyzed in the EIR, would reduce impacts related to the bay intakes and ocean discharge, as well as the greenhouse gas emissions from energy usage, refrigerants, fish feed, and trucking, and could demonstrate that the project can be done as it's been described. It's already been mentioned today that Nordic's founders, the people who came to our community and earned trust from a lot of folks when they originally pitched this concept, have recently started a new aquafarm company, which is based on the idea of starting small and building up, which validates our assertion that smaller is not only better from an environmental standpoint, but that it is also possible and less risky in terms of investment and profitability. So we encourage the board to scale the project down and use adaptive management to permit it in phases. And one way to do this would be to split the permit up into stages. So we have previously suggested that the county consider issuing a CDP that expires within a set amount of time, say 5 years, so that Nordic has the opportunity to implement phase 1 of the project and prove that it won't significantly impact the environment. Then they could apply to scale up when it's time to renew the permit. So the first permit could be for a smaller facility and require adaptive management, for example, the enhanced independent monitoring plan that was suggested earlier by the Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association, so that it could ensure that issues are quickly identified and managed if they occur. There can also be contingency clauses that allow the county to rescind the permit if any other the permit conditions are not met. And then if all goes as well as Nordic says it will, they shouldn't have any problem acquiring the permits to scale up when the time comes. And like many in the community, we're really excited about the prospect of seeing the former pulp mill site remediated and used for something positive. We just don't want to see this happen at the expense of the surrounding environment or our native fisheries. So we ask you to scale the project down and use adaptive management to permit it in phases. Thanks.
Thank you, Caroline. All right, so we'll go to 2532, press star 6 to unmute, and you'll be followed by 9653. So 2532. Press star 6 to unmute. All right, we're going to come back to that one. We're going to go to 9653. If you're that number, 9653, press star 6 to unmute. Vicki?
9653 has dropped off, Chair Bass.
All right, so if you're 9653 and you did not mean to drop off the call and you still want to make a comment, press star 9 again. How about we try, let's just go to 3132. If you're
3132?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Patrick Boileau. I'm the Deputy Clinical Director with the Operating Engineers Local 3. And like many folks, I was there at the Planning Commission when all this was discussed at the Planning Commission. And what I wanted to share with you all today was my observations from that night. We had lots and lots of speakers, some pro, some against. And we had presentations by the staff, presentations by the applicant. And I really felt like the applicant showed that they had done the work. They had they had met all the thresholds that the county asked for. They had done the EIR the right way. And that effort shows. So, you know, and we went through the process. We went through all those public comments. So I'm really urging you today to accept what your Planning Commission deliberated on. You know, put your trust in those people that you've appointed and approve this project. It's going to be a great project for Humboldt. It's going to be a great project for the workers of Humboldt. It's going to be, and it's going to absolutely transform the economy up there. So again, strongly urge you to approve this project and deny the appeal. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So we're going to go with 2693. Press star 6 to unmute. All right, 2693, if that's you, you need to press star 6 to
My
unmute.
name is Mary Hurley, and I am a resident of Humboldt County. I urge the Board of Supervisors to turn down the application permit from Nordic for their Atlantic Salmon Aqua Farm. I have a number of concerns about moving forward with this project in my comments. Scale of the project. The massive scale of 25,200 metric tons of salmon annually proposed by Nordic for the Humboldt Bay facility is a dangerous proposal that has not been shown in the aquafarm industry to be feasible or profitable. Further, the potential high risk for an ecological and/or financial disaster to Humboldt Bay wildlife and Humboldt Bay County citizens with this unproven scale of project mandate that the Board of Supervisors review in much greater detail the risks. Industry and investor research indicate consensus that smaller scale projects provide greater environmental controls and are more likely to generate a profit. Investor concerns with land-based Atlantic salmon aquafarms include high ongoing capital needs and costs of production, long production cycles, and reliance on premium pricing, a problem in this environment of high inflation. Investors, including banks, are now turning away from funding large-scale Atlantic salmon land-based aquafarms. Industry journals also cite environmental concerns shared by investors, such as higher frequency of technological failure, biological challenges such as disease and mortality, and discharge waste problems. There are a number of potential things that have gone wrong at smaller plants, such as fires, release of toxic chemicals into the bay, refrigeration failures, intakes of wild sea life, and massive fish die-offs. Nordic has been less than transparent to the Board of Supervisors and Humboldt County citizens in sharing their financial status, recent change in top leadership, and ability to fund any potential disaster due to the much greater risk of a larger scale project they are proposing. This alone should give the Board of Supervisors pause. If sophisticated investors in the financial world are turning away from funding large-scale land-based Atlantic salmon aquafarms, is it realistic of Humboldt County citizens to expect that our Board of Supervisors has had the expertise and all information to approve this project without much more detailed analysis? If the Board of Supervisors decides to go ahead with this project, they need to hold a closed session to review Nordic's detailed financial statements and forecasts for construction capitalization with an independent investment banker before issuing any permits to ensure they're financially viable. Require Nordic to carry a bond of $30 million so the mill site cleanup can be completed and an incomplete
All right,
Nordic
thank
site
you.
properly
Thank you for calling in.
available.
Okay, 3 minutes does go quickly, so just want to remind people of that. So we're going to 4233, followed by 2487. 4233. Press star 6 to unmute. All right, we're going to come back to 4233. Yeah, if you're ready in the queue to talk, please, I hope you're listening on the phone because I have a feeling people are getting stuck with the time delay. All right, so we're going to go to 2487, followed by 6942. If you're 2487, press star 6 to unmute.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, hello. This is Sal Flores with Operating Engineers, business representative, also representing a lot of members that live up in that area. And kind of like my colleague Jason Chipley, they mentioned a lot of names. I just also want to name some of the concerns that they, well, not concerns, but things that they see positive of this project. And some of those are basically the Nordic Aquafarms project will provide good paying jobs for the local residents. A lot of local residents right now currently are having to travel outside the area for good paying jobs. This region continues to miss out on much needed economic growth. Here's a good opportunity. Local families would benefit from stability of local work at the Nordic Aquafarms project. And also the The local youth would benefit from increased local job opportunities and careers options. The local communities would benefit from the financial stability that comes with good paying jobs like those on the Nordic Aqua Farm project. Local businesses would benefit from local workers having good jobs on the Nordic Aqua Farms project and spending their hard-earned money locally. When in return, also the local city and county governments would benefit from increased revenue resulting from good paying jobs from the Nordic Aqua Farm projects where these people will be able to afford to work and live in the community. Also, another thing too that obviously we've heard it a couple of times before. I think Nordic Aqua Farms has already passed and complied with all the requests and requirements by local state agencies, the Harbor District, CEQA, and maybe a few others. So here today, I ask that by all these members who are living in this area that are having to commute to please pass this project so they can have the opportunity to work close to home and enjoy their family. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So now we're going to go to 6942. You're 6942, press star 6 to unmute.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Dr. Catherine Onofrayton. I am a licensed California veterinarian with several years of experience in salmon medicine. I received my doctorate from Oregon State University and my bachelor's in oceanography and reef systems from Cornell University. I've worked for the 20 Northwest Treaty Native American tribes for Pacific salmon and wildlife, and now work with all species of aquaculture, including Atlantic salmon, in multiple states with clients in state, federal, and tribal agencies, as well as private producers. I am in support of this project as it will reduce the seafood trade deficit, provide jobs for people in Humboldt County, and provide safe, sustainable fish for consumption, as farming seafood takes pressures off of already struggling wild stocks. The U.S. is at risk when importing fish grown without the stringent high standards of the United States Department of Agriculture and Food and Drug Administration. The production of fish in the U.S. will provide healthy proteins that are raised humanely without excess drugs, including antibiotics or pesticide usage that happens abroad. This project will provide safe, healthy food and improve upon the previous site of a pulp mill. Atlantic salmon is very suitable for raising in a recirculating system and is a much better farmed food source than many other terrestrial animal proteins. This project will contribute to the food security of the U.S., which saw a hit during the COVID-19 pandemic with supply chain issues, regulations on importation and exportation, and the loss of jobs related to food production. I trust Nordic Aqua Farms to practice good business and take care of their fish with the highest standards of welfare and compliance with all typical regulations, as they have already shown with their previous adherence to guidelines. Providing healthy, quality fish that are safe to eat and humanely raised is a very noble goal put forward by Nordic Aqua Farms. The support and approval of this project will allow them to be successful. The benefits of this project to Humboldt County, California, and U.S. consumers at large far outweigh the risks. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Doctor. So now we're going to go to 6981. If you're 6981, press star 6 to unmute.
Hi, good morning. I'm Dr. Jeff Shester, California Campaign Director and Senior Scientist for Oceana. We are the largest international marine conservation organization dedicated to protecting the world's oceans, with over 100,000 members in California, including several hundred in Humboldt County. I have a PhD from Stanford University. I previously managed dozens of aquaculture assessments as senior scientist for Monterey Bay Aquarium Seafood Watch. I'm a published author in the peer-reviewed scientific literature on aquaculture and studied land-based and aquaculture operations and marine-based throughout Thailand, Mexico, Florida, California, Hawaii, Bahamas, British Columbia, Washington State, and Iceland. Oceana submitted comments on the draft EIR in February 2022. The final EIR did not address our concerns, but we believe it fundamentally lacks a robust assessment of environmental impacts, and we find the master responses incomplete and misleading and incorrect. We oppose the Nordic Aqua Farms proposed farm salmon operations and ask the Board of Supervisors not to certify the EIR and cease further action on this project. The water intake will entrain juvenile fish and invertebrate larvae, including Dungeness crab, wild salmon, longfin smelt, the herring, groundfish, and one of the most biologically significant estuaries on the West Coast. It's a federally designated habitat area of particular concern and essential fish habitat. It's also an important nursery area. Harmful chemicals could contaminate wild fish and crabs. Pathogens could spread to wild stocks, and nutrient loading could worsen harmful algal blooms, such as those that create domoic acid and closed fisheries. The EIR incorrectly defers a robust analysis of these impacts to other agencies. Atlantic salmon are a non-native species. Time after time, there are escape events of farmed salmon, despite repeated claims of escape-proof systems. Any escapes will harm or displace native fish species, including competition and spread of disease, and catastrophic events such as earthquakes or tsunamis, as well as human error and other accidents are inevitable to happen. The massive project would create a massive need for fish feeds, putting strain on wild forage fish and land-based aquaculture. This would be a net loss in food supply and food security, while causing major environmental impacts and greenhouse gas emissions, and the EIR disregards these concerns. There's a wealth of evidence that the conclusions of the EIR are erroneous, that the impacts are underestimated, and the unfounded assumptions that impacts can be mitigated. And we've repeatedly seen environmental documents such as this report minimal impacts of salmon farms that later turn out to be false due to unanticipated events and human error. Please don't repeat this mistake. In the name of protecting the economy of the Humboldt Bay region, which relies heavily on wild fisheries and the Humboldt Bay ecosystem, please deny this project. It would be a massive shift.
Thank you, Doctor. And just a reminder to folks who are listening, I'm going to stop calling on folks on the phone once there are no hands left up. So just a reminder, if you have not raised your hand now, you probably should. So Nikki, 5340?
Sorry. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. 5340, press star 6 to unmute. If you're there, 5340.
Thank you. This is Michael Evanson from the Toll Salmon Group. We submitted a formal letter that all the supervisors received. We see how to make this project responsible. It's not that right now. Please require additional conditions on this permit, one of which we presented in our letter. Our concern is with our wild fish. We know most of their impacts and their success is in the marine environment. That's where they live most of their lives before they come home to spawn. The fish farm will exploit that marine environment, as the previous speaker said, beyond its capacity to provide fish for many small communities like ourselves all around the world. And this is not just opinion, it's the position of many other international agencies and organizations that look at the present impacts on marine ecosystems in the face of a rapidly increasing rise of fish farms demanding more and more of the lower strata fish. Fishing communities throughout the world are being negatively impacted. We saw recently in the New York Times Chinese fish factories scooping up enormous quantities of fish throughout the world's oceans. It's happening, and we can't turn a blind eye to it. Nordic came to the Toll Salmon Group right away, and we appreciate that. And they wanted us to help them shape their fish farm. Our primary ask was to feed their fish with land-based feedstock. And they understood why, and they promised to work toward that goal. We all recognize that less than 5% of their feed needs have to come from marine elements, but the remaining 95% can be from land. I reckon maybe the only one of you will remember the old fish hatcheries. They just suspended cold beef carcasses above the tanks, and they produced fly larvae, which dropped into the fish tanks, holding young fish. It worked, but it grossed people out, and we can do better than that now. We could have a flourishing feedstock industry in Humboldt County because we have both fish and beef waste byproducts. that could be incorporated into a feed. So what we're asking is that you demand of Nordic make a legally binding commitment, as they said they would in their promises, that within 5 years of their startup, that they source their feed from land-based feeds. And that way we can all go forward and know that we are not taking more out of the ocean than we really should be doing. We have a responsibility to the world as well as to our own fisher people. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So next is 7108. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Bonnie Blackberry. I want to support everything that Michael said. Seems like the scale of this project is bigger than has ever been done, and so we're gonna take all the risks here in Humboldt. I'm very concerned about the native fish and our ecosystem, and seems like it would be more reasonable to scale down and permit it by phases, see how it works. If it's really doing, everything's working out like was expected. I see the thing for jobs, all the positive things, but the environment and our native fish and our local fishermen need consideration. So I hope you just don't stand this. You've had experts, testify, giving you information, going both ways. Being cautious instead of going for the mega farm to start with. Let's be a little more cautious. And there's a lot of conditions that could be added that I believe would better protect the environment and ensure that everything goes as planned. Also, just 30 minutes for the appellant to speak to me is a short amount of time for multiple.
All right, thank you, Bonnie. So we go to 4352. Are you there? What was the number again? 4352?
They're muted.
Welcome. Are you there?
The line looks unmuted. I don't know if they're having issues on their side.
Okay.
Can I speak at this point?
Are you 25? Yes. 4352? Yes.
Yeah, I can't understand you very well on my phone, but I'll just start reading this.
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mike Haley. I'm currently working at College of the Redwoods as the Interim Executive Dean of Career Education and Workforce Development. Prior to this, I've worked as a math faculty since 2005. I was in the chamber earlier this morning, but had to get to work for other meetings, which is why I'm calling in now. College of the Redwoods is committed to supporting the aquaculture industry in Humboldt County, both in long-standing mariculture endeavors and in emergent fields. As part of this commitment, the college is currently in the process of hiring a full-time aquaculture faculty member, and we are engaged in writing curriculum that would lead to both a certificate of achievement and an associate's degree in aquaculture. We anticipate that we can begin offering these courses during the fall 2023 semester. For the last several years, our college has worked collaboratively with people in Nordic aquaculture as we develop these new educational programs. The college is strongly supportive of Nordic Aquaculture's project on the Peninsula and we look forward to providing industry-relevant training to our community to help prepare for the job opportunities that will result from this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mike. All right, that's the end of the speakers on the phone, so we're coming back to the board. I did say we'd take a half-hour lunch, so we're going to take that half hour. Thank you all for staying with us today, who are in person, because we know this has been a little bit wonky, but it'll work out. So we'll come back at 1 o'clock. Okay. Okay. So, thanks for coming back. We are now going to the public comment of those who are in the audience with us. There was a sign-up list. Some people have left, some are here. So if someone's not here when I call their name, we'll come back to them, assuming that they could be late getting here. So just for everyone's reminder, there's a 3-minute time limit. And with that, is Chris Snyder still here? Oh, welcome, Chris. Hey. Followed by Ken Bates. I know Ken's still here.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Snyder. I'm the political director for the Operating Engineers Local 3. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. We're here today in support of the applicant and would urge you to approve the project. For us, this is, I've been a district rep up here. I've kind of seen these projects. I mean, we've tried to work on the train. We've tried to work on port expansion. We've tried over the years, Bill Burns and I have watched him try to get something going up here because, since, the fall of kind of the logging industry, it's just kind of been, there's not a good, solid place for folks to have good middle-class jobs and to kind of, stay here. And with us, we have the operating engineers is going to be on site helping build this project. It's going to bring the opportunity to bring young men and women to our industry. We have an apprenticeship program that we spend about $40 million on in Northern California. And it's usually by region how we bring kids in. So when we look at a project like this, we're going to be able to bring in dozens of young men and women into our program, and we, teach them how to surveying, excavating, site construction, and those are kind of the skills that are transferable too. And when we're doing the offshore wind stuff too, when we get people trained on this, those skills transfer to other things within the industry. And hearing the stuff from the college and the workforce, we brought a lot of the folks from Humboldt State down to our training center last year with Jeff Hunterlock, and they were excited, wow, we have 2,000 acres. We train on cranes. We can change wherever it goes for whether it's building this aqua farm or wind or whatever. We need these projects to get these folks in to get trained on it. So I urge you to approve the project. The operating engineers are here to partner with the county, with the company, with our partners in business, and kind of train the next generation of young men in industry and these exciting new industries that come up. The applicant has done absolutely everything asked in the EIR. Your planning commission approved it unanimously. I urge you to uphold their recommendation. I really appreciate your time today, and I'm sincere in our commitment to partnership with all the partners in the area. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chris. Excuse me. So now we're going to go to Ken Bates, followed by Steve, and I know Steve just came back in the room, and then followed by Nancy, who I can see.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. Thank you for your patience today to go through this. I'm Ken Bates. I'm a board member of Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association. I'm here before you to ask that you seriously reconsider your initial decision to allow seawater for the Nordic project to be sourced from Humboldt Bay estuary. Let me be really clear. I'm not advocating to delay or terminate this project. I hope everybody understands that. That's my comments here are environmental, but they're not to stop this. I've fished commercially in Humboldt Bay since 1974, including fishing for Pacific herring, anchovies, and sardines. I've been hired by to do scientific survey work and fish tagging. I've had the opportunity to catch sharks and rays for educational displays for Monterey Bay Aquarium, Steinhardt, Oregon Coast Aquarium, Point Defiance Zoo. All this took place in Humboldt Bay. I've lived directly on Humboldt Bay for almost 50 years, and I travel by boat daily to access Eureka and the greater Humboldt County. Humboldt Bay is the largest marine estuary north of San Francisco, and while you're aware of the listed longfin smelt populations in this bay, coastal Pacific herring populations are also in decline. The herring fishing quota in Humboldt Bay has recently been reduced from 60 short tons to 10 tons. This has been done as a precaution. These fish populations are declining across the state. Herring spawn in North Bay from mid-December until early March. Their eggs are about the size of the head of a pin. The larvae are even smaller and will be susceptible to entrainment, through the pumps if they put them in the bay. Smelt larvae are present in March and April. Dungeness and rock crab larvae, both in zoea and megalop stages, are present also in the spring. These larvae are such bad swimmers, they're so slow that in a little eddy, you can reach down just with your hands in the water and scoop out 30 to 40 Dungeness crab larvae when they're in the bay. All the fish and all the invertebrate larval populations in this estuary will be exposed to pump entrainment. This is all avoidable by sourcing intake seawater from the ocean on the ocean side of the peninsula. This has long been the recommended national procedure advocated for by National Marine Fisheries Service. You have this opportunity basically to reverse your decision and take a precautionary approach to protecting our estuary. I'd also like to suggest that I'm also in favor of seeing independent monitoring. So thank you for your time today. Are there any questions?
No. Generally in public comment, we don't do that. But Steve, on your way up, but you may please approach. But I wanted to make an announcement since we are back at it's noon. Since we're back, Supervisor Madrone is not with us today due to a family emergency. So just wanted to make it clear to people that it's not that he's not here for any other, reason. It's just it is actually he shouldn't be here, quite frankly. So I don't want to see him getting any bad flack in the media for not being here. So I wanted to let people know that again. And then also, I did want to say we've been receiving a lot of public comment today as far as in written form and also more emails. And so just want to let everyone know that any public record that's comment that's handed out or submitted electronically today, since last when this was published, will be uploaded to the agenda at the conclusion of and republished after today's meeting. So it will go into the public record under public comment. Just staff wanted me to clarify that for folks who wondered what happened to their information. And we are getting them all, but it's a public comment for people who see it from the public, which is what we wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you. I don't have any scientific expertise in the form of degrees, but I've lived here all my life. I'm an avid outdoorsman, and I do have some legal expertise, having been an attorney for 50 years. I ask a rhetorical question when I listen to staff's introduction. One would think that they were an agent of Nordic rather than an objective, disinterested body. That being said, it's clear to me, based upon all the expert testimony and evidence that I've reviewed and listened to, that the EIR is legally deficient. From an empirical standpoint, the project's way too big. Any project that consumes more than 20% of the energy available in the community is way too big. But more importantly, it's far too dangerous. The documentation of viral and parasitic disease and the effects of excess nitrogen from effluent are legion. They're scientifically documented. By staff's own admission, and the ERI's own admission, 1% of the virus can escape. 10% of the nitrogen can escape. And where's that effluent going to go? It's going to go right back in the bay because of the prevailing northwesterly current and the northwesterly direction of the bay's entrance. If you have ever been a salmon fisherman out here, you know that when the tide goes out, the bay water goes out 7 or 8 miles, and it acts as a dam against the ocean current and water that's coming from the northwest, and then when the tide comes back in, it goes right back in the bay. This excess nitrogen poses a big risk to the eelgrass beds in the bay, which were the basis for all the fisheries that Ken Bates just referred to. Without the eelgrass, the waterfowl diminishes. Without the eelgrass, there's no more herring spawning, no more Dungeness crabs, nothing. This is the last bay that has healthy eelgrass beds in California. It's been destroyed in all the other California bays because of excess nitrogen. And our salmon stocks are in terrible shape. So we need to protect them at all costs. In conclusion, the risk simply doesn't exceed the economic benefit. And this company doesn't have adequate financial stability. The parent company needs to be made liable for this project if it's approved at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So next we have Nancy, followed by Ken Walland. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Olson. I'm the CEO of the Eureka Chamber of Commerce. And the Board of Directors and the Chamber of Commerce have previously expressed our strong support for the proposed Nordic Aqua Farms facility, and we urge Humboldt County to continue moving this project forward. The Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce represents more than 450 businesses and 15,000 employees across our region, and we are an advocate for business. Local businesses and businesses that are invited into our community. The Chamber recognizes that this project will stimulate economic activity, provide employment opportunity, and include valuable community benefits. We know that the Nordic Aqua Farms project will create both short and long-term employment opportunities for entry-level and experienced professionals. We also believe that Nordic's project will be a catalyst for other business development in our area and have already witnessed the positive impacts their efforts have had in promoting infrastructure upgrades within our region. Very importantly, Nordic Aqua Farms has already and will continue to take extensive steps to mitigate any environmental impacts and will clean up and remediate a long abandoned and sorry, I can't even read my own writing, and blighted industrial site. So we're very pleased to support this, and we're confident that Nordic Aqua Farms will become a strong community partner, providing jobs, and do a good job in addressing any of the environmental issues that have been raised today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, Ken Walland, followed by Scott Frazier. Welcome, Ken.
Welcome. Good to see you. My name is Ken Walland. My wife and I have Walland Construction of Eureka. It's a local-based company. We've had to work out of town a lot since I moved back here. It would be nice to be in town for a while. And there's a lot of people have talked about the jobs. I think that's been enough time spent on that. But I really think local fishermen deserve to be respected. I really think that Nordic Aqua Farms could take a portion of their tax burden or their revenues, and we need to reinstate the fish hatchery that was up at Klamath. We need to get that run of the Klamath River reinstated for the Chinooks. And I think that should be a priority. And it's perfect. The revenues from something like this can go towards something like that for a depleted industry like that. And I think the local fishermen, as long as we were going to do something like that, might think twice about supporting this in a better fashion. And a lot of it can be pretty simple. I mean, the Sacramento River, you can see what the Fish and Game have done with that. They've reinstated the run. There were 25 to 40 pound fish caught this year, and they just stacked up running up the river. So it can be done. It just takes revenue and effort. So I think we can get our natural Chinook run back. We've lost the dams upriver of the Klamath, so we're going to have to come up with another plan to reinstate that run. Also, I don't like to see the resistance created by the 350. Normally, when you come in here, you've got some answers. We've got some huge maintenance issues out there at the Peninsula. And if we're lucky, we've got Rob Arkley, we've got Tim Callison, Kenny Carswell. They're out there constantly trying to clean up the dunes from homeless, and they don't get enough respect for that. I think if the 350 is going to complain and going to put their 2 cents worth in, they need to come up with a plan for our blighted peninsula. And I'm just talking maintenance with that. But also this I would consider a clean development, which is different from the unrestricted mill developments that have gone on in the past. And I think that everyone should embrace this project simply because it is clean and it's something we need for the whole community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ken. So we've got Scott, and then following Scott will be Bill Burns, and then Mike Haley. Wait, I think Mike Haley spoke. Did Mike Haley speak already? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Scott Frazier. The appeal before you today should be approved if you'd like to see the project move forward to completion on a prompt basis. A failure to address the many technical, scientific, legal deficiency with the Nordic proposal will result in a prolonged conflict that will seriously delay the project. Please consider the legal opinion of Mr. Mark Wolf in his letter dated September 26th, submitted to your clerk of the board day before yesterday, before making your final decision. It cites case law and CEQA statutes. Simply adding conditions of approval may reduce significant adverse environmental impacts, including, first, relocate the saltwater intake offshore in conformance with the 1997 guidelines by National Marine Fisheries Service as reflected in the draft EIR Appendix R. Failure to do so will harm longfin smelt, green sturgeon, Pacific herring, sand lance, smelt, sole, Dungeness crab, and marine wildlife, including birds. Second, require monitoring of presence or absence of fish viral loading in wastewater from the gutting room floor weekly. Performed by an independent third party, preferably Department of Fish and Wildlife. Failure to address viral loading of wastewater creates an unnecessary risk to native salmon populations and commercial fishermen. Third, address each of the defects in the appeal letter filed on August 18th. Failure to do so will result in a legally flawed foundation that will create extensive delays when challenged. In your review of Nordic's proposal, consider the fact that the largest land-based RAS fish farm in production is Atlantic Sapphire. And they had a fire in January. Results of that fire, all their fish died. They didn't intend on that. Things happen. Large fish farms are complicated operations and complexity increases with scale. This project is too large. Nordic's operation in Norway have lost money 3 years in a row. Trade journals and other sources of publicly available data reflect that. Also, they reflect that they're going to stop producing salmon. How about that? Marianne Ness and Eric Heim, former Nordic representatives, recently announced they are planning a new, smaller Atlantic salmon project that would be simpler to get into production. This idea that this project has to be the scale doesn't make sense when you look at those other sources of information. Stop to consider the message that Eric and Marianne have decided to make. There's also the message that many local organizations, as you've heard earlier today, have asked for a smaller or phased project, with subsequent permits only after implementation successfully of phase one. This project is unprecedented, not in California, but in the world. In closing, please do the right thing for Humboldt County fishermen, the sensitive estuary Humboldt Bay, and avoid setting up a lengthy conflict over a defective CEQA document. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott. So we got Bill Burns, and Mike Haley did speak over the phone. He called in, so I got him down. So we're going to address him. So after Bill is Lee Dedini. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, members of the board, my name is William Burns. I'm a retiree of Operating Engineers, Local 3. I am a resident and a taxpayer in the city of Eureka, in Humboldt County. I'm here to support the Nordic Aqua Farm project and to speak for the operating engineers who also support this then can't make it to this meeting because they're working and they just, obviously they have to make a living. So here's some of our members who support the Nordic Aqua Farm project. David Ahort, James Ammon, Leona Anderson, Brian Arrington, Ozzie Balbini, Malcolm Barker, Charles Beheman, Ryan Birdie. We don't have any good industrial jobs here anymore, or very few. You know, we had timber for many, many years. We had the pulp mills for a long, long time. Most of those are waning away to nothing. So we desperately need good jobs here, industrial jobs that will last. You know, I've been in this community for 36 years. I raised my family here. And right now, our biggest export out of Humboldt County is our children. They can't find a job here. I have 2 sons that's living in Capitola because they can't, the work here is too scarce. But anyway, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Bill. So I do not see Ken Hammock back in the room. So you must be Lee.
Yes.
All right, and so we'll start with you.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I'm Lee Dedini, 350 Humboldt, and a concerned citizen. I encourage the Board of Supervisors to approve the conditions in the appeal and to include them in the use permit. I will narrow my comment time to issues around sea level rise in Humboldt Bay. It is not about if sea level rise will happen, but how fast. My reference is the Humboldt County Civil Grand Jury Report, The Sea Also Rises. Using their report's 2018 Ocean Protection Council predictions with medium-high risk, sea level rise projection in Humboldt Bay is 2 feet in 2045 and 3 feet in 2060. As saltwater intrudes with sea level rise, groundwater levels rise. Groundwater becomes brackish before turning to saltwater, moving inland from the dike area. Humboldt Bay earthen dikes were built over 100 years ago and show lack of or deferred maintenance. Expected impacts of sea level rise include breaching of dikes by king tides, reduced efficiency of shoreline structures, and rising sea level, groundwater levels, and saltwater intrusion. Some of the most impacted dikes include areas of Mad River, Arcata Bay, and along Highway 255. The Civil Grand Jury report cites the vulnerabilities with the water transmission lines and electrical transmission towers. Both of the freshwater transmission lines and high voltage line towers going to the Samoa Peninsula from Arcata to the proposed Nordic Aqua Farm will be affected by sea level rise. This critical infrastructure problem is a significant environmental impact to the Nordic Aqua Farm operating. Why did the EIR not find this to be a significant problem? I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Lee. All right, Nancy O'Hara, followed by Jennifer McKenzie.
Hello.
Welcome.
Let me just get my glasses on. Well, there are other things that concern me regarding the Nordic Aqua Farm project. The proposed size for me is the most alarming. 25,000 metric tons of fish are slated to be produced each year. Presently, the largest on-land fish farm is 2.5 times smaller, producing 9,500 metric tons. Nordic Aqua Farms does not operate this facility. It is my understanding that its largest facility produces only 1,500 metric tons, 17 times less than the one they are proposing for Humboldt County. It is interesting to me that the former directors of Nordic Aqua Farms who left the company recently are now proposing plants with a capacity of producing significantly fewer fish, presently limited to 5,000 metric tons. An online fish farm of the size proposed by this project is untested. The risks inherent in such a large operation are unknown. Some damaging situations that have occurred at other facilities are refrigeration failure and fire, resulting in significant financial losses for the companies. Besides the unknown risk of building something so large, there are the known consequences. One is the incredibly large amount of electric energy required, the equivalent, as we know, of that used by the cities of Eureka and Fortuna. Others here today have already spoken on this topic. Another is the water usage, also addressed. Removing 10 million gallons of water from the bay each day, in my way of seeing it, will assuredly have detrimental effects on marine life, as will the disposal of that water into the ocean. I am asking you, please not permit this project as it is presently designed. The size of the facility should be reduced to a moderate size, producing at most 5,000 metric tons, not 25,000. Or it should be built in stages to allow for any adaptive management changes needed to be put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Welcome, Jennifer. And following Jennifer is Aaron Robinson.
I think Aaron had to leave.
Okay. Then that would be, Xandra would be after you then.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. Thank you, supervisors, for hearing me. First of all, I want to say happy birthday to Jeff Hunterlock, who could not be here today. And he was very unhappy he wasn't going to be able to be here. He's currently on a plane coming back to California from Europe, where he's been trying to get information on offshore wind so that he can again facilitate a project here locally. I've submitted a letter to you from him, and I'm not going to go over all of the details and read all the letter, mainly because a lot of the details have already been spoken to. But I'm going to read a little bit. I'm going to read the last one on third. It says, because of these local hiring components, the income and buying power of Humboldt County residents will improve, meaning local businesses like restaurants and retailers will see direct benefit from these local workers earning and spending their hard-earned money within the area. In addition to these economic benefits for local workers and businesses, there would also be economic benefits for our cities and counties as tax revenues increase. Before I conclude, I would like to address the elephant in the room, which is the discussion surrounding the environmental impact of this project. Nordic Aqua Farms and the working people who support this project have been working with, rather than against, environmental advocates and organizations in order to appropriately address real environmental concerns, and this has resulted in real solutions being incorporated into the proposed project and its operation. This is happening because working people care about their environment and the future of our region and its natural resource. We live here, we work here, and we know our area is unique and needs to be protected if we want a bright future we are all striving for. However, there are some environmental advocates and organizations that have not negotiated in good faith, obtaining one concession only to demand more. I would warn against this strategy on the part of those advocates and organizations, as it can quickly lead to working people opposing their important environmental goals entirely. This happens when working people perceive obscure environmental concerns as being given priority over the challenges they face in our communities and their immediate and pressing need for financial security. Jeff has gone on to say many, many good things, but I also want to read some names of some people that have been extremely supportive for us. I submitted this list to you guys. This is a list of all the operating engineers members, and I wanted to make sure that you guys all know that we have over 100 people that support this project. We really, really hope that you will support moving forward and reject the appeal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jennifer. And thank you. I was going to say, so we have Xandra and then John Schaefer. John, I am so sorry. You were missing when we had to do a few earlier when we had technical difficulties with the phone. So I did not mean to skip you, but thanks to the eagle eye of Supervisor Wilson, I know you're there now. So you'll be up right after Xandra.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Gruby, and I haven't been before the board for a long time.
Xandra, can you pull the microphone a little closer to you, just so we can hear you?
I haven't been before the board during the COVID because I have a difficulty dealing with internet and computers, and so I sent copies of some of these things I'm going to refer to, and the secretary distributed them in your packet. And one of the things that I found out was that when I first came to Eureka, there was a general plan that was written in 1972, and it was in the front office of the Board of Supes. And it says, "We, the people of Humboldt County, recognize and acknowledge our total dependence upon the land and accept our obligation to use the land in a manner which will sustain and benefit man and all other living things." And then it appeared in a couple of more years of general plan updates, and it was adopted in the 72 plan, the 1984 plan, and the 1994 plan, but it was not included in the 2017 general plan. I tried to find out why it's not been in there anymore, but was never able to solve that problem. And so we kind of lost that as a goal, or work on it. So recently I came across an article in a magazine that I get, and this gentleman wrote a little article, "Our love must save the world. The force of love is what stands between us and extinction." And he was assigned to write this article, but as he was deliberating on how to do it, he said, it finally came up that the only thing that would save us is, "I think love is the highest economy of life. It is the most efficient force for civilization. If we woke up to our love for the earth, we would stop doing most of the things we are doing. If the earth were our body, would we do half the things to it that we are doing?" So anyway, I passed this out too, so there are copies, and you can get more of them. I think it's a good way to look at things, and not just want to build and build and build and enlarge and enlarge and enlarge. We got to think about ourselves and the earth. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sandra. And then John. Nice to see you.
And nice to see you. Thank you, Chair Bass and board members, for struggling through challenges here to get all these words in. I think Nordic Aqua Farms offers us a great 21st century opportunity, but it's fraught with risks, and I hope you will accept the appeal and reject the current version of the EIR. There is one major condition. If you do accept it, there's one major condition which I hope you will place on this project, and it's an action only the county can take. I would point out at this point that in the news today is the ongoing effect that climate change has on us around the planet. We've been lucky here on the coast not to have suffered such damage yet, but it's coming. The risk that the EIR doesn't adequately address is greenhouse gas emissions. Nordic's electricity consumption will raise greenhouse gas emissions. There's nothing that Nordic can do to reverse that. The only ones who can keep it from happening is you, the Board of Supervisors, if we adopt a possible win-win solution. Within a decade, we face rolling blackouts, I would say, even without Nordic. But certainly, we are falling way behind on the county's promise for renewable energy in the future. The win-win solution for the county, regardless whether Nordic goes forward, is to expand both battery storage and local wind power. It could be that floating offshore wind will someday prove successful, but all evidence now suggests otherwise. Floating advocates would tell you it's too deep here for bottom-mounted turbines, but that's wrong. Actually, we could put them within a mile of shore. They have a good track record. However, our track record discourages new wind power developers. So rather than send them away as we've done in the past, As part of this win-win solution, I suggest that the county actively encourage new wind power developers. It's in your hands. I feel the real question is whether residents will accept an altered viewscape with several dozen wind turbines lined up along the beach. I hope so. Not only would they provide clean power for Nordic and all the rest of us, but they demonstrate an investment in our children's climate future and our children's economic future. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, is there anyone in the audience who has not signed up who'd like to speak? If so, just come to this side of the room and come on up. Welcome, Jack.
So I am Jack Nounan with Climate Crisis Humboldt and Climate Crisis HSU Cal Poly. I do not feel that as a people we are addressing climate crisis as if it changes the entire way we've been doing as a culture. As a culture, we think progressively, we think about jobs, we think about all the things that will come. And of course, most people are all for that kind of thing, but we have climate crisis hovering around us. We are this benign area that has not felt anything so far, but we will feel it in a great amount of things that finally make it impossible for people to go to their jobs. We face in the near future, possibly. I'm not here to threaten or to put fear. I'm just saying climate crisis is real. It's absolutely real. Like Greta Thunberg refusing to fly from Sweden, sailing her own sailboat. People who realize this is really something we have to take on effectively, personally, in our own lives and our carbon footprint. We have so much to do here, but we've been more concerned about maybe the raising inches on the shoreline of water. No, we've got to get to the causes of this, the causes, and also not add to it because we're progressive and we want more jobs. We all want more jobs, but this is going to hit us in the future with catastrophic costs that will not only take jobs, but also possibly shut us down worse than any blackout. I'm not trying to threaten. I'm asking you to really think about it in an entirely different perspective, which I don't think this area is doing yet. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jack, sorry. Then we've got Rob Macbeth, sorry.
Hi, folks. Sorry I missed the sign-up sheet. I've been following this project now for 4 years, and I've seen the tremendous outreach that Nordic has done to the community, gone above and beyond on the EIR, and I think they've done a very commendable job. I hear a lot of things about climate and carbon footprint, and I can't imagine that flying salmon or halfway around the world in a jumbo jet's very good for the carbon footprint on the earth here. Also, I hear, and I'm not a mathematician, so somebody help me out if I'm wrong here on my numbers, but I hear about 10 million gallons, 12 million gallons a day coming out of the bay. And then I saw the slide presentation, it said that's over 4 tidal cycles. And there's roughly 17 billion gallons, I think was the number, per tidal cycle. So that's about 3 million gallons. So a billion is 1,000 million. So that's 17,000 million gallons in and out of the bay a day. And we're talking about 3 million gallons, per tidal cycle. So that's 3 divided by 17,000. That's a really small, pretty insignificant number. And the dilution factor would be near zero. Anyway, enough said. I support the project. I think they've done a great job, and I ask you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rob. All right, no one else is standing? think everyone's pretty much spoke. All right. So now we're at the time where I had said that we would allow the appellant an opportunity to respond or add any additional information they wish to. And then we'll be able to ask questions. Then the applicant, and then we'll go back to the staff who can wrap it all up and clear up anything they might have heard. Does that sound correct? Okay, Director Ford? Okay. Yeah, so 15 minutes, Nikki. You don't have to take the entire 15 minutes if you don't want to. Just
I'm just going to speak for a couple minutes,
Okay.
and Scott's going to use the rest of it. We've been asked many times why 350 Humboldt would appeal the Planning Commission decision, because everybody knows there's at least 3 votes on the Board of Supervisors for the project. And the answer really is that we can't do anything else because our concern is climate change. And the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, recently said, we are sleepwalking into climate catastrophe. What is sleepwalking? This is sleepwalking. If everybody ignores in this case, it's going to be about 3 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emitted by this facility over 30 years, that full bill out. If we ignore that, everybody ignores something, we can't do that anymore. The IPCC has said we have to cut emissions by 50% by 2030. This is not cutting emissions. This is adding emissions. So we really, I implore you to think about the climate consequences. They can be mitigated. They've been ignored, sophistry to no end in the EIR, but you can deal with this. A smaller program would help a great deal, but even so, you can mitigate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Welcome, Scott.
Madam Speaker, members of the board, I'd like to start by restating a few things you've already heard because I think they were significant. Carolyn Griffith, working at the North Coast Environmental Center, called for conditions of approval or a permit that is time limited. This is a concept that's been heard over and over again. Noah Levy tried to initiate a conversation of that at the Planning Commission, but it didn't go anywhere. The permit should expire unless phase 1 is successful. We're all in favor of jobs and profitability, but there's some really reasonable questions that have been and are being asked. Some people think that the hazmat remaining cleanup is going to cost $20 million on site. Rex, I know you've told some other folks, but I tell you now, that's horse feathers. EPA has already cleaned the site up twice. The remaining cleanup is minimal. So for Nordic and others to take credit for that is really sort of annoying. The planning staff have worked hard on all this Nordic aquaculture processing, the issues, and our appeal. We thank you for that. However, neither Director Ford nor I are attorneys. I urge you to give the letter from Attorney Mark Wolf that was presented to your clerk of the board close attention because he cites case law extensively. He talks about the CEQA code sections numerous times and talks about how your planning staff has ignored a sister agency, specifically California Department of Fish and Wildlife. That is a fact. County council and consultants have told you that the existing intake facility have been evaluated. This is not correct for a couple of reasons. First, there are no existing facilities at the project site. There's a bunch of junk you saw pictures of. Secondly, data on impingement and entrainment will be collected. The Harbor Commission is spending over $300,000 on a contract they signed last December, but the contract isn't due to conclusion until April of next year. So, determining levels of significance prior to the data collection analysis is arbitrary. The conclusion that 10 million gallons of water per day, which Nordic says they're going to use from those intake structures, is not significant, is just simply wrong. I speak to you professionally as an avian and waterfowl biologist with 42 years professional experience. The final environmental document talked about the 2 life stages of Dungeness crab that many of our fishermen rely on. Zoea and Megalops, but I believe only one was studied, but it was simply a superficial analysis that is not adequate. And again, the data, the in situ work in front of the locations of the proposed intakes won't be completed until later this year, and the analysis probably won't be available until February or April of next year. So again, how could your planning commission make these findings they're asking you to endorse? Fish feed. There's zero data because Nordic declined to tell any of us where the fish food comes from. Okay, I guess, except how do you make a reasonable determination? How do you evaluate the significance of the environmental impacts if we don't know if it's coming from Africa or 25% comes from the coast of California? We just don't know. Therefore, you're looking at an inadequate CEQA document. The claim that these potential environmental impacts have all been mitigated below the level of significance is simply not supportable. Your staff told you that Bio 6A was changed, that there was some reasons to change that. That was probably good. But confidential data notwithstanding, as one of the call-in commenters suggested, you should evaluate Nordic's financial operational basis. They're basically asking you to join them in a grand experiment. Again, an unprecedented project. I suppose some people think that's a good thing. But those of us that use Humboldt Bay, that are concerned about natural resources, who go out in the ocean to fish, we're concerned that the risks you're preparing to take are also unprecedented. I'd like to repeat what Allison Wiley and Brendan of the Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association mentioned to you about you need to add a condition of approval requiring viral monitoring for PCR in particular, and there were 2 other viruses. Not my level of expertise, but my point to you is that while Nordic Aquaculture has agreed to do monitoring of wastewater, they have refused to monitor viral loading. This is one of the largest risks this project poses to native salmonids on the west coast of California. That monitoring should be done weekly, and it should include the PCR tests that have been asked for. Dr. Jeff Schuster has expressed serious reservations about the saltwater intake and waste discharge. Again, none of us know what's going to happen with impingement and entrainment because the data is lacking. This is a fundamental flaw in this project. To pump 10 million gallons of salt water per day from a shallow water estuary without knowing what those impacts are, in my view, is simply unacceptable. So I ask you to think about that, please. How can you accept taking those risks before you know? Next April, we'll probably know. But it is premature, arbitrary, and prejudicial to make that decision today. So with that, I thank you for your tolerance and your understanding, because this isn't just important to the operating engineers at Local 3. I've told their executive officer that I'm blue through and through. I'm a union guy. So it's hard for me to stand up here and think I'm taking a view against them. I'm not. I'm in favor of local jobs. I'm in favor of this project being done the right way with an environmental document that's rock solid. And the document presented to your planning commission was junk. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that was going to use part of this time to comment? Because if not, I would say from this point on, when may have some questions for you, some of the representatives from the 350 group as we proceed on. So at this time, the applicant as well, did you wish to come up? Anyone? Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so there 15 minutes, if needed.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Nick King, and I'm Vice President of Operational Quality Control for Nordic Aqua Farms in Maine and Nordic Aqua Farms in California. We do want to respond to a number of comments from today, but given the amount of time, we may have to be ready to answer your questions pertinent to those. And that would include things like transportation interruption, water quality at the outfall, waste byproduct offtake, the alternatives, and the scale. But what I'd like to talk to you today about to start is the comments regarding viral monitoring in effluent. This is an important one to understand, and it's quite complicated, so please bear with me. Viral monitoring will be done on the farm. It's actually more effective to monitor for viruses within the host and not within the water and the environment. The host is susceptible to the viruses. They are specific to harbor within specific organs of the fish. And our farm health management program does, according to also with California Department of Fish and Wildlife, require us to do fish health inspections on the farm twice a year. And what that does is that develops a farm health status for us. This question is more about biosecurity than specifically about monitoring for viruses. There's three real fundamental pillars for biosecurity: exclusion, management, and containment. And if you were to look at our farm health management plan, which is more than 50 pages long, you will see how this is addressed. But to start on exclusion, you've heard about our water intakes. We are filtering water using ultrafiltration down to 20 nanometers, or 0.02 microns. That, in fact, is small enough to capture most of the viruses that we are concerned about. But what happens after that is the UV disinfection. And that UV disinfection is specified at a level that will kill all the viruses that we are concerned about with fish. So it's a redundant process of ultrafiltration and UV to address the exclusion aspect of our biosecurity program. Once we get onto the farm, I explained farm health management. We have a farm health management team, a veterinarian. We are supported by aquatic health diagnostic laboratories. For example, the University of California, Davis has a approved state aquatic animal health diagnostics lab that we will use. Management is every day. Our staff are trained to recognize indicators of fish welfare. Fish will change their behavior. Fish will change their appearances. And so your staff have to really be able to recognize that to say, okay, there's something going on that needs a further investigation. That's when it brings into our farm health management team. We'll have on our facility a fish health laboratory that will allow us to do things like necropsy the fish, take a closer look, use a microscopy, and we'll also have experts in bacteriology to be able to do some initial bacteriology work. Services, things that we cannot do in-house, we have partners out of house to do. And again, that is with the University of California, Davis Laboratory. Farm health management is a holistic approach. Our recirculating aquaculture systems, they themselves have disinfection units on there so that any pathogen that could potentially be there would not be amplified. But again, it's within the fish health that we really begin to monitor. We do the monitoring for viruses. Twice a year, according to California Department of Fish and Wildlife, we are required to do a biannual health inspection. But from the day to day, we are also involved with the fish health. What that does, it creates a known fish health status for our facility. A known fish health status will be able to tell you what the potential risks are in the effluent. That third step on containment is within our effluent discharge disinfection. Again, we are using ultrafiltration 0.02 micron, yes, and we are using UV disinfection at an effective kill strength. So we are redundant in the disinfection and the removal and disinfection of viruses potentially leaving the facility. So this is a program that I should mention. Nordic Aquafarms is one of the founding members of what's called through the USDA, the Commercial Aquaculture Health Program Standards, and this is in Maine. This is a program where the USDA is beginning to launch a national policy for aquaculture fish health status, creating premise freedoms around specific pathogens. This is a new program. It actually is something that is redundant somewhat to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, but is a program that we participate in that is vetted by fish health staff with the USDA, and it's a verified program within the USDA. This is being launched in the state of Maine to begin with, which we are one of the initial members of. And we expect this to roll out in time nationally to be recognized by states, various states. Is it possible to come back to some of our slides? Yeah. It would be slide number 20.
And I think there's going to be questions after you do this part of your presentation.
Okay, I was going to move on to feed next.
Okay. I'd like to ask after they have the whole 15 minutes, so we don't interrupt their 15 minutes. As he asked for it to interrupt it.
Okay.
Rex, you know what?
The BOS one. Yeah.
Yes. So feed was commented on quite a bit today, and I wanted to walk you through our process for determining our feed profile. It's quite complex, it's multidimensional because you have to balance it with various core values you may have for yourself, but also what the customers prefer within their product that they buy. We put in the first place the welfare of our fish first. So when we go to formulate feeds, we need to make sure that we're using ingredients that are healthy for our fish and that the formulation of our feed is specific enough to support the health, the growth of our fish. That becomes number one. We don't compromise with restrictions on our formulation that could potentially compromise the health and welfare of our fish. We then take into consideration environmental factors. We can use ingredients that intrinsically have low levels of phosphorus so that we can limit the level of phosphorus in our effluent. We certainly want to pay attention to feed conversion ratios. That means that we're efficiently using the feed, we're not creating feed waste, and we're not creating excessive fish waste. Reduction of carbon footprint is something that can also be looked at within your feed formulation. We like to favor regional ingredients. North America is a very large basket of ingredients, all of which are useful for salmon or any other marine fish feed formulation. We have crop proteins in North America. We have land animal protein byproducts in North America. We have trimmings from human consumption fisheries that can be used in our feed formulations. And we have very innovative companies that are looking at things like single-celled proteins, bacteria and algae, yeasts, and insect meals that can be utilized within our feeds, all which will help to drive down the marine ingredients requirements, but also to help us formulate with a more favorable carbon footprint. Recycled ingredients is an interesting one as well. It's an exciting area. Right here in Southern California, there's a company called PreZero. PreZero takes pre-consumer food wastes and utilizes that as a feed substrate for black soldier fly, where the larvae are then taken and ground up or oils extracted and created feed ingredients. This is being done within the state of California. PreZero is planning to build a 5,000-ton plant, which means it will create 5,000 tons of ingredients there, all to be used for aquaculture or animal feeds. So for example, feeds that are, ingredients that derive from California being fed California food wastes that are then fed to fish within California and consumed by people within California makes a very favorable circular economy. This is just an example of some of the direction that the industry of feed ingredients is going within the United States. And we will embrace that in the future. Lastly, customers are important to us. People eat salmon for the health benefits of salmon, and that means we need to deliver omega-3 fatty acids at the appropriate levels that people expect within the feed. And also, salmon is rich in essential vitamins and minerals that are good for us to eat. I won't spend too much time on this slide, but it really, if you look at this slide from left to right, you see a lot of blue on the left side and you see more green on the right side. This is a shift that feed ingredients have taken in fish feed for the last decades. I think that's since 1990. You can see how the industry has moved toward reduction of marine ingredients. We're integrating more crop proteins. And then at the very end, you see more ingredients such as insect meals or single-cell proteins. This industry is moving toward better utilization of forage fish. Okay, forage fish for decades has been at its maximal sustainable yield at about 5.5 million metric tons. This hasn't changed for decades. Aquaculture has grown since 1990 at 6.5% per year, every year until now. We're doing better at utilizing these ingredients. Aquaculture is not the only user of forage fish ingredients. Yes, we are the larger user by now, at this time, sorry. But poultry and swine and pet foods also utilize that resource. We're just the most proactive ones that are looking at ways to reduce our reliance on that marine resource. By 2029, aquaculture is expected to fall third in that place behind poultry and swine and be almost on par with pet food in terms of utilizing forage fish. And I do want to leave time for David. I think that's where I might stop there then. Oh, actually, one mention of this week, it did come up. The fisheries in West Africa, we've heard about some of these articles I point out here. This is taking place in nations. These are unregulated fisheries. These are, in some cases, illegal fisheries being supported by corrupt governments. These ingredients are then being moved into markets that consumers don't care where they came from and they don't understand the origin and the sustainability aspect. That's not us. We have feed partners that are committed to taking 100% certified fisheries by 2025, which is well before our needs for feed. I'm sorry, David, I'll give you a few minutes there.
And there could be questions after your 15 minutes, so do what you can in the 3 and we'll fill in the rest.
Back up, please. Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Sorry, my name is David Noyce. I'm the Senior Vice President of Technology for Nordic Aqua Farms. And I'm going to breeze through some of these points quickly, but we look forward to answering your questions as we move past this. So the first main point that I wanted to bring up is that the DIR calculated our annual operation emissions to be 4,185 metric tons of CO2 in 2025. We recalculated the reduction in emissions for the final EIR after the voluntary commitment for 100% renewable and/or non-carbon energy, which was a reduction from the initial draft EIR. However, what we did not afford any credit for was the voluntary traffic management plan, which would reduce single-occupied vehicle traffic to and from the site. So the greenhouse gas analysis that was conducted in the EIR was still relatively conservative, and as you can see, is well below the threshold of 10,000 metric tons and 25,000 metric tons, which were analyzed as thresholds of significance in the EIR. There's been a lot of discussion about phasing, but I'd first like to talk about some of the benefits of RAS land-based aquaculture, which is escape prevention, biosecurity measures, the lack of competition for marine footprints, high environmental marine safeguards, but also the ability to choose when to harvest your fish. So you don't have to bring a boat in and offload those fish and sell them and move to the market. If there's an issue for any reason, you sell the fish before you harvest them and then you move them to market. So if there are any interruptions in local roadways, we would simply hold the fish in the tanks and then harvest them when the roadways reopen. So I've heard a lot of discussion about it being a new and unproven technology. The technology in the RAS systems have been around literally for over a century. The drum filters are 150 years old technology. CO2 strippers have been used for 130 years. Biofilters, 128 years. Denitrification has been in place for 106 years. Foam fractionation in ozone has been used for 129 years. UV has been successfully used to disinfect water for 112 years. And oxygen has been used commercially for 121 years. This is a proven, time-tested technology that has been used the world over to effectively treat drinking water and wastewater in all kinds of different commercial and municipal applications. So I've heard a lot of questions and concerns about the scale of the project. So this project is very similar in scale to the current modules and units that are in place in Norway and Denmark right now. And they have approximately a 400 metric ton capacity per tank in the units that are operating. The design here are identified, broken up into individual modules. And those modules have 600 metric tons per tank, and then they're replicated throughout the facility. So these are very similar to what we're already operating, but we're replicating that to reduce risk. It reduces the training time for the employees. It helps shorten the learning curve for operations and logistics and streamlines construction. And lastly, I'd like to point out that the biomass is not a one-shot in. So we have constant pulling of fish out for harvest, but also we have a steady buildup of biomass in the facility as we open the facility. And so it takes roughly a year and a half to reach the first steady state of biomass in phase 1. And again, we have a slow buildup of biomass in phase 2. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to answering your questions. And as notes, that is the draft EIR in the desk there. It is thousands of pages. I don't have a copy of the final EIR, but that is also a very thick document. There's been a lot of technical reports to support this EIR. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. I believe Supervisor Bohn has a question, or he did earlier with one of the speakers. I'm not sure which one.
I just wanted clarification. Well, I've got a bunch of them.
That's fine. Go for it.
But I'll make them, I'm gonna make it, I don't know why we're up here. Somebody told us we already made our vote, and I missed that part. Somebody said we already had 3 votes up here. I don't know which way, but, but what I'm trying to figure out, you're gonna test the water going in and out. Is you're gonna UV it going in and out, both on discharge and, is that what I'm?
So we have a couple of different ways of testing. So we have, first of all, we have UV monitors on the units to make sure that they're delivering an effective dose of UV. So on the intake, we have microfiltration or ultrafiltration down to 0.02 microns. We have foam fractionation, which injects ozone for disinfection, and that's followed by a 250 millijoule dose of UV for water disinfection.
I'm gonna make it easy because you're making it, using all the big words.
Okay.
Make it simple. I'm a simple guy. Are you putting as much effort to making the clean water coming in as you are making the clean water going out? Just simple yes and no.
Absolutely.
See, that was easy.
You might want to stay close.
You're gonna get simple questions from me.
I'll try to keep the answers a little.
I noticed.
Some of us like the big words fine. Use the words whatever you need.
And on the feed, I've heard a lot about, on the feed, the feedstock for the feed. I've heard a lot about plant-based, not plant-based. I noticed on your list up there, you had 11 items. And just knowing that you're in business to make money, price was not up there, but I'm sure people bid on what they're selling you. So price is a consideration. I'd put it up there just to be fully transparent. But tell me on the plant-based, the 5% you were talking about, fish trimmings, 5%. I'm trying to put some things to rest.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. I really didn't have enough time to get into it.
I fully understand. That's why we're asking these questions.
So today's formulations for our feed have about approximately 20% fish meal. If we're starting to talk about fish meal, because plants kind of are used to reduce the amount of marine.
Would that be
ingredients.
considered forage fish? Is what
That's right.
Thank you.
So if it's 20% of forage fish, 35% of that is actually from trimmings from human consumption fisheries.
Okay.
So it's not entirely extracted as a
Harvested.
reduction fishery.
Okay. Now the other question, net zero or whatever the company in Southern.
Pre-zero.
Yeah, the zero people. They're going to do 5,000 ton. How many tons are you guys going to consume a year
Our
in
feed consumption will build, but at peak, which, as David shows you, it takes 1.5 years to get to that level, it's going to be between 27,000 and 30,000 metric tons of feed.
Why don't they build that thing up here and cut down that carbon footprint?
It's a very good question, and it is within their business model to expand upon that after that one unit on up the coast.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
And the fish, when farmed, are approximately 10 pounds? Is that what I'm?
Yes,
Okay.
9-10 pounds.
And then the one that really gets to me, because it keeps coming up, and I realize it's like a drop in a bucket, is the saltwater intake. And consider I'm very familiar with the outtake line, and it's been lined, it was lined, I think, about 2005, I think it was lined, somewhere around there it was relined. The diffusers and it's amazing what the diffusers do for dilution, so that it works. What I'm wondering is, and it was right, wrong, or indifferent because it was somebody else's opinion, but if you did the saltwater intake like they said, through the outfall line and then bring it out, it saves, what was interesting to me is the water temperature was so much lower, which is going to mean your chillers use a lot less, which means it's going to cost less refrigeration. was that all bunk, or is that a possible? And then that seems to take some of the concerns of the Fishermen's Marketing Association out. It seems to take a lot of the concerns without a whole bunch of, it's going to cost you money. There's going to be money any which way. And since we have to upgrade, we're talking about upgrading things. I don't know how old the saltwater intake is that the harbor has, but it looks like it's 1 million years old in those pictures.
1964, Rex.
Huh?
1964.
I know. So what I'm saying is not using that and letting them do with what they want that, and then utilizing a saltwater intake from the ocean, which I know is more than 17 billion gallons, and have a cooler product to work with. Is that a possibility at all? Sure sounded good when they said it.
So the primary issue of that is by sleeving a pipe inside of another pipe, you basically take up the majority of the capacity of that outfall. And Larry didn't present it, but they did some analysis. Actually, they're talking about bringing, was it 4 10-inch conduits up in the outfall originally for the line that he was presenting on. What happens is basically you use up all of the capacity of the outfall then for your intake, because you're reducing that volume. And that will exclude not only future users, but potentially this project by the time that we get there, because you end up with this large imbalance. And in terms of the temperature difference, the massive exchange rate between the open ocean and the bay, you don't see a temperature difference really between the two. So there isn't any real savings to be had on that. The temperature that's induced that we have to deal with is actually from the thermal put off of the fish as they digest their food. And it's from that and the combination of the electric pumps in the facility. So that's what we're dealing with for cooling. We have tried to maximize water-to-water cooling in our facility, but we still have secondary chillers that we need to put in. That's water-to-air chillers. I hope that helps to answer your question. It's basically it would.
So you're telling me we
eat up
can't
the capacity.
do it then, is what you're saying? Because it sure sounds like that solves a lot of the problems with the fishermen's marketing. It seems like there's a lot more potential impacts to local fish and salmonids, crab larvae, a lot of different things. And I know it's real small, but it's also under suction. So, but I'm just wondering, is it impossible to do?
It's not impossible to do. However, the EIR fully studied those alternatives, and there's no significant impact from using the existing intakes. Especially, you look at the fact that we're exceeding the standards of 1.75 slot size for the screen, and we're using a 1 millimeter slot size. The ratio of 0.5 feet per second is the standard. We're going above and beyond that at 0.2. So we're exceeding the regulations and standards using existing infrastructure, which is what the hopes of this facility is, versus adding additional construction impacts from putting a new outfall out in the marine outfall, and potentially excluding other users to include the expansion of the Samoa wastewater treatment plant. The hope is to get that entire Samoa Peninsula off of leach fields and onto the Samoa wastewater treatment plants, which would require an additional, I think, is it 750,000 gallons per day of effluent to go out through that outfall. And if we use all that capacity sleeving a new pipe in it, we might not be able to add those residents to that outfall in the future.
Okay, and that line used to put out close to 45 to 60 million a day.
When you pulling it up.
So I'm just saying we're still operating on, close to single digits on outfalls, so. Okay, I got more, but.
Well, Supervisor Bushnell, and we'll be asking them more questions after. We still have to hear from staff who's going to fill in some of the empty spots or dots.
And I will say Larry knows a lot more about that than I do.
Well, we may call him up. Do you want him now, or can we get through staff?
No, I know a little bit too. I mean, not as much as Larry by any means, but I'm trying to think. There's been a lot of asks by 3 different groups, and and I appreciate that. I really want the fishermen's marketing some of their, but it doesn't seem like we're enveloping any of the asks. And I know we did an EIR, but I sometimes wonder how we thought we were going to do this project, 15 acres of roofs, 12 million gallons of discharge without an EIR. I think the first mistake we made was thinking we couldn't do this without an EIR. And you've done it, and I appreciate that. But, I mean, we can't even get a 1,200 square foot house built out on the peninsula right now. There's 40 empty lots out there, and we're getting 15 acres of this. And I support the project. I support it whole. I guess this is the part where we come to the table and there's a little give and take. So.
Well, we're almost to that part. Supervisor Bushnell, and I do want to go to staff because they may have some of the answers for you too.
Yeah, I think I would like Director Ford to address some of the questions that came up, and maybe that'll answer my questions. You guys could just stay at the table probably. That's okay with the chair.
Do you want to ask them before staff? Okay, yeah. We'll just let John, because I know they've been scribbling madly for the last 3 hours.
Thank you, Chair Bass. So I think, in fact, maybe I'm going to work backwards. I want to go first to the comments that were made specifically about the Wolf letter and identifying that the EIR is not adequate. And some of the examples that were used in there characterized the county responses in a way that you would think that we ignored what agencies such as CDFW and others had said. And that's just simply not the case. I think one of the things that has been, I think it may be acknowledged, is that the work on mitigation measure 6A for bio was something that was absolutely a reflection of working with CDFW. I think the other thing that relative to all the legal requirements that were cited, or all the legal cases that were cited, those cases weren't on point to greenhouse gases. Those cases were on point to situations where there was information that was known, but they were related to environmental effects. And what Mr. Wolf seems to be doing is extrapolating, and if Destiny kicks me under the table, I'll stop. But what Mr. Wolf seems to be doing is taking that and saying this situation of using international standards is like what should be applied to CEQA, and that's a bit of a stretch. We believe that's a stretch. We believe that that's not entirely applicable. We find that it's a unique take on how to evaluate things, but that's not true. I'd like to also indicate that the intake has been evaluated. And one of the things that gets very, very confusing here, and I'm going to go back to a situation that we tried to address in terms of the presentation, and that has to do with the fact that there are different permitting agencies. The county is responsible for permitting the land-based component of this. But we have done an environmental analysis on the entire project. And we've done that under CEQA. And one of the things that gets a little confusing, and we were aware that this was confusing, and we tried to deconfuse it when we were writing the DEIR and the final EIR, is the fact that the Coastal Commission, and this is not a negative, uses some different standards to evaluate impacts to the marine environment. They use area of productivity for gone. That's not a CEQA terminology. That really comes out of permitting power plants. And so what that does is it looks at the impact of using that water and what's in that water and what of the use of that water loses the ability to be productive. Now, the thing that the Coastal Commission does is that they then require a commensurate compensation for all of that. That doesn't mean that that's a significant adverse impact under CEQA. That means that they're requiring compensation for whatever was in there, even no matter how small it was. from an environmental standpoint under CEQA, it's really about habitat loss. It's about impacts to endangered species. We clearly identified longfin smelt, clearly have mitigation for longfin smelt. And so it gets a little, I think, confusing for people to understand that it is appropriate for there to be continued testing associated with the coastal development permit that's going to be acted on by the Coastal Commission related to area for productivity forgone. We've already addressed the issue relative to habitat, relative to listed species. That's the CEQA question. There's a different question for the Coastal Commission. There's also a different question related to the incidental take permit relative to longfin smelt. And that is, what's the degree of the impact? We've identified that the impact is potentially significant because loss of one species is potentially significant because it's a listed species. But now the question is exactly how many species are we trying to mitigate for? How many individuals are we trying to mitigate for? And that's what the ongoing testing is trying to determine. That's not to say that the EIR hasn't completed an adequate analysis. The EIR has, in fact, identified what the potential impact is and disclosed that and identified what the mitigation is. That's the CEQA test. And so it has met that. There were a number of questions raised relative to additional conditions and wanting to see the phasing of the project. It could be possible to add a condition to limit development of phase 2 until phase 1 has been demonstrated it's operating in compliance. There was also questions about viral testing. And the approach up to this point has been, because of what has been explained, because of the UV radiation, it's the understanding that there's not going to be live viruses coming out of the outfall. It may be appropriate, if the board were to consider it, to as part of an annual report, to have the reports that are given to CDFW to indicate whether or not there was any concern with viruses. I know there's the request that should be done on a weekly basis, but the real question is whether or not it's better done in the water, or is it better done, as Mr. King mentioned, as part of testing of the actual fish. There were a lot of issues raised relative to greenhouse gas emissions and whether or not it should be evaluated, whether or not the fish feed and the production of the fish feed should be evaluated as part of this project. I won't belabor that point, but under CEQA, it really is a matter of evaluating this permit. We believe that this permit, this project, has been evaluated for greenhouse gas impacts. That includes not only the generation of electricity to support the project, that is perhaps an indirect impact, but certainly an associated impact with this project, but also the traffic, the commute, and the operation of the facility. I would like to also say that a lot of the comments that get made, and I think that the person from Oceana, their letter is in the final EIR. Responses to the letter are in the EIR. Maybe I misunderstood him, but I heard him to say that we didn't respond to his comments. Some of the assumptions that are made by some people who are commenting on this are assuming that when they read about an aquafarm project, that they're reading about a recirculating aquaculture system like this is. And they don't realize that what they're really reading about are net pen operations. So when you read about diseases and downstream flow and things like that, what that's really resulting from is a situation where fish are being raised in pens in the open ocean. and they're being raised at higher concentrations of fish. And so they are then susceptible. When one fish gets sick, they all get sick because they're in an uncontrolled environment. That's why during the presentation earlier today, we tried to be very cautious about saying this is a very controlled environment. The water that's coming in is controlled. The eggs that are coming in are very controlled. This has been part of our analysis. I don't want to sound like I'm a project proponent. I want to sound like somebody who spent the last year and a half or more of my life invested in this project and understanding it and evaluating the impacts of it. And I think we've really struggled to understand what is the likelihood of there being viruses that are, one, in those controlled systems, and then the likelihood of viruses going out the pipe into the ocean, because nobody sitting in this room, I don't believe, wants to see existing native fish populations damaged. There was also the comment again about the hazardous algal blooms, and again, I want to reiterate that discussion is really what led to the additional ocean monitoring, not just sampling at the outfall. And I want to be really clear that the Regional Water Quality Control Board already, as part of the NPDES permit, was requiring that sampling be done at the beginning of the outfall before the water is released into the ocean. They require sampling for certain things at various intervals. Some of them are daily. And so that was all already there, but there was a concern that we don't know what's happening at the end of the outfall. And so since there wasn't really an identified impact, the applicant actually agreed that they would do baseline sampling and that they would do ongoing sampling. And what that was intended to do is establish, one, that the modeling that was done as part of the EIR was correct, and that the ongoing operation of the facility was being done in a way that's consistent with the modeling upon which the EIR was based. I'm going to ask. Yeah, thanks. Good.
With respect to sea level rise, I just wanted to talk about the ground densification that's going to be occurring on site. So unlike other projects, this ground densification allows for excavation of material all the way down to the groundwater table. And so this means that if there are any remnant materials within this substrate, that they'll be screened and tested accordingly to the guidelines of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Typically, this testing is only done in areas where there is known occurrence of hazardous material, and so it would be core samplings. By screening down to the groundwater table, you'll be removing those hazardous materials, and so as the sea level rises and impacts groundwater, you'll no longer have those materials seeping into the bay and impacting groundwater. And then I also wanted to talk a little bit about alternatives, since it's been briefly discussed. In terms of an oceanic intake, we've already talked about the use of the existing outfall pipeline and its feasibility. If there were to be, say, a new oceanic intake, it would be extensive in-water construction that would go all the way out through the surf. Oceanic intake does not necessarily minimize entrapment, impingement, or entrainment of organisms. There are still these organisms in the ocean, and these would need to be thoroughly studied in addition. With regard to relocating an intake within the bay somewhere, you still have these issues. And then with regard to slant wells, as previously discussed in our staff presentation, it would require a minimum of at least 40 slant wells. And there's not the size or really the water quality to be able to do that, because you'd be pulling water from below an existing brownfield site, which could compromise the water going into the facility. The outfall? Yeah. In relation to the modeling that was prepared, specifically the what's being released into the ocean, I kind of glanced over it in my initial presentation, but what we're seeing is that there are two components that are really issues that are raised in the outfall, and those are temperature and salinity. Nitrogen levels are so low that it's not considered feasible, even a discussion point, really, because it's more than 100-fold of what is allowable by other discharge facilities in the state of California and federally. And so what that really is saying is that the modeling reflects that these objectives are met within 5 feet of the mixing zone. So as the diffusers are releasing this effluent, within 5 feet, we're seeing that these are met, meaning that there's yes, the water going out is warmer, but within 5 feet, we're seeing that increase has been diluted to an increase of 0.1 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the water that's actually being released has a lower salinity level than the ambient salinity levels. And so the argument that's made in the draft environmental document is that within the 5 feet of this mixing zone along the outfall, if fish are swimming in proximity to that and these minor changes are having an impact on these fish, that they would merely swim away.
Just like to follow up on 2 things real quick. And one of those is that relative to sea level rise, actually I'm going to make it 3. Relative to sea level rise is that the site is outside of the 1 meter sea level rise, so it's not subject to being in inundation. And the related concern there is relative to tsunami. And the site, early on, we discussed this with the applicant, and they hired perhaps the foremost expert in the world on this. They wrote the current building code relative to tsunami, and that's why they designed the primary building to be a 2,500 year, to resist a 2,500 year tsunami. And then also the tanks are designed to withstand a 2,500 year tsunami. So the concern has been that natural disasters, earthquakes, tsunami, sea level rise, also shouldn't be a potential or lead to a rupture in the facility that would cause fish escape, and they've been designed to withstand that. And then I would just say that with respect to the concern about some of the other species like herring, that is addressed, and those are identified as species, and that's addressed on 3.3-50 of the draft DIR. And so the other fish that some people are concerned about, that feel like would be adversely affected, it's not, I don't want to have anybody have the impression that that wasn't considered. That is evaluated in the DEIR. At this point, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I know Supervisor Bushnell had some, and I know I've also been requested to make a short break soon, so perhaps you can ask your question. You'd rather wait for the break? Okay, how about short break, 10 minutes? It's been requested for 10 minutes. So, yeah, and we'll go straight to Supervisor Bushnell at that point. All right, so thanks for letting us have that brief break. And I did tell Supervisor Bushnell we'd go to her, so Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. I'm going to first ask some questions to the chair to the planning department. There were several references, quite a few actually, to a phased-in project, and I'm wondering what a phase. So the project's already somewhat phased. Am I correct or not?
That is correct.
So what part is the phasing of building one portion of it and then building a second portion?
That's essentially correct. The phase 1 includes most of the support facilities. It includes the grow out modules, but then obviously the area where the nursery where the eggs are taken and received and then stored and then hatched and grown into, I believe the word is smolt, and then the processing facility are all needed as part of phase 1. So those all get constructed as phase 1. That's why On the exhibit we showed, most of the buildings were in blue. That was phase one. Phase two really is adding in grow-out modules to the facility.
Okay, so I'm going to swap to whoever over here on this table wants to answer my next question. Given that this plant or whatever, fish factory is going to be one of the largest and larger than what you folks have already, why do you think you're going to be so successful at such a large facility?
I was going to say, you want to do the... Okay, well, what David was showing very quickly at the very end was a comparison of how our existing facilities are basically smaller units in a smaller building. We're essentially doing the same thing, but multiple of them in a bigger building, if you will, to house them. So it's the same sort of RAS, individual RAS systems are being multiple in there. And then, you know, it's taking advantage of the entire site. I mean, if you were asking us to make something smaller, the individual buildings, as Director Ford indicated, each one of them serve a certain purpose for the certain size of the whole thing. So, you know, you've got the water treatment that will be sized to service the entire facility. You've got all of it essentially is sized around the full 25,000 metric tons. So, you want to add something? Okay. Oh, and then Maine is the same size as well.
Maine is the same. You guys
size.
Produce 25 metric tons
We
there?
are permitted to. We haven't built it yet.
So you haven't successfully produced 25 metric tons to date in any of your other facilities?
Right, that's right.
Will you do,
I was going to say that the facility in Maine, which is almost identical to this, will be built before this facility.
So is the facility in Maine phased in, obviously, like this one will be? So your intent is to be, there'll be identical facilities in different locations? Pretty much? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so thank you for that. So I don't understand quite the comments about a phased-in facility when it appears to be phased in already.
Well, I think the way I take the comments is that some of the public is looking for a much smaller facility than even what the phase one would allow. And then some of the comments really wanted to see only the phase one approved. And then if that was operated successfully over a period of time, and there would be a sunset date on the permit, that then they could reapply to extend the permit and apply to expand the permit. But that's far different than what's being proposed here.
There's not a sunset date on the permit, is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, why would you build something and having a sunset on it?
Correct.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's just not feasible financially to build something thinking it's going to expire. When they talk about wanting to have the water, the cold water, putting a line in out to the ocean, bringing the water in, they talk about, there was a lot of questions raised about the habitat in the bay. And I'm wondering, there was reference to bringing in waters from the bay that was going to disrupt the habitat, the fish habitat there, crabs and smelt and so forth and so on. Is that only with pulling in water or taking out water, also the excess water coming out? Is it the entire thing? Because they didn't reference to having a line for the excess going out, so I'm just curious.
So the way it's proposed right now, obviously, is the intake is proposed in the bay.
Right.
The outfall goes out to the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
And I think some of the comments don't want to see the intake within the bay and want to see the intake out of the ocean.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. That's all for right now.
Okay, and before I go to Supervisor Wilson, I did want to, for people who may be tuning in and haven't been seeing this whole event today, we have already closed the public comment portion of this hearing. So in case anyone's wondering if they get to make a public comment, that part has passed. So just, it's been a long time. People could be looking. Yeah, no, of course, Supervisor Bushnell, go ahead, and then Supervisor Wilson.
I'm reading my notes. I'm sorry.
I was going to say no.
You could say no. I'm sorry. So so when through the permitting process, there are multiple agencies that permit, and when oftentimes, and I heard it today say, you know, this is, when this is approved today, that's the end all be all, it just goes forward. And I want to, and I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure. So there are multitudes of checklists and things that have to happen and other permitting agencies that have to happen before. And a lot of what I heard today, I thought would be addressed in other agencies or other aspects. So getting the permit doesn't mean you just go forward and just go crazy. It means you still have lots of checks and balances. Is that correct or not?
That is absolutely correct. In fact, the outfall is not approved by this action today, and the intake is not approved by this action today, or could not be. I don't want to presuppose your action, but the intake and the outfall could not be approved by this action today.
Okay. And then one last thing to you folks, there was a reference to testing for bacteria growth weekly. And what I had heard, and I want you guys to correct me, is you only do it twice a year. Is that correct? Yeah, please.
To answer your question, there's a biannual inspection of all the biomass on the farm. It's represented and sampled to do a fish health inspection. That includes bacteriology, that includes viral screening, that also includes just looking for parasites. Disease can be infectious via pathogens, or it can be non-infectious via, feed or just genetics. So we look, a full health workup. Coming back to your question about agencies, now California Department of Fish and Wildlife will approve our aquaculture license, and part of that is a risk assessment that we've submit with them on the farm health management program for the farm. They also have a set of regulations that we have to adhere to, which is this is the biannual health inspection. But you should also know that it's required, if ever a virus is detected on the farm, that it gets notified to the state, it gets notified to the Department of Food and Ag and Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we have the biannual health testing, but we also have the day-to-day fish health screening. In any case, if a virus is detected, it gets reported.
How would a virus be detected if you're only biannually testing? I know that you said earlier by the change in the activity of the fish, you watch the fish, you're doing that. But if you're not testing only twice a year, how would you detect?
The fish health screening is done daily. That's only if we're looking at healthy fish, we're looking at fish that may be changing in their appearance, changing in their behaviors. That whole workup of that fish does include, you can address viral screening, virus monitoring in two ways. One is with surveillance, which is this PCR test that we talked about. That's specific to a virus. It's a PCR test. You homogenize the organs of the fish, you send it through to that, and you can tell whether it's positive or negative. Another approach is called viral screening, and that's where we use a technique called cell culture, where we homogenize organs, we inject them into cells, and then you look to see if any virus is in there having a pathogenic effect on the cells. That's a very broad-based technique that allows us to detect viruses of any kind that could be impacting the fish. That is done not required, but that is part of the fish health program, where if our investigation leads us in that direction, that kind of screening is done.
So the testing that you're talking about is to the animal itself, right?
Yes.
And
Yes,
the two tests that are done biannually, are they water and animal test?
No, they are only within the animal. And that's according to standard procedures for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's called the American Fisheries Society, the AFS. These are standardized practices for detecting pathogens in fish and doing aquatic health screening. There's also an international organization that recognizes those techniques. So it's not techniques that we are making up or standard operating procedures for us. In fact, I had mentioned the UC Davis Aquatic Animal Health Laboratory there. They're an approved laboratory both at the federal level and at the state level to do these kind of diagnostics tests.
Is there, at any time, are you testing the water for bacteria or pathogens in the water? That's not required at all and that isn't done
It's not
commonly anywhere?
required, it's not really effective, because you want to know, you want to be able to look for things that could be impacting your fish. Just screening water, there are millions of viruses, bacteria, and so on. Some are commensal, some are good for the animals, and some potentially pathogenic. So just doing a screening of water is not giving you the information pertinent to the inspection of facility. You need to look at what's impacting the hosts.
So I understand you saying not screening water doesn't give you all of what you need, but are any of your facilities now, do you guys screen the water?
No.
No.
And it's not a standard practice at all in aquaculture.
Okay.
For finfish farms like this.
Okay.
We're also screening coming in as well and killing the viruses.
I understand that it's screened coming in. I'm talking about containment when you're housing water. I understand that you flush it if influx, but I don't know anything about farmed fish. So I'm gonna ask the questions. Thank you.
All right.
If I might add that when we do have
Can you get closer to this microphone over here?
Sorry about that. My
Yeah,
apologies.
there's two, that mic works as well.
It just doesn't go through our.
Yep, no, my apologies.
No, I know that.
What I will add is that outside of the biannual testing, anytime we have mortalities or any signs of stress or symptoms in the fish, that we would then examine those fish and send them out for full diagnosis with our accredited veterinary partner. So we have in-house lots of biologists, which if you noted, I'm a marine biologist myself, trained to watch the fish, their behavior, their feeding behavior, conditions and changes in the environment of the RAS systems themselves. If we note anything abnormal, then we go and we do some sampling and we send that out of house for full workup. So it's not just the prescribed schedule that's in the regulations, but also if we see anything that's out of place, we then test and examine that.
Thank you for that. And I think Director Ford might know, and maybe you folks, does Fish and Wildlife come in can they just come in and inspect if they want?
I imagine they can with any other permit.
Okay. You all are shaking your head, so
Yeah,
is it
it's
common that they would have?
Yes, and USDA APHIS can come in and inspect the facility at any time with no notice.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson?
Thanks. I'll probably have a few questions and some asks, and then also I imagine, like Supervisor Bohn, and probably go through another iteration of that. The first one, and this is not in order of importance, it's just like the mess of notes that I have here, so I'm just going to try and check a few things off the list. There was a talk about, questioning investments and investors and those sorts of things, and I think it sounded like it was sort of like tying it to, at some point there was conversation about permit sunset dates related. I think what maybe that, from my perspective, from a community perspective, is that if a permit isn't acted on in a certain amount of time, we are investing a lot in offering an entitlement and an opportunity cost for our community, right, if nothing happens. So are there sometimes permit sunset dates that aren't necessarily, they're tied to inaction as opposed to action, where if nothing happens on a property for 5, 10 years or whatever it is, that then we review whether or not this, the course of action in terms of community value of that entitlement is something we might want to look at?
That's actually a component of the zoning ordinance,
Okay.
and it sets a time limit in which applicant has to initiate and vest the permit, and usually investiture of the permit requires pulling of the building permit and actually beginning construction on the building.
So
And
what's that time frame?
typically that's 2 years, in some cases it's 1.
Okay, so that might answer a bit of like, the investment issue, because we can't get the investment to move forward with all that stuff. It just doesn't happen, and then you're kind of stuck. But you're talking about just for the permit itself, in terms of pulling the building permit. Is there like a timeline after the building permit by which something has to be built as well? Because again, it's like relative to the cost of construction, the cost of getting all your permits is pretty small. So I was just kind of wondering, is that
That's typically not a condition that I've seen applied. It's not a condition that would necessarily be illegal or couldn't be applied.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the county didn't want to see that permit open for, 10 years, then that's certainly
Or
something-
beyond 10 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll get back to that. I just wanted to just kind of clarify, like, where I think the value of investment is in this regard, if we're trying to judge external investment and the impact on our community, is sometimes, the leverage of these entitlements is its own value to somebody else as opposed to us. And so I want to be, cognizant of that and represent the community in that way. The other thing I note too is the choice of fish being grown here. That is actually permitted by Fish and Wildlife, correct? That's not us. We don't do that.
That is correct.
Okay, I just want to be really clarify that in this is not us, and that is evaluated by them. So if there is a change in that, that's still through Fish and Wildlife.
That is correct.
All right. I want to talk about the intakes and the outfall. Both of those structures, as you mentioned, are not permitted by us today. They'll have a separate permitting process that they're gonna that will go through. If in that process the applicant decides to move the intake from the bay to the outfall or anywhere else in that matter, would that make a significant impact on our CEQA document?
It could, but it may not. I don't want to be evasive, but it really depends on where it's being moved to and what the circumstances are. I think that we would need to do subsequent review. Well, the responsible agency would need to do something to address the environmental effects, say, of putting an intake into the ocean. I don't want to put anything out there into the
Well, I'm going to say, through that, I guess you're right. I mean, in terms we're going to, not this we, a whole nother we, for me anyway. There's going to be an analysis that will occur, an environmental analysis, maybe not CEQA, but CEQA equivalent, I would imagine, and probably and beyond, for wherever the intake is done, whether it's in the location that is being discussed today or whether it's in some other methodology. I mean, that will happen.
That is correct.
Okay. Just as well as the impacts related to outfall. I mean, that is also will be analyzed from a state lands perspective, from a public resource perspective.
Correct.
Okay. Which is even bigger and broader than this body is dealing with today, right? We're not dealing with state lands in that same fashion, are we?
No, that's why that permit really is with California Coastal Commission and the Regional Water Quality Control Board primarily. And then there's consulting that goes on between the agencies as part of those permits.
Okay, so I'm just trying to really, I'll let you guys.
We're good.
You're good? Okay.
Yep.
So, I just, for whatever that's worth, any approval that we give today is not approval of the intake or the outfall. We are not approving that today. We're just basically analyzing the CEQA document for the on-land stuff, assuming the intake and outfall are as planned.
Correct.
Is that what we're doing?
That is exactly correct.
I'm getting a shake of the head from one of the folks in the audience. So I just want to make sure that this is okay. That's how I understand it.
The current project description
Yeah.
was brought forward so that the county, as the lead agency, could
Right.
evaluate the whole of the project.
Right.
Which is the CEQA standard to avoid piecemealing.
Right.
That is what we've done.
Okay. But we're still not permitting it. It's still.
We are not permitting the intake or the outfall.
Okay. I feel that. Okay. So, I'm going to go back to you guys with relationship to, there was a question about whether or not, and I'm going to ask you the same question that Supervisor Bohn asked you with relationship to the filtration requirements of the water coming in versus the water going out. Are you telling me they are the same in terms of filtration?
So the intended purpose is equivalent. They are slightly different in the sizes of the filters because of the purposes that they're serving. One is incoming seawater, the other one is serving very solids and organics laden effluent. And the primary difference is that we have ozone on the intake but do not on the outfall, because ozone is designed to interact with organics and neutralize those. And obviously in the effluent, it is very rich and laden with organics, so you wouldn't be able to apply ozone effectively for that use on the outfall. However, we do increase the dosage of UV to the outfall, which is larger than the dose of UV on the intake, to help equate that. I hope that answers that question. So the intention is to have the same level of disinfection at the intake as the outfall, but through slightly different measures because of the type of water that we're treating.
So you're talking about just different technologies?
Yes, ones that are appropriate for the purpose that they're serving.
I'm going to ask you, this is really, maybe this is a little too, but what about suspended solids? Where is that how's the comparison between those two in the intake and the out?
So with the incoming water, the suspended solids are very low, whereas obviously they're very high on the effluent, because that is what is coming out of the wastewater treatment.
In the untreated effluent?
The untreated effluent it's very low. It's actually slightly lower for total suspended solids on the effluent after the treatment process than it is in the background levels.
So the treated effluent has is low suspended solids? Is that, I'm asking this question because I'm asking about basically the effectiveness of UV on the treatment, right? And so UV is really great for viruses.
Yes, it is.
It tears apart RNA like crazy. So the question I'm asking is, but it won't do it if there's things blocking the UV. So I'm asking this question, like, to what degree is the treatment before UV occurring? To what filtration is that? To what diameter?
So that's
size?
ultrafiltration down to 0.04 microns, and for perspective, a human hair is about 70 microns. So 0.04 microns is small enough to physically filter out bacteria and a good variety of viruses also. So that removes 99+% of total suspended solids, which avoids the potential for shading, because you're removing such a massive amount of total suspended solids that really allows for a very effective application of UV.
That's on your effluent?
That's correct.
Transparency of the water.
Okay.
Yep. And we do measure UVT, or the dosage of UV and the transparency. So the effective dose is measured in real time at the wastewater treatment plants. And we have multiple UVs in line, so we have redundancy capabilities so that we always have an effective dose of UV on the effluents.
Okay. I'm going to work on staff a little bit more. Sorry, I'm really jumping around here.
That's okay.
That's okay. So on the question with relationship to phase 1 and phase 2, if we were to impose a condition by which that phase 2 really just can't happen without phase 1 meeting all of the criteria that we or any other agency impose, when and what would that language look like? And is it feasible?
I believe it is feasible. I think, one of the caveats that I would just bring up before I speculated on language is that it would relate to permits that are issued to Nordic, and there are 2 applicants here. And so if we're trying to regulate Nordic, they should be able to be responsible for the permits that they hold. And then the Harbor District would be responsible for the permits they hold, but we're not permitting their facilities. So that being said, I think it would read something like, prior to any prior to issuance of any construction permits for Phase 2, Phase 1 of the project must be operating in compliance with the county coastal development permit, the Regional Water Quality Control Board NPDES permit, and any other local, state, or federal permit issued to Nordic or their successor.
Okay, so in that way, they would have to prove concept. I mean, it's kind of a big concept, because really that's like 12 million gallons, which is as big as anything that currently exists now in its own right. I mean, I'm going to do a little side thing. When we say this is the biggest, it's the biggest of this technology. When we buy farmed fish in the store, and whether it's, I mean, well, not everyone does it, but it's like catfish or tilapia, or some of these places are hundreds and hundreds of acres of farm, and they're on land, and they produce effluent that's completely untreated into the environment. I mean, and that's what, I think that speaks to the issue and the question of like being responsible for your, you know, for your own backyard a little bit more, in terms of like, we import as a nation so much seafood, and so much of it is farmed, and it hasn't, there's little to no regulation on its effluent, little to no regulation on its feed, little to no, I mean, it's pretty, I mean, even us selecting what we eat at our own stores is, you know, it's still a smaller percent, and we still pressure not only ourselves, but our, you know, our restaurants and others to seek those out, but still it's only a portion of the market that's that responsible. So nonetheless, this is a big deal for us in this small community, and in our very, very you know, productive and important environment. With relationship to I guess going back to the testing, the PCR testing, and then back to you guys. Sorry, totally all over the place, just because I'm just kind of following notes from people's questions, and so is it? I mean, so it seems like you're going to have a lab on site, right? So there's a lot of anxiety around this issue of escapement of viruses, or escapement of biological contamination. So do you think that, how much of a burden would it be to help the community feel better, and to be able to do sort of a weekly sampling, a PCR sampling, and or other testing that's reportable? What do you feel about that? Can you respond to that? You've heard, I mean, you've heard the requests, you've read the letters. What can we do within reason to make that happen? And I'm gonna go another side note. As this body, you're speaking to, we don't have to just go to the minimum of what is required by CEQA or any permit. This is a de novo discussion. We're here to represent a broader community than just what's, regulatorily, the standards or the thresholds of that. So help me figure out what we can do here.
So I'd like to be respectful of the supervisor's time, but I'd like to start with the emphasis of the initial design considerations for the facility, because fish health is of critical importance for this farm. We grow food fish, and we do not, under any circumstances, want pathogens to come onto the farm and to infect our crop and degrade the quality of our facility. And so we start at day one for consideration for pathogen exclusion, for parasite exclusion, and for controlling the environment to the best as possible. That's why we have, as a nice benefit of the scale of the facility, is the ability to invest very highly in the top tier technology for water disinfection treatment at the intake, which we talked about earlier with the 0.02 micron ultrafiltration, the ozone dosing, and the UV dose of 250 millijoules. We also apply within the units themselves, as we recirculate that water, disinfection technologies of UV and ozone to constantly disinfect and treat that water as it's being put through the units. Every single system that has fish has water disinfection built into the unit. So every 30 minutes, 100% of the water out of that tank comes out and is treated and recycled and put back in. That's 2 treatments per hour. where all of the water is given a dose of UV and ozone as it's recirculated through that system. So there's constant pathogen exclusion by employing UV and ozone in the rearing systems themselves. And then on the wastewater treatment system, we've employed technologies to also exclude any potential escapement of any pathogens that could potentially rear through the use of ultrafiltration, which physically excludes bacteria, and then the high dose of 300 millijoules of UV to exclude any potential pathogens from exiting the facility. And as Nick talked about earlier, we also have a strict quarantine and screening facility that it makes sure that every material that comes onto the farm doesn't have any issues. So we screen the material before it ever gets shipped to us. We screen it and hold it in quarantining before it gets sent out to the other units on the farm. And so exclusion is the main design intent of the facility from day one for every single one of our facilities. And with that, I'm going to let Nick talk a little bit more to the aspects.
Okay, but remember, I'm trying to get to a place where we lower the anxiety through some actual testing or reporting. That's where I'm really trying to get to here.
This did come up with a comment letter from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And it's basically a reassurance that we have a robust biosecurity program, that we have a robust fish health management plan program. California Fish and Wildlife asked that we would submit to them our farm health, it's called the Fish Health, Fish Welfare, and Farm Biosecurity Management Program. That's submitted to them, that's vetted by them, and then that is a document that we have to adhere to. Our entire program is built around, our entire day-to-day fish health program is built around that document. Monitoring for a virus using a PCR test in water does not give you useful information. I'm not sure what would be done with that information, but monitoring fish health status of a facility in accordance with standard procedures that are accepted at international levels and within the federal government through these certified programs does effectively give confidence that the farm health program is working effectively. Not only that, but again, if something is detected there, whether it's a virus, a disease-causing bacteria, that has to be reported to the State Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Mike, can I ask a question based on, okay. So what is the life cycle of a fish from the egg to when you harvest?
Yep. So the only thing that comes into the farm are eggs. We don't bring in any live fish at all. They're all hatched there. So it goes egg, fry, par, smolt, and then.
Okay, I skipped the baby phase. So from the egg till the time when you.
2-year cycle, is that what you're asking?
I'm asking how long does it take?
2 years.
2 years. Oh, so 2 testing cycles in a year. This is what I'm getting at. 2 testing cycles in a year. One of those fish, each fish will be tested twice in their lifetime, or could be.
Well, yeah. If you go to the egg stage, they get tested coming onto the facility. So every cohort or every batch of eggs that comes into our facility has a fish health test associated with it that goes back to the source hatchery. So the broodstock, the parents of those eggs, are defined as pathogen-free because we want to look at any vertical transmitted diseases that are being passed on the egg, which, by the way, are very few that are done that do that. But we have a health certification of the broodstock, the source hatchery, the eggs themselves, and then, as David said, they come into the quarantine. In the quarantine, they hatch, and they have to be raised to a size where we have to go through another fish health inspection outside of that twice a year that you're referencing. That has to go through an inspection in order for those fish to be released from quarantine. Again, that's coordinated at the state. We don't release them. The state will tell us, they'll see the health screening result and determine that those fish can be moved on.
But the health screening is a visual, not a actual.
No, that is a actual representative sampling, statistically significant.
Okay.
They're made to really detect pathogens of concern. The state has what's called Title 14. These are all the list of pathogens that they're concerned about. We have to address. We have to have a diagnostic test that can detect those, and then that's what has to be attested to by the fish health certificate.
Okay.
That's not issued by us, but it would be issued by the diagnostic lab like UC Davis.
And then once
or
those are
whatever.
healthy, then they move to
Then they
another.
go into the farm.
Okay.
And then that's the program where the farm is twice a year inspected.
So
across
4
the farm.
times on a
From
single.
the eggs through
Okay.
quarantine and then on the farm, in addition to the day-to-day surveillance that David was explaining.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so hold on just a moment here. Supervisor Wilson had a lineup of questions. Supervisor Bushnell got one in, but I know your hand up, so I don't know if you have more. Okay, and then Supervisor Bohn had a question, or has a comment, or so Supervisor Wilson perhaps ask some more, and then we'll go to Supervisor Bohn to ask
Yeah.
his batch of questions.
That's what we're here for. We're good. So I'm just, in a moment, I'll probably ask the appellant to come up and sort of respond, give us their interpretation of that, because I want to hear from them about what you said and where they think the gap really is in there. Before that happens, I'm going to talk a little bit about GHG, greenhouse gases. And so we have the electricity production of this facility. I suppose phase 1 and 2 are a little different in terms of the both the use of energy, but also the production on site, right? You can't put all the solar panels that would be on phase 2 building up until phase 2 building is up. So that is part of, I assume that'd be phased. There's the commitment to use 100% renewable energy with the caveats that would have been discussed. There was a request from 350, Humboldt350.org, with relationship to the 24/7 option, and I'm not totally clear about that. So I want to hear a bit about kind of a response to that. And then there's the climate issues, both around the GHG issues around the feed and basically transportation, mostly, I think, with relationship to product transportation and feed, and how may we address those things, and can we do that with potentially an offset program, and could that offset program be reinvested into local restoration projects that would have sequestration value to them, and specifically, would be great if there are estuarine restoration programs with sequestration value to them. So there's a little bit of a list there, so I'll let you digest that and work with the applicant to answer some of those questions.
So your comment was correct that the electric production and the GHG impacts associated with that were addressed within the project description when the applicant volunteered and affirmed that commitment in the final EIR and in the condition of approval, that they would buy renewable energy. And the way we've understood that is that they are buying all the power that they purchase. That would be all the power other than what comes off the solar array, would be renewable. And so I'm a little bit confused by the 24/7 myself. In terms of the climate change and the concern with the feed and the transportation of the feed, normally EIR would look at impacts that affect the localized area. And so that is what the EIR looks at. What really the appellant is asking for is to look at the operational impacts of not only the feed facility, the feed supplier, but then the transportation of that. That is typically, I've never seen anything like that included in an environmental analysis before. I think I'll leave that at that. Obviously, one of the ways of mitigating those kinds of impacts would be to invest in sequestration programs. Local programs would be the best to do that. But I think from the EIR perspective, those impacts have been identified, and have been found to be less than significant.
I mean, you mentioned before, like, there is a lot of requests from this community to, because this project's big relative to our community. I mean, it's a large consumer of energy, and I will say, that we all understand that buying 100% green energy currently in Humboldt County doesn't actually mean those electrons come from green energy. That was a choice, and I live with that choice with relationship to the wind energy project that was proposed some years ago. We probably would be at 100% or close to it, at least, you know, if that was a different decision. And so, in terms of like where the electrons come from, but what we have now is this way of this sort of trading that happens with relationship to that, and we have an arc towards the potential for offshore wind. And that we have to, that's what we're moving towards. So I think as a community, we've kind of gotten our heads around that and our responsibility towards that. And I think that's where we're at. And then I think it's interesting too that this project is, and I actually support the idea of looking at those external impacts with relationship to GHG and even fish food or fish feed sourcing and what those external impacts are, because again, we're trying to like internalize our impacts and not have them on other people. But again, it's like we should be maybe thinking about that also in when we permit a new gas station. Where does the gas come from that actually fills those tanks? And what's the impact on the environment from getting that? When we permit a new grocery store, what are the impacts of all the packaging and where that comes from that comes into our community? When we permit virtually any activity that includes importation of resources, maybe we should start as a community taking leadership on that. And maybe this is the place where we start to do that, because and I'm all about it. And so while we might not get all the way there in this project, maybe there's some baby steps or at least some starting places where we can talk about that. So I would ask that, if we were to, knowing what we know sort of in the greenhouse gas production of both the feed and the transportation element of this project, knowing what we know those are, they've been calculated, and understanding what the price that typically is asked for that with relationship to these programs, what would, if it was at the state level, $28 a ton, for carbon, what would we be asking, or what would the applicant be offering if they were to basically, mitigate for those GHGs from those external activities, knowing that they would be reduced as they reduce the GHG of those activities?
Yeah. Based upon the information that's in the EIR in terms of how much the metric tons of carbon that's produced and associated with transportation, it would be about $115,000 to $120,000, and that would be an annual expense.
That's assuming at startup, if they were able to reduce their costs, if they were to reduce GHG impacts of those things, then that number would go down. It's kind of like our tobacco program, right?
Could be, yes. In concept, that makes a lot of sense.
Can you just give me the calculation out loud at $28? How many?
Well, the metric ton starts at about, I thought it was about 4,000, and no, the number of metric tons.
No sleeping tonight.
4,150 is
annually.
Yeah,
that's the start. Is that for the feed, or is that for the
That's for all vehicle miles traveled associated with the project.
For all vehicle miles associated with the project.
How much? I'm sorry, 4,000?
4,150.
4,150 tons per annually.
Yes.
Okay. And Yes.
So it's about 116,000. I said 115 to 120,000. So.
Are we asking them to write? I'm sorry.
I'll get there. So what I'm asking for is, I'm looking in this direction, is upon operation, when you start operating, it's not, doesn't begin until you operate, that a $28 per ton carbon, what do we call it? Carbon credits are basically committed to a local, and again, it would have to be created by the planning department, I suppose, or some, working with local NGOs to basically work towards basically a fund for sequestration using it within our estuarine systems. Carbon sequestration, I think they call it blue carbon. So a blue carbon fund is basically what we'd be talking about for transportation. But I will say this, if you move away from fossil fuel vehicles, which is already is what's going to happen, that is going to go down, right? So asking for that as well as a transportation decarbonization plan. So looking at how this industry, and again, this could be the step forward to looking at all of our major industries. So it's, we're going to be moving forward, that we're looking for decarbonization plans within the industry so that there's a plan by which they are letting us know how they're moving their fleet of vehicles towards hydrogen and electric in terms of moving these things forward. So we just want to, from my perspective, I think this, we would want a plan. We kind of need to start asking for these things if we really want to try and meet our goals through our cap. And I think that that's something that we could do. I think it's outside the EIR, and that's okay, because again, this is a de novo, process, and it would be a condition of approval. So I would seek a condition of approval that looks at that on my list of asks for conditions of approval. I'm going to stop there because I can tell my other board members are like scratching their heads. I can feel it.
Did you want to hear? Did you also want to? Did you want to talk to the appellants on that one, or hear from them, or let them kind of absorb it?
They can absorb it, or whatever. We can do this. I'm just throwing it out there.
No, I know there's some questions here. Maybe they can help, and then we can.
Yeah.
So and then
you have something to say over there?
So there may be some more that comes out of this, and you guys hopefully are all trying to assimilate what you're hearing and see if there's something. Yes.
So I think what he's asking you is to buy a $280,000 electric truck so you don't have to pay $116,000. That'd be more like government, not a private business. But anyway, I see what you're asking for, but we have to set ourselves in reality. So because at the end of the day, I mean, if we're going to get into the greenhouse gases, they're going to run 80% of their facility off the gas-fired power plant out in King Salmon. There's no other way to look around it. I mean, that's the elephant in the room if we're going to talk elephants. It's not going to be solar. There's going to be a solar credit given to somebody in Palm Springs. They're not putting that thing through the transmission. And when we run out of capacity, we're going to buy it out of state, which we're doing now already, who doesn't have the checks and balances that California does on how many times you can sell those credits. So I'm just saying, I understand that. And I appreciate that, and I don't know if they're building any more new gas stations. But I understand, but we're looking at hydrogen now, and those are $800,000, I think, so.
And I will note, we're investing in hydrogen in this community now, so we really actually want to push for customers as well to, supplement and make that system work.
Anyway, I'm going to go back to my elephant in the room if we're going to make asks, and I've never got this answer clear. I've got because we bought all this property for $1, and we never cut a check. We never paid for it, but it was $1 contract.
$5. $5.
It's
$5.
I don't think it was ever written according to the project. But anyway, but what I'm saying is now And nowhere in 1973, when the JPA was formed for the harbor district and everything else, were they supposed to be a landlord. They were supposed to be a steward. And so I'm wondering, and you heard the commercial fishermen say that the docks are in need of a lot of work, and I think Larry can agree, the docks are in need of a lot of work. So that's why we're doing a lot of the things we do. I know they just bought the property in Belfast, right? What are did we sell a conservation easement out there where we can't sell the property? Or how long are we entitled to the federal government, since after we paid $1, we got $4 million from the feds to clean it up? How long are we entitled that we have to hold the property? Because I think that's the gist of it.
Well, I think there's a couple of questions. Is that in the first place is that we actually just reviewed this at our last board meeting because we approved an acquisition disposition plan where we had our outside attorneys review the Harbors and Navigation Code where we were established, and we were absolutely established to acquire and dispose of real property around Bay. It's very similar to like the airport. You know, these are economic development projects. Port facilities are absolutely essential, and we have to keep those properties. They're not going to grow any new port facilities around. With that said, the Harbor District Board has said if somebody wants to buy our property, we would entertain an offer at any point in time. Literally within, I believe within the acquisition disposition plan that was approved, it included all of the properties. I mean, literally, I think there was like 171 properties between the pulp mill and the Samoa Bridge. And that we are in this process of this wind terminal of doing acquisition and dispositions because the easements and everything else are just all messed up from 50 plus years. And so we have to acquire easements. We have to dispose of property. We're disposing THA property, 1091s. So we just approved an acquisition disposition plan for every piece of property between the pulp mill and the Samoa Bridge. And so if somebody wanted to give us an offer, we would absolutely entertain that.
And my concern is much like the time frame on the building permit. They have already committed to building here after Belfast. Well, they haven't got to stick a shovel in the ground in Belfast. What's the build out in Belfast once you actually get to do something and you don't have a start date?
Well, actually, in 2023, we do need to have some form of a start, for sure. So we do have to do, you know, some level of a start in 2023. I think our deadline is like October.
Okay.
So we do have to.
So you have to get the
Yes, we've been working
so
through
with
lawsuits.
that, and then what's your estimated time to build?
So as far as how long it would take?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're nearly 2 years at that point.
Because we're after that.
we've
That's
got-
what I'm asking.
yes,
We're after
exactly.
that.
And we, of course, we've got final design that still needs to be completed as well. So there's a lot of, you know, intricate details that need to be made, so.
So we're what I'm getting at is we're 2.5, 3 years away from you actually doing something here.
Right.
So my intention is with you buying the property, or at least making an offer on the property, we're gonna do a permit, we've got all this time involved, we've got all this anxiety that's, you know, by some people and everything else. In 2 years, if Belfast isn't, you have your commitment, you own the property. If you own the property, your commitment's a little bigger than if you don't own the property. And then if Belfast isn't as successful, or it's slow going like everything else, or supply and demand becomes an issue of getting all your products to build the facility and things like that. Okay, to finance Belfast, we have a permit ready to go. We've given that permit on working with you and the past owners or past managers and stuff like that. That's an asset. You can sell that asset. You can sell that permit.
So I have a question.
Right?
Are you asking if they want to buy it? I'm just going, we keep going around and I just.
I've been asking, she knows it because I says I'm.
Okay, I'm just trying, we're
No,
just saying.
I want to know the commitment to community. My anxiety for your commitment would be if you owned the property. Because you can walk anytime. If you own the property, you've got a little more commitment. And obviously, I don't know if this was the reason you bought Belfast, or I don't follow it that much. I'm
Well,
just, you know.
Okay, well, originally here, this is the first time of hearing of the opportunity to do an acquisition. So I'm a little like, you know, on the spot,
go.
right? So.
Just so,
it's not ours to sell.
Yeah.
I understand.
No, and I'm not
And
making
I am
the
not
offer.
selling it.
That's what-
My advice to the board will
that's
be,
kinda
do not
why I
sell
brought
until we
up-
get the permits, because the
That's-
value goes up when you get the entitlement.
That's why I
And
came-
so we're in this circular reference, is
I'm
that
no, I'm
the
fully
Harvard
aware how
Rent Board
things go,
makes
but
the
that's why I
decision
brought
on
Mr.
whether we
Oker
sell.
up, so I could get an answer
Oh.
if it could sell.
Okay, so did you need more from?
She's just finding out that they could buy it, so I want to hear if they want to make a commitment to the community to buy it.
How about we let Supervisor Bushnell ask a question while you think about that? Yeah, well, she's been trying to get one.
Well, first of all, I'm a little confused why it's our business whether they buy it or not, when the value of what they're putting in does contribute to the tax base, and that's probably where you're going with it. But beyond that, I wanted to ask, based on Supervisor Bohn's discussion just now, if the issue seems to be commitment, if they, I don't know how much this is going to cost, tons and tons, so I don't think you're pulling out next week or year, but is there decommissioning if they end up not purchasing this property and they want to go away from it, and or they bankrupt, or because that seems to be, you guys, people out there are talking about you guys don't have the money, I guess. So what happens if, and say they get it constructed in 5 years, 5 years down the road, it's not feasible, what happens to the site?
So let me make sure I understand the question. In 5 years from now, they've gotten the demolition permit to clean up everything that's there. They've built, say, the first phase of the project, and so that facility is there, and then they go bankrupt. It would be the same as any other industrial facility. That industrial facility would then be there and would be available for other people to use.
So with the Harbor District owning the property and them owning the building, what's that? I guess you can come back on it. What does that look like?
Well, at this point, I'm offering it to sell for $100 million today. I just received a text from my board president. And so then they would own the property, and then if they sold the property to another person, then they would be the property
Sure,
owners,
I
just
want to
like
know
any-
currently, in current time, without them owning the property, them owning the structure, if they bankrupt in 10 years, what happens?
Within the lease agreement, within the underwriting lease agreement, basically, in the first place, what happens is that once the conditional coastal development permit is approved, then basically we evaluate the lease area. And then we make adjustments to the lease area. If you only receive permits on, say, 15 acres, then are we just going to leave 15 acres vacant for the next 30, 50 years? Or are we going to negotiate the lease? And the original lease agreement was only to lease the portions of the property that currently do not have any buildings. And there was no demolition of the tower, the stack, any of those kinds of things. And there's relocation of tenants. There's other kinds of factors that come into play here.
Right, so that settles my mind, hopefully it settles other people's. I'm going to ask one more question of Alicia, before I go back to the carbon credit, which was my original question. As building goes on the property, whether it's owned by them or owned by the Harbor District, that increases property values, so it increases what would come into our county, is that correct or not? Tax base, think tax base.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And it also impacts the EFID that we have developed out there as well.
I know the answer, I just wanted to get it out there. So I'm going to go back to the carbon
I'm sorry,
credit.
can I just clarify one last thing? I
Yes.
apologize, is that it's actually the Humboldt Bay Development Association is the property owner. It's a nonprofit. We pay property taxes. The Harbor District has paid over $111,000 in property taxes since we've acquired the property. I believe we're the highest or the second highest property tax payer on the entire Samoa Peninsula. And the Harbor District actually leases the property from the nonprofit.
Okay.
And 2 of my board members are on that nonprofit organization, and then there's 3 members of the public that are on that nonprofit.
Thank you for clarifying that. So the tax credit, or the $116,000 roundabout that Mike was talking about, Director Ford, what does that look like? What kind of an entity would that be in this county?
I'm not sure there's a lot of entities in this county that actually do that right now. I think there is a program down in the mouth of the Eel that is doing something like that, but I'm not prepared to give you specific entities.
Well,
for that.
I mean, as Supervisor Wilson is, he's talking about, I'm thinking about approving this if we do these conditions. What, if we don't have a place for that to go?
You would basically ask staff to bring that back at a later date. And in the condition, it would be up to staff to formulate that and bring it back to us.
Okay, so given that, then what do you all say to that?
Well, so what I'm saying to that is that in my presentation, and our commitment to the community, commitment to the NGOs, and our continued dialogue, I view it as we're chasing one aspect of an environmental impact. We would be solving one problem. We've been open to a number of already things that we've built in, and I frankly wanted to continue that dialogue. And if you box us into a corner as to, okay, it's this initiative, it's this thing we want to do, what about the rest of the community? What about the rest of the things that we actually want to do as well? That's what I would say back to you. I had this concept, I shared it with John yesterday, I've shared it with the team, we've been talking about it over the last several weeks. A lot of what you're asking for is visibility into what we're doing. We're already going to do the ASC. Part of the ASC is full life cycle analysis of greenhouse gases. We're already going to be doing an annual report that is on sustainability. I had this idea of what if that is the method in which we share with the interested parties and have a forum in which it's shared, a forum that's something like an annual forum where we're inviting in the NGO, the tribes, the county, people who are interested in how would we spend that $100,000? Like, how would we spend it? And I feel very strongly about this because today I heard so many mixed solutions. Hydrogen, green hydrogen, EV, truck, EV. I mean, tomorrow is going to be something else.
Thank you.
And that's my point. So let's not fix one particular thing. Let's look at it as if over the years, there could be many things we'd like to tackle. We'd like to tackle them together, essentially is what I'm saying.
And in that list of people, I'm sorry, you're going to, community members, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, clearly we wouldn't open up a gymnasium, but it's invitation, it's people who are interested parties. It's having a forum to sit down and what should we be thinking about? And not just us, the community at large.
I'm thinking some type of advisory group could be helpful too.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn had a question, I believe, for you, and then I did have Supervisor Wilson.
You want to adopt a youth recreation complex? No,
But
no, I fully agree with what you're saying because we're talking $116,000 about how we're going to get the feed here or how we're going to make the feed, and you're right. Now you got to understand, I have no qualms that you guys are going bankrupt. I have no qualms about the finances because fish farming is successful. I do want it to make it aware that there could be a point where you hit a glitch in Belfast and you might not be able to fulfill what you want to do here. And I'm just trying to throw that out there. There is a possibility, just like there's a possibility of everything, that you might have to sell the permit. I'm just trying to make that aware. That's why I'd like you to look. I've said this when the first time, well, you weren't the first person I met, but you know darn well that don't talk to him, he wants the property. Because in '73, they weren't supposed to be landlords, and they're not supposed to be now. They're supposed to maintain fisheries, recreation, commerce on the bay, which they're doing a pretty good job of. Now, with that being said, I pray to God nobody watches this movie today, Because I guarantee you, if I would thought about building a grocery store or seeing something up here, and I'm gonna have to pay extra carbon credits for how I package my groceries in the future, that's how we're gonna do things. I mean, I think there's an aspect, we all have to work on climate change. I agree, and it's, you know, think locally, act globally. I agree. We're not going to solve it here, but I don't think we need to go that far. So I don't want to think I was thinking you went bankrupt. I still am adamant about, and surely everything above ground is going to be taxed. The nonprofit does pay tax. I'm just trying to anchor you guys here a little tougher. So I agree with that. And do we need to push the envelope for hydrogen and electric vehicles? No, it's going to happen soon enough. And we don't even know if PG&E is going to be able to power it. I mean, that's a big part of it. I know out there they doubled the capacity line, went from a 60 to 120 about 18 years ago, 17 years ago, new towers, everything else, because the pulp mill ran on 4 generators and used 32,000 gallons of diesel a day. I can tell you that too. But when that was all going on, so they upped it because they thought they were going to get, at one time, and I don't know if anybody remembers this, we had a big meeting at the Wharfinger about putting 12 windmills on the peninsula all the way across. And it was absolutely amazing how well it was accepted. I was shocked how many people said that would be a great idea. So, I mean, somebody mentioned that day, maybe we put windmills out there. I don't know. I sit there and drive by the one that, you know, and I know that's not in the ER, it's not planned, but I drive by the Budweiser plant in Fairfield, and they got one right there above the car dealership right on the highway. So maybe it's not that weird. But anyway, that's the only thing. About the property, I have no intention of thinking of going bankrupt because somebody's going to pick this up.
Right.
Because it's a great site. Are we going to solve all the problems? No. Do we want to look good in front of our, I guess, the constituents we want to look good in front of? I don't know if that's possible for me. But I'm just saying, I like the idea of the jobs. I like the idea of actually doing something out there on the peninsula. I think the people that spoke today have great intentions, and they would like some of those things directed, even, you know, throw a bone to somebody. But I mean, they are legitimate concerns. But at the end of the day, the pulp mills were a lot bigger factor in greenhouse gases and everything else than this is going to be. So in turn, I just like the idea of you owning the property, which so you have the whole facility and your buy-in's good. So thank you.
So, and what I would say too is, I don't think anyone up here right now is talking about what constituency necessarily wants to hear. I think everyone up here has a conviction that they feel very strongly about. So that was my input on that. And so then they're all valid. So unfortunately, you're going to get a lot of different opinions. Supervisor Wilson, then back to Bushnell.
Okay, so you can sit down for a minute. I got it. This is for staff. So what I'm hearing is yes is the answer. That that the applicant is willing to consider a GHG offset at $28 a ton for transportation.
I don't think they said that exactly.
No,
Hold
it's not
on.
what I said.
That's not what you said? No. Okay, well, I'm still going to ask for it. I still think it's reasonable. I don't think it's necessarily we'd have to have large community conversations about where that would be spent, because it would need to be it would be carbon offsets, and I think it would be beneficial if we were really looking at carbon sequestration in the local community. That's what I think is important. I did hear, though, that there is annual reporting and a commitment to annual reporting to the community. And can you give some details about what you think that is from a staff level perspective?
Yeah, that was something that was important. It was brought up at the Planning Commission. Condition number 7 requires that there be annual reporting for compliance of all conditions. And so we do anticipate that there will be an annual report. Well, there will be an annual report. We don't anticipate. There will be.
Okay. So can we add to that annual report things that we would like to see in that annual report?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to see within an annual report an accounting of the efforts to decarbonize the transportation system that Nordic is using as part of this project. Like, just really like, what are the efforts to do that? You know, and I think that would be really important to have annually, and to show commitment that they're going in that direction, which I don't actually think is. I think your commitment is there, but I want the community to really hear what that is. I want within that report also the commitment in terms of the feedstock issues and what the direction is with relationship to that on an annual basis. So we're hearing from them. These are concerns that the community is putting out there that we want to hear from that. So I think having that as part of the annual report would be really important. I can't remember anything else right now, but I want to make sure that those are in that report. So, yeah, never mind. Go ahead.
Supervisor Bushnell.
And wait. And then the annual reporting with relationship to all of the environmental conditions with relationship to the reporting with relationship to the biological impacts with relationship to the water quality, I guess is what I'm trying to get to, and all of those things. Sorry, I'm just getting a little bit late. I'm getting a little bit burnt here, but I want to make sure that that report is robust and really that the community can really see what, some transparency there. Again, you've committed transparency. I get that. And I just want to make sure that we're doing our job of holding Nordic to that commitment.
Okay, so before I go to Supervisor Bushnell, I do want to check with Director Ford and his team to make sure that he's captured what you were saying. I think you probably have, but I just be more comfortable knowing we're on the same page.
Absolutely do have it. And I think that at some point it would be good to, we can wait till a motion and offer conditions. That would be fine. But yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. Through the chair, so I have two things. Along what some of the reporting stuff that Supervisor Wilson, just asked for, I want to make sure we're not doing duplications. So if there is another agency that is going to, because I think the part about the biological stuff, I think it's already covered in their annual report. So I want to make sure that if we're, and those reports are transparent, that anybody can get them, correct? So I want to make sure we're not duplicating, efforts, I guess, on something that's already done. My second question, and I have to ask this given the heightened anxiety around PG&E in my district the last couple weeks, and I've gotten a lot of emails in the last week about, there'll be a lot of power going towards Nordic. It was a question in our meetings with PG&E. So can you elaborate on that? Whether one of the comments was they're going to take that power could come to Southern Humboldt. What are we doing here? Yeah. So if you could just hit on that for me.
Sure, be happy to. So the concern with the power in Humboldt County is that there are parts of Humboldt County that do not currently have sufficient distribution network available to supply power or to supply more power. This is not a generating issue. We are coming to the board soon with a report on this with PG&E. So I want to make it clear, this is not a power supply problem. This is a power distribution issue. And so there are places in Humboldt County where the distribution network won't support additional load, and so people are not able to get power. That issue does not exist around Humboldt Bay. I just want to make that clear. And then, as Supervisor Bohn mentioned, that the facilities out there have been upgraded and actually have talked to Nordic to make sure that they contact PG&E and that they're on their list of people that they're aware of, because we've heard PG&E say, unless you put an application into us, we don't know you exist. And so they're working on that.
So the short answer is no, it's not going to affect and wouldn't affect any other is not related to the issue that's in my district and Supervisor Bohn's district.
That is correct. It is a distribution network to the south. This would not deprive anybody of power. It is a completely different system that's at issue, not the system that's on the Samoa Peninsula.
Okay, and I have one last question. We're here on an appeal of the EIR? Or that, and then that makes it effective of the whole project, is that correct?
The appeal is really written about the EIR, but it's really an appeal of the coastal development permit and the special permit.
Okay.
But the appeal points really do relate to the EIR, about certification of the EIR.
I don't want anybody out there think I didn't know that, but I'm clarifying for other people. Thank you.
Okay, so before I go to Supervisor Bohn, I will go to him and then Supervisor Wilson, but I do want to ask staff, because I feel it's hard, here we're launching all these things to the team from Nordic and expecting you to answer on the fly. So I don't know if there comes a time where perhaps I was calling you Dr. Ford, sorry. Well, it works. Director Ford, if perhaps there's an opportunity to take a break of some sort where perhaps you and the team from Nordic can confer over some of these things that you're hearing. I mean, we can get more things out on the table, but I feel uncomfortable putting them on the spot here to have this, some of these things answered when they really, it's a little less comfortable than having a conversation, I would think, and then coming back and perhaps giving their thoughts.
Be happy to meet with Nordic and see how the conditions that the board chooses to impose could be structured.
Or which ones potentially can work.
A little bit of a chicken and the egg right now, because what is it that the board is going to ask for? And
well, I'm trying to get those out, but we keep getting a little bit wrapped around the axle. Supervisor Bohn had his hand up, then Supervisor Wilson.
And then all this reporting, in the last, how long we've been here, it sounds like most of this reporting you're already doing with the testing, the reporting, and everything else. I guess the only thing I was going to ask, since we're talking about, you're going to have a company website, you're going to be involved in the community and everything else. Is all your testing going to be on your website? Is it going to be available to the public? I mean, the stuff that you enter to the state, it's public record once you get it to the state. I guess we can ask for it. I'm just saying, would that alleviate, because it sounds like we're asking you to do some duplication, send us some paperwork. Is the possibility of the stuff
I think that one of the suggestions that any of the reporting actually would go to the county and the county publish it. Not necessarily us.
And that's fine. So I think what we're going to do, would what Supervisor Wilson asked for all the myriad of things, are you already doing all of that already?
Not yet, but I want to clarify.
Well, when you're up and running, what you'd be doing.
Right, exactly. So, but I want to clarify sort of a distinction between the reporting versus reporting that maybe we haven't spent a lot of time on. So we're prepared as part of our certification to be publishing an annual sustainability report. And in there, we would be having stated goals. And I don't want to overlook that, because that's the opportunity for continued dialogue. And right now, we're sort of foregoing it by just attacking one aspect of greenhouse gases on transportation, right? I was being more open than that. I was frankly saying, let's have a dialogue. We have a sustainability report. We have sustainability goals. There's a myriad of solutions potentially that could be talked about in the future, not just for Nordic, but in the community at large. And so that was the extension of, here's our sustainability report, have this forum, talk about our goals, out in the public, or, with interested parties, but also talking about the community, and then take those funds and or matching funds that would sort of create a central pool that could be targeting different aspects of sustainability. I mean, obviously there'd have to be a structure around this, and it wouldn't necessarily just be a Nordic thing. It would be more of a community based thing. Something potentially that pulls all the NGOs together, if you will. So it was just one step further, because like I was saying, it's not just one solution, one answer. There could be potentially And over time, that's going to change, right?
Yeah, can I respond to that, if that's okay?
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is, we're spending, like you said, we're spending a lot of time on $116,000. And I mean, by the time we do get all the NGOs, everything else, and get our staff time on it, there's going to be about $13.80 left.
Which I want to respond, which is why I think it should be very much just targeted to sequestration, because it is primarily from the issue of basically carbon production, or basically carbon's being created. But I have, and if it's okay, I still have a question for the appellant.
I think he's.
I got questions for each of the two appellants.
Okay, ask for. Who would you like to come up?
Well, first, I'd like the Audubon representative to come up, and I want to ask the question with relationship to the. Maybe it's actually even from the. I don't care which one you guys pick. There was a lot of discussion about the viral testing, and so I want to ask you, if you can, respond to what you heard and where you think the gap is in what you're asking for and why.
Thank you all.
Okay.
I wanted to say that the clarifying questions by Supervisor Bushnell, as well as your Supervisor Wilson, were very helpful. But I want to clarify that all three of us would like to respond to some things we've heard in this dialogue, because you've been focusing most of your attention on...
It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work that way. We'll ask you questions at this point. Sorry about that.
Can I take the viral one, since that's the issue that I raised?
Yes, as long as we include the fact that they're not testing for it and they don't intend to test for it, and that was the answer they gave to Supervisor Bushnell.
So Nordic's concerns are with the fish that are in their facility. My concerns are with the community's fish that are in the ocean. And so that's why one of the main things we focused on was this independent testing of the effluent going into the ocean, because that's where my concern is. So I think that if they were willing to sort of come closer to what we're asking for, that would relieve some anxiety from Humboldt Fishermen's Marketing Association as far as effluent going into the ocean.
And Supervisor, when you're done asking Brendan the question, Supervisor Bohn has one for him as well.
Okay, so what they're saying is like, hey, if you test the fish, then what comes from the fish is what goes out the outfall. And so what will be different than what is in the fish than what will be coming out the outfall, I think is their question, I guess. And that'd be my question too, because I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I am trying to, reduce this anxiety by having testing. And from my perspective, I don't know why we wouldn't do a little extra testing to just, help everybody out here. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, if it's not in the fish, how would it be in the outfall?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not a biologist, but my concern with the effluent was three-phased, right? It's testing for biological and viruses. It's monitoring to make sure that the effluent isn't adding to the existing domoic acid problem that we have in our ocean. And then also monitoring to make sure that the effluent plume isn't coming back inside the Humboldt Bay nursery. Those are the three things that we listed in effluent testing in our appeal.
Okay. Then my next questions will be for 350, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you? I have a question since Brendan's up there. Can we ask any additional questions of Brendan since he's up there?
You're the chair, so.
I just wanted to.
There was somebody that called in that commented that knows a lot more about viruses than I do. Allison, I think there's something like 50 salmon viruses, and I think that there is a way to test for that, make sure that those viruses aren't going out into the ocean. And if we could have that kind of relief of our anxiety of that happening from you guys somehow, some way, that would help.
Just for clarification, you have to talk to us.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry. We'll talk later.
But we understand. It's like, because you're asking them to consider that.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
Okay. I understand 100% of what you're asking for, and I don't think it's that extreme. But let's say they test 4 weeks after they start, and everything just comes up zero. I mean, and then as they ramp up, they test for another 4 weeks. And then if they go through and it ends up being just like they say it's going to be, zero, can they stop, or are we going to just kill them with 1,000 cuts and just, this is redundant, it's always negative, but let's keep doing it?
Sure, I hear what you're saying. I mean, from running my own business and operating machinery, I realize that as things get older and they start to fall apart and not work as well, and the costs of maintaining them go up, that the likelihood of those systems failing and allowing stuff to go in the ocean are actually higher. So I think that the testing through the lifetime of the project is super important. And maybe even more so at the end when there's less light being shined on.
Supervisor Bushnell has a question for you also, Brendan.
So you heard the explanation of the testing of the water and how they treat the water as it goes out?
Yeah, I've heard it for 3 years, yeah.
Okay, well, so the explanation that they give that the testing of the water doesn't really produce a productive sample is in your mind, where does that go?
Well, I mean, I think that if there's virus found in the fish, I don't know if it's detectable in the water at all. They say it's not very effective. Does that mean it doesn't
Well, so I'm
all?
trying to clarify what your concerns are with it, because what you said is valid. You want to keep the fish safe that you as a fisherman do. Yeah. And so testing the water doesn't give them the results that they would need according to them, and obviously it's not done, so testing the, excuse me. So how would you think that they would do that? Testing the fish every 4 weeks?
Sure. Yeah, that's a great idea, but maybe them not testing it, maybe an independent group, verifiable group that doesn't have, huge money invested in those tests showing that there's no problem.
So can I ask you a question? So
Sure,
you're a fisherman, and so you have a boat?
Yes.
Okay, and you make sure your boat is super clean and super safe so that the fish you bring on aren't contaminated so that you can sell them, right?
Yeah, regulars.
Do you not think that they would? That's their product. I'm just asking.
Well, I don't think that they would sell contaminated fish. My concern, again, is with
No,
the
I mean,
environment.
but wouldn't you think that they would be proactive so that what you do is proactive, right? Keeping your boat clean, keeping your equipment clean, that type of thing. I'm just asking you to open in your mind just a little bit to, so I don't know if there's a way to get to the testing. I understand and I hear all of your guys' concerns about, and when I was listening to you guys, I thought, well, weekly testing, that can't be that hard, except for when they did come back and say the water's clean. They keep the water clean, so that's not very effective. And so weekly testing of the fish, I don't know if that's even, and especially the life cycle of the fish is 2 years before they produce from that fish. So they're doing 4 times of that actual fish during its life cycle, plus they're doing the egg testing, plus they're doing the smelt testing. And you heard all that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Brendan? Brendan,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, I'm just still trying to, I'm still deliberating in my head where there's a possible space here, because PCR testing is not very expensive. And I think, is it? And we'll talk about it in a little bit. So,
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Can poor Brendan sit down now? Do you have anything else, any more questions thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wanted to talk to some of the other appellants also?
Yeah, I want to talk to 350 for a second, because I know that I wanted to ask about, in terms of where, if we were to, and this is a question for you, if we were to derive if some funds were to come from this, from the carbon, basically a carbon tax, related to the transportation, which we just talked about. Do you have what would you feel like, where would that best be invested in the community and invested in a way that sequesters carbon?
Well, we didn't really propose that. We proposed something much bigger. That has been, I think, a little bit, John has been a little bit disingenuous, because he refers, whenever we talk to the greenhouse gases, he refers to the EIR. The EIR said there were only going to be 10,000 metric tons of greenhouse gases. We contest that. What we were saying, that on a common sense basis, you can't grow fish on water. You're growing them with the fish feed. The fish feed come with a package that says how about the greenhouse gases are embodied in that. So that goes into the fish. And then Nordic is required by ASC to count up all the fish feed and all the greenhouse gases and that, and report it to ASC in order to be able to get its certification. So this has nothing to do with the EIR. This has to do with the common sense. If the aquaculture industry requires that the aqua farm be reporting this as their greenhouse gases, then they're going into the atmosphere. There's no question about that. That's what we think should be mitigated with this $28. And so, you know, the transportation is a pittance compared to what actual greenhouse gases are. They should go into, that offset for that should go into estuarine restoration, all up and down the coast.
Let me ask you one question. What do you estimate then? What was I can't remember what your estimation was.
Well, we figured it out. They said they were going to use 36,000 at build out, 36,000 metric tons of fish feed. And you look at Skredding, that's the fish feed manufacturer that they use in Norway.
I don't need you to explain it to me. I just need you to give me a number. I don't need the calculation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you multiply it out, depending on the fish feed manufacturer, it's between 78,000 and 191,000 metric tons per year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And there may be another question for you. And then we have, Cade has his, Mr. McNamara. Did you have something you wanted to add? And then Supervisor Bushnell had a question for Daniel, I believe, as well. And then I'd like to actually go to Nordic for also, but so Supervisor.
That's the end of my inquiry with 350.
Okay. And Supervisor Bushnell, you had a question for.
Did you want to add something based on what was just said?
And Daniel, you can stay up there. I think there's another one for you potentially.
Mr. Chandler is correct in that all of these need to be reported. However, when you receive a box that has a number of greenhouse gas related to a product that is produced, you would be asking the applicant to then pay an offset credit for something that they're not producing.
Mm-hmm.
But they're using it.
So my question was.
Daniel, I'm sorry, you don't need to respond. That's okay.
So my question is to you, sir, and along with what Cade just said. So you get a package that says it has so many are responsible for so many carbon credits. That's where it was produced. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood you to say then they feed that to the fish, and then the fish put out that much carbon. What?
No. Growing that fish requires emission of carbon. Carbon goes everywhere.
Sure.
Right. So growing that fish requires that much emission of carbon. That's what it says on the package. And that's why Nordic has to report it as their greenhouse gas emissions.
So the carbon credit, the amount of carbon produced by that food is a translation of what it is, not what it costs, what the carbon emissions were to create that food, but what it cost for that fish to grow for 2 years?
Well, I think it's sort of both, right?
I'm sorry, I'm just common sense based. It doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, if you weren't growing the fish, that carbon wouldn't be released.
So on any packaging that I know of, the packaging is pertaining to that product, not to what that product can do. Is that different with fish food?
Well, what we're talking about is what fish biologists, the way they keep track of greenhouse gases.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for that explanation, and I'm going to go to them now for a minute along this.
And then I'm going to go to them after you.
Can you answer that for me?
Hicks also.
Somebody?
Sorry, on greenhouse gas emissions with feed.
Well, I
associated
don't
with feed.
understand the labeling when they're referring to that the food is creating more greenhouse emissions by growing the fish.
One of the points he made was it's where it's being consumed. If you look at the feed factory outside of California, wherever it may be, 90% of the greenhouse gas emissions of that feed are actually upstream of that feed. It's the ingredients. It's the crops being cultivated. It's the harvesting. It's the processing. It's the refinement. And it's the transport. That's 90% of that carbon footprint of that feed just going to the feed mill where it's being produced. The remaining 10% is the energy. But those ingredients are consumed at the feed factory, not by the fish. The fish eat the feed. So really, it's from the factory to us would be emissions associated with our farm.
And what's your degree again?
Biology?
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to, that's all for you, and I have one more question for John. We keep talking about greenhouse effects and emissions and all this and that and requirements. Does the state of California have some of the toughest requirements around?
Yes.
And are we required by 2035 to make drastic changes?
Yes. And this project has been evaluated for consistency with that.
So right along with everybody else in the state of California that has to make those changes by 2035, so does this company?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so Supervisor Wilson.
Different tact for a second, and just totally different place, which is the intake, because we kind of talked about it a little bit. Supervisor Bohn actually, expressed his concern with relationship to the intake. I want to put on the record that I understand the concern around that with relationship to the biomass, the plankton and those sorts of things within the bay. And I want to recognize too that 17 billion, gallons that moves through versus 7 million there's a big difference there for sure. But in this location and in the location where it's at within the eelgrass and all that stuff, I get it. If we had a preference, I think, it would be offshore if there was a preference, but we're trying to operate in sort of the existing parameters of the existing infrastructure, and sort of the realities of that. I think we can express that anxiety a little bit as this moves forward to the next level with relationship to that concern. And I want to make sure that this board or at least this community expresses that in some way when it goes to, basically Cal Fish and Game or Cal Fish and Wildlife now, and the Coastal Commission, is that's really, I want to say, I have experienced this discussion at the commission a bit with relationship to much bigger projects. And I want to emphasize that the commission, even just a few months ago, denied a $1 billion project based on, a lot of the impacts with relationship to seawater intakes. But also it was basically a desal plant, and under the pressure of the governor, which was not known to everybody. So, in opposition to that pressure. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just saying, I want to, what I'm trying to acknowledge is that analysis will be robust, is all I'm saying. And so there's no doubt about that. So I have confidence that with relationship to that element of this project, I think we're within the parameters. I believe we're in the parameters of CEQA in this. The commission is outside is beyond those parameters and has the authority to really take an even closer look at this. It may come up with the same result, but I'm just saying that doesn't end in this space. So I just wanted to put out there that anytime you're pulling in 10 million gallons a day in an estuarine system, that is something we want to look at really closely. And I think that there's a lot of effort that has gone into that here, and I appreciate it, and I do think it's very robust, and but it doesn't stop here, so I just wanted to, however we move forward, so. Did you want to take a break?
Well, hold on just a moment here. I was going to say something eventually, but Director Ford was reaching for his microphone.
I was actually just going to turn it off. I'm sorry.
Oh. I watch really closely. And I would like to say, I mean, I would take a break, but also, is this going to be an opportunity? I don't know what's been laid out, if you will have some time to talk a little bit, so it's offline and not in front of all this. I don't know if we don't have, do we want us to make an actual motion to agree? I'd rather actually have a conversation about what could potentially, I don't know, Director Ford, what was.
Well, I think one of the concerns that I have is that I'm not sensing agreement with the board in terms of the conditions that have been brought up. And so I wouldn't want to try to enter into a discussion with the applicant in terms of what conditions may look like if those aren't conditions the board is going to impose.
May I offer a process?
Sure, certainly.
I would say that a motion should be entertained, and I think Supervisor Bohn has already expressed that he wants to make that motion. That the motion is entertained on the main item, and that I can or others can offer amending motions that then we can just put out there and have on the record, and then we can kind of decide how we want to move from that space.
Before we allow Director Ford to talk with the applicant?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay, the amending motions are, well, this could be interesting because we have to take a vote on every amending motion.
Yeah, I mean, well, amending motions can also be modified too, and it can be one motion with a bunch of stuff on it. It doesn't have to be. It's just the term amending motion. I'm happy to make an amending motion that gets through some of this stuff.
Okay.
Then we can decide whether we want to do that.
So, would someone like to make? Wait, should we take? Do you want to take a break first, or do you want a motion first? I guess a motion first, so that Director Ford can figure out what he might be talking about.
We
All right.
want to break without discussing, and then we could come back and. I don't know, they probably need to do whatever we need to do.
Run away? So,
the human
yes,
thing.
yes. I will ask you a question. What is it that,
No.
since we're talking?
I wanted to provide a clarifying point to something that Brandon brought up earlier. So there are a couple of voluntary conditions that we have offered in relating to some of his concerns. So in our conversations with the water board, we have already offered to send our samples to an independent lab for testing and analysis. We were not going to do in-house testing of the effluent sampling. That's something we had already volunteered to provide independent sampling of and testing of those samples. I just want to bring that point up. And also as an additional voluntary condition, we've already offered to provide a deployment of an acoustic Doppler current profiling system. So this is basically a unit that will sit down near the outfall and will provide tracking of both the direction and speed of the water currents throughout the water column and create a 3D profile, which will provide the tracking of where the water goes out the effluent, which was another concern of his. So those are two voluntary measures we've already offered that directly address those concerns that he brought up, and I wanted to provide that clarification.
I think Supervisor Wilson and then Bushnell have questions.
Through the chair, just you stay where you are, because that's great. Director Ford, are those in the conditions currently?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Bushnell?
I guess my question would be, did you know that?
Are you asking Brandon?
Yeah, I'm asking
Brandon, why
Is
we
it
have
Brandon or
come up?
Brandon?
Brendan.
I'm Brenda.
Okay,
I know
so
you're Brendan.
let's bring Brendan up here to the microphone. Brendan, come on back up, please.
I'm just wondering if the group you represent was aware of those conditions already being there.
I didn't know exactly that. I'm not sure exactly what they're testing for. They're testing for all the viruses that could be out there.
So maybe we can get clarification. Yep. Thank you.
What I've laid out is really a more direct line to find the viruses. We're going into the fish, the host of where these viruses are generated. Going downstream in the effluent, it's already being shed by the fish. The other point is, I think through COVID, we learned a lot about molecular testing and PCR. We're inactivating the virus, and then you're asking us to test for it with a PCR, and PCR is going to detect viable DNA or RNA and inactive DNA and RNA. So it just becomes, again, coming back to what I said, meaningful information, impactful information. We're going to the host, to the source of that. If I give you a health status of our fish farm, that can translate over to what is coming out the pipe before it goes through disinfection and treatment.
Supervisor.
Stay where you are, I have a question.
Wait, come back. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, so one thing we did learn through COVID is that we have been doing community testing through wastewater, but untreated wastewater. So I think that's where the appellant's concern is like that you can test individual fish, but that's not necessarily the community of fish, which would you be testing at the untreated effluent. And so the question is would you be willing to test untreated effluent as a community indicator or as a system indicator?
Well, we are testing the community, the population that resides in the tanks. Now, we haven't gone down into sort of the wormhole of statistical significance of our sampling and our frequency, but we lay out a sampling program across the entire farm that looks at individual populations of fish, and then it tests for whatever pathogen, whether it's a virus, specific virus, down to a prevalence level that's 2%, very low.
Okay.
Yeah.
It feels like you're just resisting the sampling of the waste effluent, and I know you have good reasons to from a scientific perspective. I get that, but I'm just tell me that you can test that water, and we really are going to be moving on from this discussion.
Are we testing specific to what? Salmon, humans? Let's not forget that outfall is not just us. Okay, there are other users on the outfall. So what are we testing for? Like what specifically would you like us to test for?
You're testing your effluent.
Then it can't be after, it has to be before. Okay.
Before it goes out.
Yeah, before it goes out, yes.
Just for it, yeah.
So I'm going to apologize specifically to Supervisor Bohn and the other for the $64,000 answer here. I used to be a genotyper for a cancer research institute, and so I'm very familiar with genetics and polymerase chain reaction testing and how it works and what it tests for and what it identifies. And so the question, the real basis of it is we're looking for pathogenic materials, not the presence and absence of DNA and RNA. So when you do a PCR test, you take about 150 to 350 base pairs, and you forward and reverse transcriptase, and you multiply that to see if there's the presence of those specific alleles to something that you have developed a test for. That does not tell you if that material is pathogenic or not. I talked earlier about the methodologies that we employ for disinfection at the intake, the farm, and the effluent to ensure that all of that material is not pathogenic. Any genetic material is denatured or physically excluded through our processes. And so the testing, PCR testing of the water, doesn't provide any indication of actual pathogenic materials. It just tells you absence or presence of genetic material, which is going to be dead or denatured or physically excluded. And I apologize for the detailed explanation. I could talk about it in great length. Yes, and that's, believe me, that's the very short, brief answer, believe me, because I worked for a good deal of time for a cancer research institute where all we talk about is genetic anomalies and how to find genetic cures for genetic diseases. And so I worked at length on these processes.
When we take a break, I want you to talk to our director, Director Ford. I think you guys might come up with a solution to this. And I think there's one in there. I think you know how to pull this out.
So are we still looking for? We learned a lot today.
Okay, we said that. Leave it alone. And as you guys, I think what we're looking at is redundancy. Are we asking something that doesn't really need to be asked for? The other aspect is, except for a lawsuit, you're permitted in Maine, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the same identical facility.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did any of these questions get asked there, or is this, so you've answered all these questions. Is this system, the way you have it set up, exactly like we're set up in Maine?
What we have in Maine?
I mean, are we,
No,
because
it's-
we'll be able to see that, but I'm just saying, you said they're identical, and I can understand the reluctance of putting more chrome on the Cadillac as we go along, but depending how much we're going to do this, are we missing something that they asked for that we should be asking for?
The reason why we're more advanced in Maine is because we had this conversation with the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Maine Department of Marine Resources that are in charge of conservation of the resource and managing our aquaculture license in our facility. We haven't had these discussions yet with California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Okay.
They're the ones that are going to impose guidance, restrictions, sampling regime. They have to agree to the sampling. We have to agree to their sampling regime. But this is all a topic that's covered with California Department of Fish and Wildlife. There is no source of viruses coming into our farm that's not derived from the host, from the fish. We're sterilizing water free of viruses coming in. So I don't understand where, and it's a closed facility, so I don't understand where other viruses are coming from.
And with that saying, 6 hours ago, you said the one place it could come in, or maybe I misinterpreted, but there were shorter words, was the egg delivery. And you test the eggs. That can be, much like anything, the source is the egg, whether you're growing a plant or anything else, if it's going to have some deficiencies. And you test that before you ever put it into the system. And you're checking as it evolves to get to all the different phases, right?
It's redundant. We test it at the broodstock, at the eggs, and again at quarantine, 3 times, the same types of tests, the same viruses we're looking for. And that's before then the fish get released into the farm, where we go through our farm management, health management.
Thank you. Thank you.
Supervisor Wilson, then Bushnell, then we'll try to get a motion out of somebody so we can start working on this.
I mean, well, yeah, okay. I mean, the other point about this too is this, just like the outfall and the intake, will get a whole nother round of analysis, will it not?
Yes, the NPDES permit will regulate the effluent coming out.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
I just want to, for myself, and the explanation of the testing process with the egg, from the time you guys get it, really cleared a lot of things. I'm like them, I didn't know. And so you guys explaining that it's tested 3 times before it gets into general population was really clarifying for me, that it doesn't really it can't enter general population with any kind of contaminants, that it's kicked out from each of those testings if you do find any contaminants. And that was really clarifying for me when you guys said that, explained that process.
Supervisor Bohn, did you have your hand up? Or if you didn't have your hand up, did you want?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation, deny the appeals, and move forward.
Second.
So now we have the amending motion or the conversation. Supervisor Wilson.
I'm going to start with a kind of a base of an amending motion. Ask for a second for at least for discussion, and then I would ask that staff in Nordic take a gander at it. So my amending motion first is that as part of the annual reporting, we receive a report on the feed source and GHG impacts of that feed, and of course the direction of those things in terms of where that's going. Likewise, the decarbonization of transportation, not just with feed but with the delivery services of this. So we're getting that on an annual basis. With the intent to decarbonize, and I would and so that's the other piece of this is I'm asking that I hear what, and I'm just going to say I hear what 350 is saying, that there's GHG that's not considered in the EIR. I get that. I agree with them on this. However, I don't think I can get it that far. So I'm going to ask that within the the calculation within the EIR of that GHG impacts related to transportation, that we ask for a carbon sequestration credit, whatever we call this thing, because my brain is like, just falling apart at this moment. That we ask at the state rate of $28 a ton to fund sequestration projects within the county, specific, or focusing on marine projects, and to be determined by staff as to where, or as to how that's implemented, because I think it's a start. I think that's about all I really have with relationship to this, unless there are anything unless there's anything other supervisors want me to include or they feel is missing. Huh?
I actually, and this is
okay.
this is just asking if we do a motion. I mean, you did a motion. A second would be yes.
One more thing, which was I think we were asking for additional testing within the effluent stream, biological testing within the effluent stream, and I want to hear what that comes back as. So I think there's 4 things on that list, which is effluent testing, the GHG carbon credit issue, the transportation. I'm going to ask for actually a transportation decarbonization plan, and I know what I heard what the applicant said about not focusing on one thing, but transportation is probably the biggest piece of our cap in the county, and so I really want something very specific with relationship, and then sort of part of the reporting with relationship to the feed. Those are the 4 things I'm asking for.
So,
and I'm asking for a second.
And the second is to basically allow a conversation to happen off while we take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second, so the conversation?
I can't second that the way it's.
It's not, well, it's just for conversation's sake, but we'll see, Supervisor
Well,
Bushnell.
Did you want to say something?
I'm looking for the second first.
Well, I for conversation to have between Nordic and Director Ford, but I don't want what I don't like about this process is it feels like we're hanging it out there like do this or else, and I don't like that.
I don't.
Welcome to advocating for your community. I mean, this is part of the deal. This is the legislation from the dais. I'm sorry to respond so strongly. It's just that this is the format that we have. I don't like it either, but it's like I don't know of another format by which we make requests that are really specific of an applicant. And I apologize for my.
And
So on that statement, then I would much rather leave it as it stands, take a break, have Director Ford talk with Nordic, and can I finish? Thanks. And maybe come back and say they're willing to do this, and we could amend the motion from that. That's what I would like more for myself, because I'm not going to second it either.
Well,
so my intention was the motion would be amended based on new information.
Right. So if you won't second, I will second
Go
it
ahead.
so the conversation can happen because I am allowed to do that. So, but it does not mean anything is set in stone. It's just so the conversation can happen. Supervisor Bohn.
So, on the decarbonization of transportation, so if they come back with, we commit to the decarbonization of transportation along the lines of what the state of California is requiring, the most stringent in the nation, you're good with it? I mean, because I have trouble, and you mentioned it earlier, I have trouble trying to solve greenhouse gases in Humboldt when, as you stated earlier, we could have had this taken care of up there when they're opening a coal-fired plant in China every 10 days. So I don't think we can burden us with the financial hurdles you're talking about when it's not, when the state is already making requirements, more so, we're the strictest in the nation. I saw it yesterday, so.
Okay, so let me respond so you can feel more, I think, more comfortable with this. You're correct. The state is moving in this direction. Oftentimes, when we're these processes, I will say, and that asking for affirmation through a plan actually helps the applicant move forward in the long run, and that's what happens. You're correct. There are things that people have to do, but when you request a plan to show how it's going to happen, this isn't very complicated. It just basically affirms a direction, it sets forth a tone, and it just makes it happen. So that is...
And I'm just affirming,
yeah.
They can say, we're going to follow the state requirements regarding decarbonization of our transport.
If that's their plan, then I think I would like to see that in the planning document, as robust as it is.
Supervisor Bushnell, and then we're going to take a break.
I'm good. You seconded, right, the amendment, so I guess we'll come back and get some answers.
How long would you like a break for, Director Ford, or the Nordic team who probably would like to run out of the building?
Could we get 20 minutes?
Yeah, that's... Okay, we're having a request for half an hour.
Half an hour?
We're going to be bringing in dinner next.
Yeah, we can go into conference room B.
Here we are. Director Ford? Where would you like to start?
Thank you, Chair Bass. And I lost my connection to the Zoom, so let me get back on that.
I see you in person.
Yeah.
You are real.
I'm looking for it. It's not showing up. Wow. No, I've got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay, you only have to survive. So.
I apologize. We do, I think, have some things that will work, and then some things that require an explanation. And while I'm logging in, I will start what we can do. And I think that part of what we can do is address the feed source and GHG impacts. I think we can address the decarbonization of the truck impacts. I think that there's kind of a little bit of a compromise with respect to the carbon sequestration credit. And then the additional testing of the effluent stream is a practical difficulty. And so I think I'll start there and say that part of the difficulty of just testing the water is that as we heard earlier explained, they would be testing for basically DNA, RNA matter that may be alive or dead. If it's dead, it wouldn't be any danger, but it would still test positive. If they get positive tests out of that, even though it's not dangerous, they would then be in a place where they would need to report to the state, which would put them in a bit of jeopardy. A false positive could also result from just even doing something like vaccinating the fish. And so that would be a difficult thing. Yes.
Supervisor Bohn has a question for you.
And not knowing how many farms there are out there, do any of these other farms do this? Okay. I mean, I'd love to be on the cutting edge, but not if it's, okay.
So the struggle there is that requiring the testing would not result in achieving anything that provided anything meaningful. It would require them to do work, but it may or may not produce results that are of value and that wouldn't result in anything that would cause CDFW, who really has the action here, to do anything. It would just be a public report. That being said, the other two items relative to the feed source and GHG impacts and, sorry, I need to, can I share my screen?
I think so.
So,
yeah, that's small print for this time of day. Better, thanks.
So one of the agreements that came out of the meeting was that Nordic Aqua Farm shall provide an annual sustainability report describing efforts to decarbonize trucking activities, GHG impacts associated with fish feed, and other relevant issues. Nordic shall host a summit by invitation for the local NGOs, community leaders, academia, tribal government leadership, and members of the public. In addition to reviewing Nordic's annual sustainability report, a forum will be created where issues and solutions are discussed by all. Agreed upon elements can be incorporated into Nordic sustainability goals in the following years. These collaborative solutions are not exclusive to Nordic, leaving opportunity for development of community-wide initiatives, creating a cycle of sustainability improvements that can be adopted over the years. Sponsorship of these initiatives can be borne by Nordic up to an annual limit and can be combined with matching funds and sponsorships from various sources. At a minimum, Nordic will provide $20,000, that should be annually, to appropriate community projects. And as part of this, that does address the decarbonization of the trucking efforts, that does address the feed source and GHG impacts that will be disclosed. It doesn't completely discuss carbon sequestration, and one of the things I want to just caution the board about relative to imposing a new fee is that there's not a impact associated with this, either identified in the EIR or adequately identified as in terms of an actual impact. And one of the first things I learned in studying to become a planner was two pieces of case law called Nolan and Dolan. And that requires that anything that a jurisdiction require have rough proportionality to the impact being created. And so you can't just apply a fee that is inconsistent with achieving an objective or mitigating an impact. And I just want to say there's a line in there someplace. When you've got an applicant who's willing to agree to do something, that's an entirely different scenario, and this is what Nordic is willing to agree to. So with that being said, I will move on to something else that Nordic is willing to address, which was brought up by the community.
Do you have any questions? And now if they come up, Supervisor. Sure.
I have a question about this statement up on the board. So the 25,000 annually, is that at production, current day? What would that?
So that would be obviously within a year of operation. So the annual sustainability report would need to be delivered within 1 year of, what's that? Yeah. So initiate.
Yes, Supervisor Wilson has an add-on to the question.
I don't have an add-on, but I would disagree with that waiting till you might as well just start it annually now, because in terms of like the efforts of what they're looking at can change, and just like to give a community report about where they're at, even if they're not even under construction yet, things that might have changed, there might be new technology, just be able to
How would
have
they do a
communi-
sustainability report now when they have nothing there?
Well, I'm just addressing that. The reason would be just basically like, oh, by the way, it could be a very short report to the community, but I'm just saying an annual check-in with relationship to changes on in the regulatory and other in technological landscape may be different, and I just want to make sure that if there's a trajectory that they want to report to the community, why would we not want to hear about it?
Supervisor Bohn wants to ask or add to that.
The way it's written up there, we're going to have an invite-only forum and everything. And Brenda, as she said earlier, as these reports and things change, she will report them to the county. And if the county wants, we can put it on our website. So the people, and then what we'll do is we'll get it. And then if we need to get it out to people that seem really concerned, we can forward it out with our emails or something like that. I don't think we want to have a forum and for them to call all these people together and says, we don't have anything to report, or we change this. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I mean, from my perspective, I think an annual check-in would be good, but that's just me in terms of progress. You guys figure it out.
I want them to announce their progress, but I don't know if we all have to go to a meeting to hear it.
I don't want to go to that meeting the first round. I just want to hear about it.
Supervisor Bushnell. Thanks for clarifying. The language.
So the 25,000 annually is at once they start production?
Correct. It starts when the first report is initiated.
And so with Mike's, Supervisor Wilson's little blurb there, we're not changing it, right?
That really is up to the board.
Okay, so I think, okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Well, you guys know me. I would want to change it, but I'm going to need 3 votes to get there. So can we just marinate on that for a second and go to the other part, if that's okay?
Yep.
Which is actually a really important element of this, because we've been asked by the community a bunch of times about this.
So this would be a new condition that says prior to issuance of any construction permits for Phase 2, Phase 1 of the project must be operating in compliance with the county CDP, Regional Water Quality Control Board, NPDES permit, and any other local, state, or federal permit issued to Nordic or their successor.
Clarifying question through the chair. Who determines that? Like
county staff.
Okay. Do we have to enumerate that in the condition? Who the arbitrator of that is?
Supervisor Bohn?
So they can operate out of compliance with another agency and we wouldn't know anything about it and give them another permit? Is that?
No, this basically says, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There conceivably is a scenario whereby maybe there could be some violations with the Regional Water Quality Control Board NPDES permit. And unless Phase 2 were tied to that, the county permit would not be restricted from being issued for a construction permit. This would say that they have to be operating in complete compliance with all local, state, and federal permits.
Just for my clarification, do they have to, in Phase 2, go to those agencies and get it permitted for Phase 2, for the expansion in Phase 2?
Yes.
Okay, so if they're in violation in Phase 1, Do any of those agencies
Well, let me-
go ahead and permit phase two?
Let me change that. They would need to get updated permits from those agencies for operation. And that's a little different than construction permits. And
Fully understand, but
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they're gonna build it unless they can operate it. I don't think. So what I'm just, I don't know what this would satisfy except
I think what this is intended
you
to
guys are gonna operate
satisfy.
in compliance, huh?
What's that?
You guys are gonna operate in compliance, right? So that doesn't matter if that's there or not, right?
Well, I think it was your safety. I think there was a consideration about some sort of a safety between phase one and phase two, or phasing generally. And so this was a way of saying, look, we'll be operating in compliance before we're allowed to start construction in phase two. It gives a little bit of,
Perfect.
yeah.
Through
yeah.
the chair, I think the concern in the community that was expressed was that the scale of the project was a concern, and that there is sort of uncomfortableness or an unease that at scale that would be difficult to operate per all the conditions. And I think that this basically is just a reassurance that it's all going to work out. So I'm happy with this language, or at least I think it gets closer to what the scalability that was discussed by the community.
So, and just to put you guys at ease, we've had more people in the room for a 10,000 square foot cannabis permit than we are for 15 acres of fish, so we're all good.
There you go. Yes, Director Ford, there's more.
No, that's
it?
really,
Okay.
that's really what we have to offer at this point.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Wilson.
So that's the language. I'm willing to amend
Wait.
my.
Wait, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Don't we have to vote on the amendment you already did?
What's
That-
over?
I'm going to offer basically through
Clerk staff asks that we either kill the amendment rather than amend the amendment so that the clerk's records were very clear. So probably what you want to do is withdraw your amendment and
make a new amendment.
make a brand new clean amendment that reflects what was
Okay.
presented on the screen.
Supervisor Bohn?
How about if you kill yours, I'll kill mine, I'll make a new motion accepting everything you have in there, and we have one fluid motion.
Okay, I'm going to ask one uncomfortable question before we get there.
Okay.
Can we, I'm just going to put it out there, $50,000?
Are we negotiating now on that?
I can't do that up here.
I'm just asking the question.
The
No. Okay, then never mind. I'm trying to get resources for my community through this process. That's it. Our communities.
It was a minimum.
Okay.
It did say minimum.
It's a minimum.
It did.
Thank you. Okay, never
Do
mind.
you feel better now?
I feel better now. Thank you for clarifying. Go ahead, pull your motion and just.
That kills the amendment.
Yeah.
That kills it all.
All right, I'll pull my motion,
I second that as a seconder.
and
You can do it.
Jesus. I make a motion for staff's recommendation and Mike's wish list. No, I mean, the amendments, the agreed upon amendments that you guys came up with. I mean, it's written up there, but they took it off the screen.
I'll second this, and I will say that's not even close to my wish list, but we're good. So.
I didn't even throw in that they should buy the property.
All right. Okay, so that we do have a motion and a second.
I know.
And I don't think there's any more conversation, is there?
Well, I'd like to speak to my second if I can.
Certainly.
Sure. I just want to, we've been through a big, long process today. I'm not going to belabor that anymore, but this is a big project for our community. It's not small. By a scale, nationally, it's small for some places, but for us, it's big. And it's both impactful from a perspective of economically and the environment and all of those things. This is why we're impassioned, and this is why the board here had such a robust discussion. And I want to thank my board, this board, for having that discussion today. And I think it was actually really, I think we did a good job on that. Is this where I want it to be with relationship to GHG and those other impacts? No, it's not. But I'm going to say that we have an opportunity here with relationship to cleanup of this site. We have an opportunity with relationship to economic development beyond this in terms of other opportunities. And I think there's opportunities to improve even this project moving forward. And I think that, and I'm hopeful that we have an applicant that is there with this community in doing those things. So with that, I'm ready to vote. So.
Okay.
So I also would like to thank the community for their input. It's difficult sometimes trying to get everything or trying to accommodate community, different thoughts. And also to our staff, you guys have been working so hard on this. And I know at times when I call Director Ford and he's in the middle of it and I'm irritating him, I know that it's the commitment to the county that he has made along with you guys putting this together. And so I really want to say thank you to the staff and to the entire department because this has taken a lot of time. To the Nordic people, you know, thank you for your commitment to our community. It's not perfect to our community standards, but I hope that you recognize that this is our home. It's a small community, that we really want that partnership, but we want our community thought about in that partnership. And I think that's what Mike says so many times. I'm a little bit more blunt than him sometimes, but I do appreciate your guys and your investment in our community and that you've thought about what it does bring to our community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor. Yeah. I think a lot's already been said, and you know, and it was I think it was. It's nice to see the board when we can work. We're working together here. Some people don't think we ever do. My goodness, so it worked. The process works, but we haven't voted yet, so I think we're ready
now.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Sorry, hold on.
Wait. What did that amendment? Wait, you made the motion.
You made the motion, so please clarify.
You made staff recommendation plus that.
Which
is to deny.
Just deny the
Okay.
appeal.
Good question, though.
Man, don't do that to me.
Oh my God.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Yes.
And Supervisor Bohn?
Good.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
All right, we close this public hearing. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and time commitment here. So with that, we are adjourned.